Good morning, hello and welcome to Derby Presents Open Day Live. And just look at this gorgeous studio that we have coming to you live, as the title would suggest, from the University of Derby. I'm Radzi, and whether you are tuning in from the UK or from all across the globe, a huge welcome to each and every single one of you. Now, we have an action-packed 5 hours to show you just what it's like to be a student here at the University of Derby. So you will get an insight into some of the course areas, a halls of residence tour, a tour of the city itself, where you could ultimately be spending a few incredible years of your life. We'll meet some of the University of Derby students themselves, staff members, and your union of students as well. You'll also get to see some of the cracking facilities that Derby has to offer and have the opportunity to chat to your academics. And I've got to say that I've already had a sneaky peek of what it's like to be a student here in Derby, and I've even chatted with the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Catherine Mitchell, and it's safe to say that you are in for an absolute treat. And that is just a flavour of what you have in store for the next 5 hours, and it's safe to say Derby delivers. Now, part of the reason we're bringing you Open Day Live like this is due to the challenging times that we're all in at the moment. So obviously, I'm sure you can imagine safety is of paramount importance. And with that in mind, to make sure that we are all COVID safe, we're following the latest government guidelines on social distancing. So you might see us swapping a few guests during parts of the show, as we can't have everyone in the studio at the same time. So please do bear with us. Now, very shortly, it'll be time to introduce to you our co-presenters, all alumni of this fantastic university, Pete, Seeley and Emma, three of the loveliest people. But we're also joined by another alum of Derby University and star of a show which, for contractual reasons, we'll call Boggle Gox. Legally sound, very difficult to say. Basit Siddiqui, he'll be giving his thoughts on the show throughout the show. But first, our schedule to mark your cards with. So, at 10:30 a.m, Seeley will be meeting with the Union of Students. You can also check out our NHS Standard Replica Hospital wards to find out all about our nursing courses, and the subject chats with our academics will officially open. All you've got to do is click on the schedule below to join that. Then at 11 a.m, we'll be finding out about the wonderful city of Derby and all the incredible things that you can do here. I'll be taking a sneaky peek into the halls of residence and talking to staff and students about living in them. At 11:30, we have some more subject insights from psychology and football journalism. By the way, that's from Pride Park, the home of Derby County Football Club. At 12, you can see how I got on with my cycling skills in the very impressive sports facilities. And the big question is whether I can be the next Chris Hoy. Turns out I can't. I know, who knew? At 12:30, we'll be heading over to our School of Arts. Then at 1 p.m, we'll be going over to 1 Friargate Square, aka the home of law and social sciences, to look at the fab facilities in the policing students and what they use. Plus, joining me in the studio will be business and management alum Oriane, who'll be talking about how she used her experience here to ultimately launch her career. Also, be sure not to miss Gurjit from the admissions team. This is one I'd have definitely needed, because she'll be giving her hints and tips on how to absolutely smash that personal statement. That's at 1:30. Following on from that, I hope you've got really good memories. Pete will be taking a look around the all-important library. At 2 p.m, we'll be heading over to our specialist STEM centre, where you'll get to see the motorsport workshop at our sound, light and live event technology facility. And to end the day at 2:30, we'll be hearing about some of the fantastic support services here at Derby. Now though, I mentioned earlier my lovely co-presenters. I mentioned Pete, Celia and Emma. Let's see where they're at and let's see if the technology allows me to speak right now to Pete. How are you, sir, and where are you?
Hello Radzi, hi, I'm very well, thank you. It's all good here. I'm at Kedleston Road on the campus here, and we're actually on a mock NHS ward. I'm with a patient called Hannah Wright. She's a freaky piece of equipment, I'll be honest, but the facilities here are absolutely mind-blowing. We're going to be having a good look around here a little bit later on. We've also going to have a good chat with the guys from Student Services, and I think you mentioned it earlier, a tour of the library as well, so really looking forward to the day.
I love this. When I say Pete, Celia and Emma, one word which personifies all of them is the word passion. You heard it in Pete's voice. Now we're going to join Celia, who is equally as passionate. Celia, where are you and what are you up to?
Hi Radzi, so I'm at Blends, the Union of Students coffee shop, and I'm going to be talking to the Union of Student Officers and also sharing a bit of my experience here at Derby.
Well, Celia, thank you. My order will be a chai tea latte, by the way. And last but by no means least, Emma, whereabouts are you?
Hi Radzi, I'm here at Chandos Pole Street where our fashion and textile students are based. So later we'll be chatting to the Head of School of Arts, some of our amazing staff and a current student who's studying fashion here at Derby. So for all that and more, join me later.
Thank you very much, and Emma hit the nail on the head. We'll be joining all of them a little bit later on. Guys, take care. We'll speak to you very soon. Now, this is only my second time here at Derby, and I've only seen a fraction of the facilities, and I have to say there is so much that this place has to offer. Hello and welcome to the University of Derby in the heart of the East Midlands. Today we've got an access all areas pass, so follow me. This is the atrium, and what an impressive space this is. Look at the scale of it. The perfect place to eat, to grab a coffee, to chill out, and in fact just over there is 4 floors of the library, 4 floors of books, resources and study space. And in fact here is a whistle-stop tour of everything you need to know about this awesome building. This is just one of the several modern lecture theatres here at the University of Derby, and just look at the size of the place. They're modern, they're airy, they normally sit around 250 people. Look at the size of that cinema-sized screen that the lecturers present from. If you're towards the back, they've got monitors for you as well, and I've got to be honest, this is so much better than anything I had when I was at university. The thing I loved more than anything else was access to sports facilities, and the University of Derby has facilities in abundance, because as well as those fantastic squash courts there, head this way, because if you become a student here, you will have access to this incredible sports hall. Just imagine yourself here. The 2 basketball nets come down to make a full-size basketball court, but as well as that you have everything from futsal, netball, volleyball, even badminton as well, and many of you can do multiple sports at the same time. But it doesn't end there, because if you're thinking, hey, what about the niche sports, then we've got your back as well, because feast your eyes on our very own climbing wall where you can lead climb, you can boulder climb, and everything in between. But if sports isn't so much your thing and you're more a fitness person, then fear not. This is your gym, filled with cardio kit, whether you like to cycle, use the treadmill or the cross trainer. But if machines are more your thing, then we've got tons of these as well. Lower body, upper body, leg press, leg extension, lat pull down, glute ham raise, it's all here. To your right hand side is the fitness suite, but behind me here is the free weight section, my favorite. So whatever your fitness needs, this place has got you covered. And would you look at this? It is an all-weather, multi-purpose 4G pitch. Everything from football to rugby to American football, it's all used here. The local community come and use it, whether it's the Derby County Juniors, by the way, whether it's a sports analysis, everybody wants a piece of the action here. And why? Because it's a 4G pitch. If we look down here, now this looks like almost AstroTurf you might traditionally find. In between it, you've got this sort of rubber crumb experience that looks a little bit like breadcrumbs, I suppose, but how it feels under your boot, it feels exactly like grass. This, by the way, is genuinely state of the art. And of course, it's all at the University of Derby Sports Centre. Well, it's safe to say the facilities here in Derby genuinely are off the charts. That, by the way, is just scratching the surface, but make sure you stay tuned because later on you'll see the next bit of my Whistle Stop Derby tour, the halls of residence. But firstly, did you know that the UK is actually a leading destination for international students around the world? It's easy to see why. The UK has a reputation for being welcoming, having a multicultural society, and is home to many great universities, Derby being just one. Derby is a much-loved second home to more than 1,700 international students from over 100 countries studying at both undergraduate and postgraduate level.
Hi, mein Name ist Shan.
Ndewono, aham bu Lawrence Ndupu.
सलाम मेरा नाम मोहम्मद अली है
Bună, numele meu este Cristina. 你好，我是李乐。
Servus, mein Name ist Matthias.
Bună, numele meu este Ioana.
Hi, my name is Karen.
Cześć, mam na imię Natalia.
I came here, I didn't know anyone, no friends, didn't know what to expect.
Like the first day I was here, I sat down in the classroom and I was like, what did I get myself into? I don't understand nothing this man is saying. The accents, they all sound like Harry Potter.
I was worrying about being by myself.
I was just worried about living. I mean, you know, just like the cost of living.
And how people will welcome me, how they will react.
But here in Derby, people are so friendly. They made us feel settled in very, very fast.
After 3 years of living here, I feel like Derby is kind of like my second home. It feels like they are just from my country or I'm from here.
It's a very, very friendly and very personal atmosphere. It's like a big family.
I would recommend the University of Derby because it's so easy to connect with people and it's so easy to get the support, to get the opportunities, and all you have to do is just want.
When you live in your home, you live in your parents, you really can learn how to face the world and you really to learn how to becoming more independent, becoming more strong.
There's a team of professionals here who will welcome you. They will make you feel like you're in second home. So don't worry, just pack your bags and make a decision and you will enjoy it.
Now, it's safe to say it's one big family here at Derby University. But in the studio, we're going to chat to three people who know all about international student living. And let's kick things off with our first two, both international students, both studying in Derby. Bowen and Sam, welcome to Open Day Live. How are you both?
Yeah, good. Thank you, and you?
Good, thanks, Razzie. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very well. Let's talk about your names. You've got incredible names. Bowen, what's your full name?
My full name is Bowen Shang in the English language way, and if it's in my country, I'll be named Shang Bowen.
It's a beautiful name. And Sam?
Sam Chikowori.
Sham, my dad was from Zimbabwe, so we've got similar surnames, but let's talk about you guys as international students.
Yeah.
What's it like, Sam?
Awesome. It's really good. I've had a lot of great experiences here. Being an international student, meeting a lot of different people from different backgrounds. You know, it's a really melting pot for international students. You know, I've had Chinese flatmates, I've had Indian flatmates, I've had people from Asia, Europe, you know, just a whole mix.
And Bowen, you're from China.
Yeah.
How's your experience been?
Yeah, for my, I've been living in Derby for 3 years and I've met people from around the world and I'm feeling I'm the most welcome here in Derby, which is so good.
And what made you want to study here specifically?
In Derby, for me, I'm a kind of people who want to stay in a very small town and quiet place, but I still want those nice restaurants, shopping, and parties. So Derby is the location where you got all the big nice cities like Birmingham, Manchester around, but have the atmosphere of studying and student living in here.
So it's the perfect balance?
Yes, the perfect balance.
And for you, Sam, what was the reason?
First of all, my aunt's an alumni. So
wow.
Yeah, she did her master's in 2008, 2009. So she's the one who initially kind of like sold the Day of Derby to me. And then the joint honours option as well, of which she can mix like 2 subjects into one course and kind of tailor that. So that was just a selling point.
And let's talk about the weather. In Zimbabwe, I imagine it's slightly different to Derby.
Oh, definitely different. I mean, I'll tell you a story. I was walking to the bus and I checked the temperature on my phone and it was -2. Up to that point, the only -2 I seen it was on a fridge. So that was quite a change, yeah.
And I've been to Beijing in China. It's quite humid there. How is the weather where you're originally from?
Where I'm from is a bit more northern to Beijing, so it's actually very dry, and we get similar summer here comparing to the UK, so about like 20, 30 degrees summer, but it's dry, and we see a lot of snow, but a lot more than here in the UK,
wow.
but you still got snows, yeah.
In terms of the actual logistics of this, I imagine a lot of people watching this, if they're thinking about travelling to Derby from abroad, they might be thinking about the financial implication. Yeah. Sam, how much of a cost has it been?
It's actually been relatively cheap as a cost as compared to like other cities, because I think, you know, you get the major cities like Birmingham, London, they're quite expensive. So Derby being a smaller city, being more local, it's relatively cheap, and I think it's a good stepping stone as an international student as well. And I think even for international students, if they can, they should look at the scholarship option, of which I was the recipient of one in my first year. So that was a major, major advantage to my cost of living and tuition as well in my first year. So I think they should really look into that.
We're going to talk about scholarships a little bit later on. And Bowen, in terms of yourself, was it expensive?
No, it's actually very cheap comparing to living in other cities. I've been living in the UK for 8 years, so I think Derby is a very good balance on like food cost and accommodation cost.
Thank you. And just finally, what do you guys pack? Because I've been on a 2-week holiday. I've never had to stay in a country for potentially a year. How do you do that, Bowen?
For me, from like a very Asian perspective, I'd recommend bring a rice cooker.
Rice cooker, nice.
Yeah, but everything else you get it from either online, you got the Chinese supermarket, Oriental supermarket, so you're all well taken care of here in the UK.
So there's sort of a Chinese community here that helps you, I guess, feel at home.
Yes, of course, and of course Chinese restaurants. If you miss the home dish, you got legit ones in Chinatowns.
Thank you, Bowen. And Sam, what about yourself?
I would say try to minimally pack on warm clothes, because they just don't cut it. So, you know, get all your warm clothes. Yeah, pack a flag. You know, pack your identity. I mean, your flag is you.
I love
just
that.
a piece of home, and just like pictures of yourself. You know, and personal documents. You know, passport, visa, all that kind of stuff.
Well, guys, thank you very much. Now, I mentioned the whole social distancing challenge. So what we're going to now do is bring in Michaela, who's from the international team. So Sam and Bowen, thank you very much. If you'd like to exit our studio, your job for the day is done, and we'll bring in Michaela. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you for having us.
And we'll see where Michaela is. Hopefully Michaela's going to come in. And we're going to add a little bit of jeopardy, a little bit of drama. We should have had dry ice here, Michaela, but come on over and take a seat. Thank you, Sam and Bowen. And so, Michaela, welcome to Open Day Live. How are you? I'm very good. I'd love to talk to you about your role, I guess, representing international students.
Absolutely. So in my role, I help students from inquiry to application stage. And it's got to do with anything to do with questions that they have about studying in the UK, or, you know, personal statements, references, anything like that. And then to the day that they actually join us. I also work with in-country agent representatives. I advise on entry criteria. And then, up until the day that they're here. And I'm also from Sweden originally, so I came as a European student.
Oh, so you were actually a student at Derby here yourself?
I was, yeah.
And what did you study?
I studied events management.
Amazing. And so I guess your role now is all-encompassing when it comes to international students.
Definitely.
Sam mentioned scholarships. Can you tell us any more about those?
Absolutely. So we have a range of scholarships available for international students, and these are merit-based. We also have some discounts, so great to check out our website for that. And there's no application process involved, but when they have made the application to study, they will be automatically assessed. And also not to forget our fantastic sports scholarships for talented athletes.
Ah, okay. And how much of a scholarship could that potentially be?
It could be a full Vice-Chancellor's tuition fees.
Oh, wow.
Tuition fees. Or it could be something like a Regional Achiever Scholarship, which is about £3,000.
And I won't get too specific because I know you don't specialise in sports scholarships per se, but do you know what kind of sports they might be?
There are various amounts of performance sports that could vary, but we focus on cycling, volleyball, men's basketball, sports along those lines.
That's interesting. So actually quite a lot of Olympic sports, which is quite, and just to remind ourselves of details where you can find that online?
Yes, so that's on derby.ac.uk.
Perfect.
And then scholarships.
Now we spoke a little bit about the cost of studying if you're an international student. I know studying, if I'm a British student going abroad, it can be seen as expensive. What about the reverse?
Okay, so obviously you would factor in the tuition fees and then the cost of living. And we estimate the cost of living to be around 190 to 230 pounds per week, including accommodation, food and socialising. And not to forget that we do have a free university bus shuttle that goes between the campus and the city centre. And so that's always a good thing to remember.
Are there any sort of classic myths that people have? So when you meet people, especially from Europe, and you say, why don't you come to Derby? Are there classic things that people think that you'd almost think, if only people knew this wasn't the case?
I guess when I first arrived, it was things around maybe mentality or culture, etc. And they often told me, well, you're only from Sweden, that's not far away.
It's a long swim.
Yeah, but exactly. But in fact, there's things like salmon bowl, we're talking about, weather, or I initially studied at a countryside campus that we've had, and it actually snowed a lot there, and I was trying to escape the snow.
Classic. In terms of events and activities, are there things specifically for international students to kind of just welcome them in?
Oh yes, so actually we have an integrated approach that we use together with the other student support services. We do put on specific sessions for international students as well, where they can mingle or drop in sessions for visas, etc. But also things like the fact that accommodation hosts a lot of various events, and they have a free bedding and kitchen pack for international students.
Especially for the boys, that's a good one, because if they're anything like me, they won't be very good at looking after themselves and cleaning their clothes. But in terms of when you graduate, lots of people, say British students, might want to stay in the area that their university was in. A lot of people at Derby do that. Can you do that if you're an international student?
So there's actually a new graduate route opening summer of 2020. So as long as a student has either completed or started a degree by that point, and they hold a Tier 4 student visa, then they will be eligible to apply. And like you say, it's a fantastic way to stay in the area, to get some work experience, and it's definitely worth checking out. And we'll be helping students to look up that route.
The final question is the C word. I don't like saying it too much, but COVID and the pandemic. Is it a safe time to actually come to university at Derby right now?
We've always said that Derby is a safe and great place to study for international students, just like Bowen was just saying about the balance. And that's really been the case throughout the pandemic too. And the city of Derby has put in a lot of various measures in place, like sanitizers, social distancing, signage, rules around wearing face masks in cafes, shops, in taxis, etc. So we've just welcomed a nice cohort of international students to Derby, and I look forward to meeting many more.
Well, Michaela, it's been a pleasure chatting to you. Thank you so much for your insight. And actually, it goes without saying, in terms of what Michaela was touching on, the world has changed a lot this year. But that shouldn't deter you from considering this special university in the heart of the East Midlands. Wow. Absolutely fantastic. So Derby Open Day Live, and this is such a unique way of doing it. I just love the fact that the university is doing something and it's looking this slick and impressive. I've lived in Derby all my life, and looking at this, it's amazing just to get a snapshot of everything that the university has to offer. It's almost kind of, for the lazy man in me, this is a great way of just finding out what the university is about. Absolutely amazing. I can't believe how much has changed as well. This Radzi guy, he's doing a really, really good job as well. He's so energetic and upbeat, which is fantastic. One of the most things I'm really impressed with is the way that he's able to walk and talk, but also walk backwards and talk. I was watching his VTs, they were looking really impressive. I'm going to have to try and practice that, but I'll probably fall over. But absolutely amazing, the stuff that's going on. It's really good, really, really good. And I can't believe how much the university's changed and how impressive it's looking. It's about 15 odd years since I've been at university, and it's just to see it grow, but also look similar is pretty cool. And I think for me, the best thing so far has been what the international students had to say. I mean, the fact that they've come from different countries and they've made Derby their home, for someone who's lived in Derby my whole life, that's absolutely amazing. I'm just so amazed that they have so many nice things to say about it. But it's stuff I've been saying for ages, so everyone who'd listen to me, my wife's sick of me saying it. Derby's not too big and it's not too small, it's kind of got a mixture of everything, which is perfect for a university student. So I'm just genuinely really, really chuffed with everything that's going on, and I can't wait to find out what else we've got in store. Really, really good. Thank you, Bess. I have to say, walking backwards and talking, it's harder than you might think. It took a few takes. It did take a few takes. But I'm genuinely also delighted to say that your subject chats are now open. So you can join for occupational therapy, business management, marketing, education studies, early childhood studies, SEND, biomedical and forensic science. And to find out more about your subject with our academic-friendly staff, or rather friendly academic staff, that are taking place throughout the day. And don't forget, after today, you can visit the university in person by booking a campus tour. It's genuinely fantastic. So I'm going to remind you throughout the day that you can book a campus tour. Now though, to make sure that you get the most out of your time at university, look no further than to your Union of Students. So we're going to try and head over live to Sile, who's at the heart of Derby's Union of Students, to find out more.
Thank you, Radzi. I am here at Blends, the Union of Students coffee shop, and I am joined by the Union of Student officers, Corey, Josh, Emily, and Nina. And I'm really excited to be here and talk to these guys. Not only when I was at uni was I a regular here at Blends, but I also was a member of many different societies, including ACS and the Gospel Choir. And I met some wonderful students and went to some great events that other societies made. Here's a video of a little taster of what the Union of Students is all about. So I am joined by the Union of Student Officers, Corey, who is the Union President, and George, who is the Vice President of Activities. So we're going to start with Corey first. So Corey, what is the Union of Students and why do universities have one?
Thank you, sir. So as you can see there, we're involved in a lot of different things across the university, but I suppose our main role is to be an independent charitable organisation. We receive and amplify student voice across every level of the institution, And that's just so that students can really be co-creators in our educational journey. And I suppose as a union, we really pride ourselves in being part of that journey so students can make their experience, particularly at Derby, what they want it to be.
And you know, you guys being part of that journey, when the students arrive, you know, new students and old students coming back, you have Freshers Week. So can you tell us a bit more about what Freshers Week is all about?
Absolutely, yeah. So we've just had Freshers Week. It's been really busy here, as you can imagine. And this year we committed to doing a series of in-person and virtual events. Just given the current climate, we thought it was important to give students an option in what they felt most comfortable to do. So we've just had a whole series of events, from kind of comedy nights, mini golf and a quiz with the officers. And we've just been through that process of welcoming all those new and returning students back. And it's been really exciting.
And now I'm going to have to ask, when you became the union president, and now union presidents are elected by the students, so how did you feel when you found out that you're now the president?
It was a really exciting time, yeah. It was amazing. Just to be in a role where I can really be, like you said, we're elected by the students, for the students, and for students to kind of put their trust in us as officers to really exemplify what they want out of their term is a really exciting position to be in.
Thank you so much, Corey. Now, Josh, you are the Vice President of Activities. So what kind of things as a student can we get involved in?
So Your Uni Students offers 3 streams of activities from our amazing sports teams. We offer everything from rugby union or to the more niche sports like climbing, or we can get involved in one of our weird and wonderful societies, everything, as I say, from ACS to more academic driven societies like psychology, or again the more sort of out there specialist interest societies like esports. And then for the students more driven with volunteering, we do have something called student-led services. So if you want to get involved in our student media team, Phantom, or our charity-driven Raise and Give team. So they're all fantastic raising opportunities for students.
And what is your job role?
So I'm Vice President Activities here at Your Uni Students. Anything extracurricular, it comes under my remit. So any problems or want to start a new sport team or anything like that, come speak to me anytime.
That's exciting. And I'm going to ask you a similar question to Corey. So when you found out that you were the Vice President of Activities, what was going through your mind?
It was such a surreal experience. The fact that students who were my peers voted based on my manifesto, I think I can represent their student voice to my best ability. Mm-hmm. It was surreal, and I'm still not quite over it yet. So take every moment as it comes.
And you know, there's something called varsity. When I was at uni, I loved it. I want you to explain what varsity is to our viewers.
So varsity is an annual competition we hold with our amazing sports teams where we travel or have it at home to other universities such as Hertfordshire, and again we get to showcase how good our sports team are every year, that kind of thing. We're going to win it this year, hopefully. We're going to get it. Team Derby, we've got this.
Yes, and the events last year, did you go to a lot of them?
Oh, all of them. Any chance I can. That's my one piece of advice to students is get involved with uni students. It's a great way to meet friends, volunteer, so just dive in head first.
Mm-hmm. And you being part of the Student of Union, have you met, what are your experiences of meeting different people?
It's amazing. Every day I get to meet so many different people. I've got into the position where I am now just through off the back of a meeting. Again, with my fantastic officers team I've got, it's just a great experience.
And now we're going to hear a video of varsity.
Derby versus Hertfordshire. Team Derby versus the Hart Squad. New opponents, new chapter, new rivalry. That's it, right to it. Deep backhand. Backhand goal. Tommy Vance wins for the first time.
Welcome back to Blends with me, Celia Sibanda, and I'm joined by the Union of Student Officers. We now have Emily and Nina. We're going to start off by talking to Emily, who is the Vice President of Welfare. Hi, Emily.
Hello.
So, Emily, what kind of support does the union give to students?
So I work really closely with the union advice team, and they can support you from academic issues, so if you've got an academic offence, to housing issues, so if you're in student accommodation or student housing, then they can help support you in anything like that. I also work with all the part-time officers who represent equality, diversity and inclusivity. So there's a part-time officer for disabilities, LGBTQ+, and all different areas of students, just groups of students.
And you know, during this time with the pandemic and a lot of the students coming to uni, some having to move away from home, it's really important that there's somebody there who they can talk to. So do you have any activities that you guys plan and ways for students to contact you when they need that extra support?
Yeah, definitely. So the advice team and I, we put on de-stressival events. So we're going to be running those again this year. We have the Liberation Campaign months, so Black History Month is coming up, and then we're doing some extra ones this year. We've included a mental health one because of the current situation. We felt it was really important to address mental health and to, you know, showcase that it's not something you need to hide. It's something you can come to and talk to people about. And all of our part-time equality, diversity and inclusivity officers, they have an email address, and if they can't sort it out, they'll pass it on to myself or the advice team, and we can signpost the best place to go.
I love that. And one thing about being a union student officer, you don't have to do a course in like politics or anything like that. You came from a different course, so can you tell me a bit about the course that you did?
Yeah, so I did a 4-year degree in primary school teaching, and it was obviously about teaching primary school children. I have a qualified teacher status now from that, but there was nothing in it essentially about welfare or advice. But because of the sort of nature of teaching and the looking after students and safeguarding, it fits quite nicely within the welfare remit. But that doesn't mean you have to come from that kind of academic course to do the welfare role, no.
And do you think that you being in this role is going to help you in the future when you go into teaching, for example?
Oh, definitely. One of my biggest passions while I was teaching was the mental health of children, so I felt this role was really beneficial to me to discover more about not just mental health but students and supporting students in a caring role like this, and I feel like it's definitely going to help me improve my knowledge.
And when you started university, did you ever think of becoming an officer in the student union?
It never crossed my mind. I wasn't aware of the full-time officers until I think about my 2nd or 3rd year, and so it was definitely a bit of a surprise sort of going into the role and thinking of a manifesto and considering all the different things I had to do within this role.
Thank you very much. And Nina, you are the Vice President of Education.
Yes,
so can you tell us a bit about your role?
So the core of my role is making sure that academic representation and our structure of representation works, and that every single student has a voice at every single level of university, and really makes sure that their journey reflects what they want it to be. So I oversee the programme reps, the part-time officers, and then I'm kind of the top level of that pyramid of voice.
And do you know, if anybody wanted to be a program rep, they can just apply and you give them the support that they need.
So reps are elected through elections on the course, and then we give them the support. So it's all a democratic process at the union.
And when you found out that you got the role, how did you feel?
It still doesn't feel real some days. I just wake up and think, this is what I do for a living, and it's the wackiest job ever, but it's also the best job ever.
And what course did you do at uni?
I did fine art, so this is very different, I think, than what I studied, but I was very involved with the union throughout my time as a student, first as a programme rep and then as a part-time officer.
And what do you hope to do in your role?
I just want to make a change. I want to make a positive impact on every single student at the university.
I love that. And what's one thing that surprised you about being Vice President of Education?
how much there is to do and how many meetings you sit in. But my key aim is to bring the student voice to every single meeting that I go to and make sure that that voice is heard and listened to.
I love that. And thank you guys so much for speaking to me. It makes me want to come back and be a student. Now, one question for you guys. What's one thing that you're looking forward to when everybody's back at university? What's one thing that you're looking forward to doing?
Would you like to start?
Yeah, I can go first. So as a welfare role, my role is very centred around the students. So up until now, it's been a lot of planning, it's been a lot of talking to my part-time officers, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the students, talking to students, getting to know their opinions and how we can support them further. We've been in a lot of meetings with the part-time officers in the university, trying to make sure that the return is as comfortable and as safe as possible. If we've seen that there's something that's not been done quite right, a part-time officer has come to me immediately and we've gone, okay, let's see how we can get this sorted, gone to the university and have got it sorted within a week. So I'm looking forward to getting that feedback from the students and interacting with them a lot more.
I love that. Nina?
Yeah, I'm just excited about the influx of ideas. Every single generation of students brings something new in. So I'm just really curious to see what they have to say.
Thank you guys so much for having me. And there is so much to get involved in, whatever your interest, and it's a great way to make new friends. And don't forget, you can have a look at the Union Student yourself by booking a campus tour. Now back to you, Radzi.
Celia, and I have to say, we are very much taking on the challenge. We're trying to convey an entire university experience into just 5 hours. Really important conversations there. And as Celia said, a quick reminder that you can visit the Union of Students at the University of Derby in person by booking onto one of our campus tours, which run throughout the autumn term. Now, when it comes to nursing, Derby has an outstanding track record for educating the next generation. And that's in no small part down to its experienced teaching team and the fantastic facilities that allow students to actually learn in a real-world setting. So now we're going to head over to Pete, who's with Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean of the College of Health, Psychology and Social Care, Dr. Paula Holt, who's with the nursing team in the mock ward.
Thanks very much, Radzi. We're here in the Clinical Skills Suite at Kedleston Road at this campus here. I'm with some fantastic members of the nursing team. They're wonderful. I'm surrounded by really, really cool equipment. Do you know, over the past few months, many of the university's nursing allied health students have been on the front line working in hospitals and in the community alongside experienced staff. They've been fantastic. They've been a fantastic support to the NHS during these times. Do you know, I'm here in the university, in the university's NHS Standard Replica Ward with the Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean, Dr. Paula Holt and her team. Now I've got to get that right because she's very important.
Not really.
Okay. Do you know, we're chatting to the team. We're going to have a look at all of the facilities and the equipment really soon. But right now, let's have a look at a video which will show off the amazing facilities. Okay, we are with Dr. Paula Holt. Thank you for having us here, Paula. It's fantastic. The facilities are absolutely wonderful. Tell me about you. Tell me about your background and what you're doing here.
So I'm Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean of College of Health, Psychology and Social Care, but my background is that I'm an adult and mental health nurse. I've been in my career now for 36 years, 18 years of that in clinical practice, which was amazing, in the NHS and in the armed forces as a mental health nurse in the army. Wow. But I've also worked with mentally disordered offenders, with drugs and alcohol, and I think that my career just gives you a good insight into the variety. You know, you come into nursing and it's never dull, never boring. Yeah. There's lots and lots of roles that you can do. I came into higher education, say 18 years ago, and I think the impact that we can have on hundreds of student nurses and other health professionals in terms of making them the best that they can be, giving the best possible experience to the student, but making sure they give the best possible care to patients is what drives me. So my passion's never gone. I'm incredibly passionate about nursing and about health and social care generally. In terms of nursing and allied health professions, we have the full range of those.
Do you know, it's really clear just speaking to you that you're so passionate and you absolutely love this. At what point in life did you realise that nursing is your thing?
That's an interesting question. I started volunteering actually on a ward for older people with mental health issues when I was 14, it just sort of grew from there. Always known that I wanted to work with people and to make a difference.
Do you know, the facilities and everything here is fantastic. You're in charge of it all.
Yes.
I know. Tell us about the nursing and the midwifery courses here at the University of Derby.
So the nursing and midwifery courses sit within the School of Nursing and Professional Practice. We have all 4 fields of nursing, that's adult, mental health, children's and learning disability, and we're also bringing midwifery on board in September, which is really exciting. We have intakes here at Kedleston Road in Derby and also in Chesterfield, and our student nurses start in September or in March. We have 2 different cohorts. As you're probably aware that all of our student nurses and allied health professions now are supported by a grant which is not refundable, between £5,000 and £7,000, and that's just to help them with living costs. And because we're a college that has nursing and all the other professions, we are very interested in supporting interprofessional learning so that all of our students from different parts of health and social care get to work together. And one of the great things about coming into our professions is that employability is good. You know, we need nurses, we need allied health professions, and we know that demand's not going to go away. And it's been really good, as you mentioned, you know, over the COVID period, we have had students in placements. Placements are 50% of our programme, and that continued over the COVID period.
Do you know, we're going to speak to a student really soon, and we're going to have a good chat about the placements. I'm sorry, this is Natasha.
Yes.
She's breathing at the moment.
She is.
It's freaking me out a little bit. It really is. Do you know, Paula, thank you very much, and thanks for having us here. There's a fantastic bit of equipment that we're going to find out about now. Let's find out about the Immersive Suite.
So I'm Helen Ansell. I'm the simulation lecturer for the School of Nursing and Professional Practice here at the University of Derby. So currently we're in the Immersive Suite, which is one of 3 across our campuses here at the university. The Immersive Suite is a sensory input that we use for clinical settings. So what I mean by that is it adds audio and visual backings to scenarios that we can use, which can cause distraction for the student, putting them into more of a realistic life setting for their clinical practice. We have different settings that we can use. Currently we're in the operating theatre with a patient that is about to undergo eye surgery. So we set the scene for the student, and the student then works through the scenario with the instructor. The students use the equipment during their simulation blocks, which are embedded into their academic degree. And they start off in the first year with 3 sessions of simulation across the year, and then it just goes up across the 3 years, building on their capacity and challenging them with their clinical skills. So when they come into the simulation weeks, we design a simulation setting around their capabilities and the level that they're at. Okay, so this particular mannequin here is one of our high fidelity mannequins. She has the ability to blink. We can change her pupil sizes, so we can do neurological assessments on her. We can get the students to take pulses, and the pulse will also come up on the monitor. We can do blood pressure recordings, we can do heart sounds and breath sounds, we can do abdominal sounds. We can use do invasive skills on her, so we can catheterize her, so we can train the students to catheterize the mannequins, and we can put other sorts of modules for mannequins on her so that we can do wound care, etc. She can talk, so she'll do generic yes/no answers, she'll make some noises, but also we can actually get the students to interact with the mannequins because there's a microphone in her chest, so that I can then speak to the student through the mannequin using a headset and microphone.
That was Helen. This is also Helen, in person. Helen, lecturer in simulation for adult nursing. Tell us about you. What's your background?
So I've been nursing for over 30 years. My background clinical setting is intensive care, which I've worked in for about 12 of those 30 years, and then I was excited to go and work as a clinical educator, which I've done for 18 years. In 2006, I emigrated with my family to New Zealand, and I worked in their health setting, returning to Derby in September last year, and very privileged to get a job here at the university working with Derby students.
Yeah, absolutely. I've heard fantastic things about New Zealand. It's a beautiful country, yet you came back to Derby.
Yes, I did come back.
Fantastic news. Okay, so we've seen a video about the Immersive Suite. In reality, you work with it all of the time. How well does it replicate real life situations?
So the Immersive Suite is an amazing piece of equipment because what it can do is have sensory input into what is essentially a sterile situation when we're just in the clinical skills suites away from a real life setting. So it puts in audio, it puts in visual, which means the students has to work with distraction. So if we were doing a drug round and something distracts the students, they could make a drug error. So it helps them overcome distractions and noise element that they will get in a real life setting.
I've been in a hospital ward. They can be really busy, lots of distractions, so it's fantastic that it's simulating that. What other environments, what other situations can it replicate?
So we can replicate anything. We have a 360-degree camera that goes out into any community setting and just films it. So we can have lots of scenarios going on in those particular real settings with lots of noise and audio going on. So it works really well.
Yeah. Can you put other things on there? I'm thinking like maybe a Batman film.
We could try that later.
Fantastic, let's do that. It's a date. Well, it's not a date, but
okay.
let's keep it appropriate. Okay. So obviously a student comes here, they work with the Immersive Suite. How does that relate to real life when they enter employment?
So what we found with research into simulation is that it will help the student develop skills around problem solving and critically analysing. And we've also seen that any student that undertakes simulation training in their degree will be less likely to make errors during their clinical settings. So it actually makes them more employable.
Wow, that's a big stat. It really is. And how have you worked COVID into the Immersive Suite?
Yeah, so COVID's been very challenging.
Yeah.
What we've managed to do here at the University of Derby, we've been very fortunate to get a virtual platform. So that essentially has a patient as an avatar, and the students can work through that scenario in their own environment, and they're tailor-made to the level that they're at. Other things that we've put into place is virtual practice placements, where we've had students working through some problem solving situations with patients across the weeks, and that has, with feedback we've had, has been amazing.
Fantastic. The Immersive Suite is just one of the wonderful pieces of equipment here, and you work with it every day. How cool is that? Helen, thank you very much. Now if you could make a socially distanced move over there as we bring in Joseph, who is a student who we're going to talk about. Joseph Kabanda. Hello sir, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Fantastic, yeah, very well, thank you. You are one of the top students here at Derby.
Well, top is an extreme statement, but you know, I could take myself. I'm one of them.
You're doing well. You're doing well.
Not doing badly.
So what are you doing? What course are you doing? And how long have you been here?
Well, my name is Joseph Kabanda. I'm doing adult nursing, and I'm in my third year at the moment.
Wow, it's
and I've been here for 3 years. Yeah, it's a 3-year course.
Excellent. Yeah. Okay. So how are you finding it?
Well, I must say it's been a fantastic moment. Learning in Derby. It's been wonderful. I've had an opportunity to rub shoulders with the right people, the proper experts, and I've been very lucky to share an environment with some of the best gadgets, learning gadgets that have really made it quite easy for me.
I know our mock student Hannah Wright keeps she keeps blinking.
Well, yes, Hannah can blink, Hannah can breathe,
I know.
Hannah can do everything.
Absolutely.
And I must say it is a very good environment. He's a simulation of a human being.
Yeah.
And you're in class, and you could probably think you're in a ward. And that is fantastic when you're a student. You are learning.
So how often do students get to use equipment like this, equipment like the Immersive Suite?
Anytime. Anytime you wish. That's how great it can get.
Fantastic. What's the best bit of kit here?
Well, the best bit of kit is herself.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Good stuff.
She's got everything that I need as a student.
Yeah, excellent. And you can just take her hair off and put on different hair
Exactly.
as well. It's wonderful. It really is.
Exactly.
I mean, what's the best thing about the teaching on the course? Would you say?
Well, the teaching is literally one of the best. I would say the experts here are very supportive. They're very, very informed. They are very, very understanding. And I must say, as a mature student, I've got that kind of nurturing within the nursing environment that has been one of the best. And I must say, it's going to propel me further.
What I guess you're really looking forward to taking everything that you've learned here out and actually doing it in a real life situation. When was it that you realised that nursing was a thing that you wanted to do and that you're really passionate about?
Well, I've tried everything. I've tried everything. I've been in marketing, I've been in media, I've been everywhere.
Marketing and media, stay away. Seriously, come here.
To be honest, nursing is where I felt
fantastic.
I am home. So
yeah, I hear that a lot. Do you know, there's a lot of people through life who I speak to, and they've probably not found their thing. But I've never spoken to a nursing person who hasn't found their thing.
I'm lucky.
Fantastic.
I'm
Excellent.
lucky.
Joseph, it's been fantastic talking to you. Thank you very much. And
You're
good luck with the rest of your course.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, let's go and see Samantha with another piece of equipment. The baby is moving.
It is.
Tell us about this.
This is an incubator, and think of it as providing a safe, controlled environment to give the baby the support it needs, at that time. It might be that they're born prematurely and they need to kind of grow and develop, and they need some more, oxygen. They need to be kept in a very warm environment. This also allows them to be protected from bacteria and viruses, which obviously can be very dangerous for small babies. It might be that a baby was born with a heart defect and needed surgery, and they might be nursed in this until they recover.
Wow, okay. So I didn't mention that you are a lecturer, clearly, on the nursing programme. What's your background in nursing?
Well, before I came into lecturing, I worked in children's intensive care, and it was a unit that's specialised in sort of cardiology in children that were born with heart defects. So that was right through from babies up to teenagers and young adults.
Okay, so obviously you've experienced all of this in the real world, and then we're here in a safe environment and a simulated world. How do they compare? I mean...
Yeah, that's one of the things, obviously, that the University of Derby's kind of known for, its simulated environments. The student nurses get to kind of use things like these incubators, helps prepare them before they go out into the clinical placements. And it replicates the real environment, but it's safe. They can practice, they can learn not just only the equipment, but how you actually look after a child that needs this equipment.
Sure, absolutely. So tell me a little bit about the nursing, the children's nursing programme here at the university.
Yeah, so it's a 3-year BSc Honours degree in children's nursing. What's really important about it is it's accredited by the Nursing Midwifery College, which means that when they successfully graduate, they can go on that nursing register to work, as a qualified children's nurse. It's a modular programme. They get a wide variety of opportunities to learn the knowledge and skills that they need to pursue a career in nursing once they successfully finish the programme.
Fantastic. And the statistics of actually going on to employment, working at Derby and then going on to employment, the statistics are absolutely stunning. Samantha, how often do students get to be hands-on with all of this amazing equipment?
Yeah, well, within the variety of modules that they study on the programme, there are clinical skills modules where they would come into our simulated environments and practice using the variety of equipment.
Fantastic, so available all the time. Wonderful. Samantha, thank you very much for chatting with us. I'm going to turn over here and magically Stephen has appeared. Hello. Stephen is not just Stephen, but Professor Stephen Wordsworth. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Right, what is the best bit about working here? You've not been here for long, have you?
Well, I haven't, no, but I've recently joined Derby as the head of school for nursing and professional practice. The best bit about working here is the team that I've joined, an excellent team of staff, superbly qualified, both clinically and in professional practice, and with really high levels of academic qualifications as well. but at the same time managed to be a super friendly bunch as well. So they've made
Yeah.
me really feel very warm and welcome as I've joined the team. The other thing that I really appreciate in my first impressions of the university, the quality of our students. Our students are excellent.
Yeah.
They're very ambitious and very hardworking, and all are very high achievers.
Fantastic. So you've been here for a few weeks. Why did you pick Derby? Why did you come here?
Well, I've got over 30 years of experience working clinically in the NHS and in independent healthcare and in various universities, and I came to Derby because I firmly believe this is one of the best nursing schools in the country. As I say, the quality of the teaching and learning is fantastic.
Wonderful. Stephen, thank you very much for chatting to us and giving us a little bit of an insight there. Do you know, all of these facilities are absolutely wonderful. We've seen loads of stuff. All of this is also available in Chesterfield. Let's take a look.
Hello, welcome to the University of Derby's Chesterfield campus. Come with me and I'll show you around. The building is over 100 years old and was originally St Helena's School. It's now home to us, where a range of healthcare courses are taught. Come on, let's have a look inside. This is a great social space for us to come in between classes. Upstairs is our resource centre and student union. I'll show you that later. Come on, let's meet some people. Right, shall we get to class then? Yeah. This ward was designed to be almost exactly the same as an NHS hospital ward, so that you can practice your skills before going into placement. This area is where you can access all of the university's support services. One of these services includes requesting a book that can be bought from any other campuses directly to you. In our classes, you will experience activities that are used in the workplace. Let's get involved. This is our immersive suite. It uses real-life videos of different situations to help us practice specific skills in a variety of environments. Our last stop is the Union of Students. This is where you can find out more about how to get involved. So if this brings us to the end of our tour, I hope you've had a great day and hopefully see you soon.
Chesterfield, fantastic. I'm back with Dr. Paula Yates. Tell us all about Chesterfield. Sorry, Dr.
Paula Holt.
Dr. Paula Holt. Unfortunate. Okay, tell us about Chesterfield.
So at Chesterfield we run the adult mental health and child nursing, and again all of our programmes are accredited by the Nursing Midwifery Council, which means their registered nurses can hit the ground running. We have the same facilities in Chesterfield that we have in Derby. It's warm, it's friendly, as you saw from the video, fantastic facility, and we're incredibly proud of it, and it does service Chesterfield Royal Hospital incredibly well and the surrounding community services.
Fantastic. Do you know, Paula Holt, even got a name badge. How ridiculous. Do you know, thanks very much. It's been fantastic. The facilities here are stunning. I think you'll agree. Let's go back to the studio and to Radzi.
Pete, thank you so much. It's safe to say that facility is simply world class. And by the way, Joe Cabanda officially needs his own television show. Now, in case you are just joining us, the subject chats with academics are officially open. So, when choosing your university, a big thing to consider is its location. And the great thing about Derby is that it's in the heart of England, as a few people have mentioned. It has convenient transport links. The Peak District is just on the doorstep, but there's also a whole lot more.
Hi and welcome back to Blends with me, Sile. And so now we're going to be talking about living in Derby. So when I was a student here, in all my 3 years, I did live in Derby. And my favorite thing to do was to walk around the city centre because everything was close to me. I could go for a coffee and then go do some shopping, food shopping, clothes shopping, and I love the little museums, the little pockets, and as Radzi said, the Peak District is right on our doorstep, and we have Mark Eaton Park just to walk from the main campus. So Derby, it was a great place for me to live in. And of course the nightlife here is really good. We're going to talk more about that with my guests, Iona and Marge, and I want to know about what they love about living in Derby. So Marge, we're going to talk to you first. What are your favourite things to do here in Derby?
So there were quite a lot of things to do. So if I wanted to socialise, we had like bowling alleys, we had cinemas, just all kinds of things. If I wanted to be a little bit more sporty, we had like the sports centres. We've also got like climbing facilities as well, so I could go bouldering if I wanted to. So like there was all sorts to cater for what I was like feeling really.
I like that. Iona, what about you? What do you like to do around here?
I think I like the fact that it's just I can find what kind of place I want in regards of my feelings. So if I want to go for like a coffee shop, I can just go for it because we have lots of those. And it's just a great thing. I feel like Derby is kind of a mixture of everything. So you have lots of options to go for when it comes to food, when it comes to drinks, when it comes to just people and culture. You have everything you want. And I think what I've loved the most though is just the nature, because we're surrounded by nature. Obviously we have the Mark Eaton Park, which is a great place to hang out with friends or just go for reading a book. It's just one of my favorite places in Derby, I guess.
And honestly, the swans in Mark Eaton Park are sassy. You know, you don't mess with them, you leave them alone. They like to play around with other things, but it's a fun place to watch. Now we're going to talk about the people and the atmosphere of living here in Derby. In your opinion, what is it like? What are the people like here?
So they're quite vibrant, like culturally diverse. Like it's not all just like the sea of like the same faces. Like you see all kinds of different people, different walks of life as well. So it's quite vibrant, lively, and cultural.
And what about you?
Yeah, as Marge said, it's quite diverse. You find people from every possible country here, and you get to know a little bit of every culture, languages as well. Because there were some students at some point they were just offering to teach you their native language, which is amazing. And also the people from here, the locals, are just amazing. You simply walk on the street and people just smile at you. It's just wow, it's great. Comparing to my country, for example, people tend to be more workaholics, but here everyone's just having a good time. Everyone's just in a good mood constantly, and I'm just like, I need to learn from you guys.
And I would love to know which country did you come from?
I'm from Romania.
And what was it like going from Romania to here in Derby?
Well, it was quite a culture shock. So I'm from the east. I just came here to east. So it was unexpected for me as a student. I just came with this whole perspective. Everything's just gonna be the same, but it wasn't actually. It was my first time abroad on my own, obviously. So it took me a while until I got used to it. But then I just realized I'm in a community when everyone is the same, so we're all students and everyone's just trying to help us, so you can just again learn from everyone. It's quite interesting. It was quite a challenging experience when I think about it.
Oh, thank you so much guys for speaking to me. We're going to talk to Clarence next, but just after this video. Welcome back to Blends with me. I'm now joined by Clarence. Now Clarence is an international student and I'm going to talk to you about living in Derby. So before coming to Derby, which country did you come from?
Yep, so I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, back in the United States.
And what was it like when you first came here?
Kind of like Iona mentioned, it was a culture shock for sure. I'm from a desert type atmosphere, and then coming here, you get a lot of seasons, whether it's in a day, within the week, and so that was something different. So I'm just kind of adapting to that, but I have really, I guess, adapted well and enjoyed it so far.
What are your favorite places to visit in Derby?
So I'm kind of a fitness guy, so I like to visit the parks because they're just so pretty, and whether I can run around them, I can bike around them, visit them. You guys have mentioned Markeaton Park a lot, and I stayed on the in Flamsteed, and so my backyard was essentially Markeaton Park, and so I was there all the time, avoiding the swans, of course, because they are very aggressive, and so not only Markeaton Park, there's Darley Park, which is a beautiful park. And then if you cycle around, you can definitely go and find the other places like that. But and then also just kind of going into the city, being in that environment as well. That is a lot different than what I'm used to back home because everything is so spread out back home. And so just being able to go and whether it's find a shop, find the museums like you had mentioned, that was something that I've really enjoyed.
And what about making friends? Coming from Arizona to Derby, what was that like for you?
So as I said, I was a sports scholar while I've been at the university. So you immediately come in with teammates, brothers, sisters, and so they are very helpful to get into to go and meet friends. They are going to bring you out. They are going to make sure that you feel welcome here. And then also, if anyone hears my accent, they are immediately like, why are you in Derby? And that just sparks up a conversation. So as long as you are open to whether it's meeting new people or just being able to, or just I guess just meeting new people, you will have no problem making friends or meeting new people.
I like that. Now, being a student, one of the things that's on our checklist is the nightlife.
Yep.
So what do you think the nightlife is like here in Derby?
Yes, it is a lot. Again, it is a lot different than back home. But what I have enjoyed is that you can find something that whatever is your taste, you can find it here in Derby. Whether it is hip hop, whether it's techno or dance hall and things like that. So there is just a little taste of everything. Obviously, right now things have been a little sticky, but even with the measures that are happening around, it has still been very enjoyable.
I love that. And the people of Derby, the residents, what do you think? Iona and Marge say that they're wonderful. Has that also been your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said already, when they hear that I'm from America, they want to spark up a conversation, which is really nice, which makes me feel at home in a sense. So if they if I would be walking around, people would just be flying by me, I would be like, oh, this is kind of this is kind of ridiculous. But no, it has been beautiful. And I think Iona had mentioned as well that so when I was in the United States, that's pretty much the only people you see. And so even not only within England, but even within Derby as well, I see so many different cultures, so many different people. And so, that has been something that I have really enjoyed, to hear the different languages and things like that.
Thank you so much, Clarence. Now, Derby is an amazing city and there's so much to do. Now check out Tamsin's favourite places to visit here in Derby.
Hi, my name's Tamsin and I'm a student here at Derby, and I joined the university in September 2018 on a foundation year. I am now in my first year of my degree, and I thought I would answer some questions that students at Derby are frequently asked. I currently live in Derby. I am living in halls of residence, and this is my second year living in halls. I absolutely love living in halls because of their central location. They are in really close proximity to the city centre, meaning I can walk just about anywhere. I am originally from Sheffield and I'd never been to Derby before I came to start looking here for university. As soon as I came to explore the city, I loved it. I got to discover all of the cute little shops that there are and the bars and restaurants. There's some really cool chain restaurants that we have across the UK, but there's also some really lovely independent ones that are exclusive to Derby. I also got to explore all of the shops that we have and get to know the area and figure out how I would go about living here. Before I moved to Derby, I did come and visit the city on multiple occasions just to get a feel for the place and work out where my local shops would be and also the local pubs. up because everybody needs to know that. A couple of my favourite things to do in Derby are go shopping at the Intu Centre, go to Bustler Street Food Market to discover lots of yummy street food traders, and also take part in all of the activities that there are in Derby, including bowling, escape rooms and the cinema. As I just mentioned, there are plenty of things to do with friends. Me and my friends get up to a lot of fun on the weekends exploring the city because we're all new to Derby and it's a great way to get out and see what there is on offer. I find balancing my personal life with being a student really manageable, as like I mentioned earlier, everything is in close proximity in Derby, meaning I don't spend too much time on public transport or walking from A to B. I can really make the most of a day because I can get about super easily, and if I need to take a bus anywhere I can use the Unibus, which are free of charge to students, which makes it super handy and a low cost way of getting about. Derby has so much to offer as a city and I'm really lucky to be a student here. I couldn't think of a better place to go to university. I get the amazing balance of this city and the countryside, and with everything being within such close proximity, it means that exploring is very easy to do. The city is also so well connected, which makes it super cool for somebody like me who loves to travel. I'm 20 minutes away from East Midlands Airport, and I'm also very close on trains to other major cities. If you would like to follow along with more of my adventures in Derby, don't forget to go and follow me on Instagram. My username is @TamzinLena, and I post on there all about my life as a student here at the University of Derby.
Thank you, Tamzin. I think it's safe to say that when it comes to Derby, it is a place for everyone. Now, the fact that you're here watching this probably means that you're thinking about taking that big and exciting step to move away from home. And if so, the University of Derby's award-winning accommodation is the place for you. There is a wide range of choice in the form of accommodation in Derby, so whatever you're looking for, you can be sure to find something that suits you. Yes, the University Halls of Residence Kitchen, the hub, as we basically used to call it. It's where you start the day, it's where you finish after a night out. But for me, what made it so special was the fact that my flatmates, they weren't on my course, they didn't play for my sports teams, and that's why they became friends for life, because we shared an experience that I will never forget right here. But there's another room as important, and it is indeed the bedrooms. Let's take a look. Come on into my place. Now, all halls of residence rooms are simple, but you know what? They're your space. And that's exactly what I think you should do. Make them your own space. So I had photos of my family, I had posters of my heroes, but ultimately, this thing here, this got a lot of sleep. And this thing here, this is where an awful lot of work happened. But when you're not in your room and you're not in the kitchen, there's another place you might have fun as well. The common room. They all have their own quirks and everyone is slightly different. This one not only has a pool table, but it also has a DVD player, consoles, a TV screen, books for you to read. But actually my favorite thing is that throughout the year they have an extensive events program for you to get involved with as well. So no matter what you like doing, there's always something for you. Yeah, I almost forgot the laundry. I didn't always send my washing home to my mum to do. I occasionally did it myself, especially when my stuff really needed it. And this really needs it. I still don't know how it works. It's funny, but it's also kind of true. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Now, in the studio, we're going to be speaking to a few people about Halls life, but we'll kick things off with Mahika and Owen, both of whom live in Halls of Residence. Guys, welcome to Open Day Live.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I'll come to you first, Mahika. So, Mahika, you're an international student, is that correct?
Yes.
And whereabouts are you from?
I'm from India, New Delhi.
And what originally brought you to Derby?
Sorry?
What made you come to Derby?
So the course actually, they offered a joint honours course and it was really attractive. I'm doing dance, movement studies and psychology. So it was like the perfect choice for me.
That's the perfect choice for everyone, dance and psychology. I love that. I wish I'd chosen that over economics. And what about yourself, Owen? What are you studying?
I'm studying forensic science and I'm going into my third year, so yeah, it's all very exciting stuff.
And where are you from in the country?
Just on the border of Coventry. It's in a small town, so yeah, it's quite not too far away from Derby. It's about an hour's drive.
put just far enough away, but
Yeah,
not too
exactly.
far, you can still
Just
come back.
have that independence and everything, yeah.
Let's talk about halls of residence. So Mahika, which one are you in?
I'm in Princess Alice Court currently.
And how's that?
Oh, it's amazing. I'm living with my friends this year.
Oh, so you got to choose who you're with for your second year?
Oh, yeah. So we applied together at the end of the first year, and now we're living together.
Perfect. I can see by the smile on your face, you're happy.
Yeah.
And Owen, what about yourself? Which halls?
I'm in Cathedral Court, and I'm also living with my friends. So this will be my third year going into student accommodation with Derby. But yeah, it's been a great experience for me. So much so that I've stayed on so long. Yeah.
And some people watching this may potentially be applying for halls. Do you get to apply for a specific hall, or how does that work?
Yeah, so you can apply for a specific hall, obviously depending on availability and everything, but obviously you get to put your choices down as well, I'm pretty certain, so whichever one your preferred one is, and then second choice, things like that. And if you're coming with friends as well, you can also select those to come with you as well, if you want to be in the same halls, yeah.
And from a cost standpoint, how expensive has living in halls been?
So there's a range of types of rooms you can select from, which ranges from student budget friendly and more luxurious ones. So about 5,000 to 6,000 pounds a year.
Okay, so all within that kind of similar price bracket.
Yeah.
And in terms of en suites, did you get to select that, or how does that work?
Yeah, so there's, as mentioned, there's different types of rooms that are available. So you can have the ensuite or the shared bathroom, which depend on which one's your preference. It doesn't really matter. Like they're all, as long as they're keeping opposite. With ensuite, you have to sort of maintain that yourself. Whereas with shared, you do get the cleaners coming in and they clean that for you. So I guess it's like a bonus in that sense.
So you said the word cleaner, so you get cleaners?
Yeah,
Yes.
we do. Yeah.
And self-catered or catered, how does that work?
All of the halls are self-catered.
So which means we're going to be cooking in the kitchen?
Yes.
How's that been?
It is quite interesting. I learned quite a lot, a few injuries here and there, but it was quite fun as well.
And what about yourself? I would say, I'm going to stereotype slightly. I'd say boys don't learn quite as quickly.
Oh no, I love cooking.
Oh,
I
nice
love
one.
it. Yeah, I'm straight off the bat. I was already cooking at home and everything. So it's just getting a bit more independence and everything. So especially when it comes to doing your own shopping, that's something new. But yeah, I love it. Honestly, it's comfortable as well.
I tell you what I didn't consider when I went to university is the fact that the people that you live with, how important a role they play in your entire university life. Did they become friends?
Oh yes, I made some really great friends, and there was a lot of exchange of cultures and different stories where they are from. You get to share your culture with them. You celebrate different festivals together. So I also celebrated my some Hindu festivals with them, celebrated Christmas with them. It was really nice, yeah.
In terms of going back to when you started, so you've just applied for Derby, you've just applied for halls of residence. Is there anything you'd do differently looking back?
Not really. I loved my first year. It was really amazing, comfortable, supportive. The facilities were amazing, so not really.
That's good to hear. And what about yourself, Owen?
Likewise, it's a great learning experience. Like you get to build such a great sense of community because it's not just the people that you're living with. Like usually you'll find people that are living outside of your halls that are in different rooms upstairs or in different section, things like that. And you'll basically be able to make like a small community, and it gets bigger and bigger. And yeah, it's really nice.
And how far away are your halls from campus, by the way?
Oh, they're pretty close. We also have the uni bus, the shuttle bus, which is free of cost.
Perfect.
So, and it's also near to the city centre, so it's a perfect location, yeah.
And what about yourself, buddy?
Yeah, so mine's about like 20 minutes walk away from the university, but there is again the number 6 bus that literally passes right around the corner from it, which is active like every 10 minutes, I believe, like passing by. So yeah, you've got frequent transport there. So either you walk or you go by bus, it's whichever one.
One of the drawbacks some halls of residence have is that you might need to vacate in holiday times. Does that apply to yourself?
It does, yes. So over the summer I had to vacate my room, but there's also halls available during the summertime if you want to stay back.
Okay.
So you have to apply for that and you can shift your stuff there.
And what about yourself, Owen?
Yeah, likewise. There are places that are specifically open for summer stay, but yeah, it's pretty well done.
Mahika, can I ask, were you nervous when you came over from India? A totally different land, totally different people. Presumably you don't know many people, if any at all. How did you feel?
It was quite nerve-wracking the first few weeks, but I feel, yeah, when I met new people and just talked to them, had a good time going out, it just felt like home. Everyone was very welcoming and warm, and that made the experience amazing.
And I've got to ask, so if you're doing dancing for studies, does that mean that you can do research at night time by going out to nightclubs and bars?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, yeah, I did go to a few clubs and parties, but not a lot.
Not too many. I like it, keeping your cards close to your chest. What kind of dance do you do, by the way?
I'm trained in an Indian classical dance form, so I do Kathak.
That's fantastic. And do you guys have specific plans you want to do when you graduate, or are you sort of just going to explore it when the time comes?
I think in my case it's more so exploring. Obviously we all have sort of an idea of where we want to go. It's just whether or not things like work out in terms of like reality and obviously applying it, obviously. But yeah, it just sort of going with the flow of things, really. But yeah.
I do plan to do my master's, but I don't know if I'll do it like immediately after, or I might work for a bit. But let's see what happens.
Guys, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Just finally, I think I know the answer to this. For anyone thinking about applying for halls, what would you say to them? I'll start with you, Mahika.
Oh, you should definitely do. It gives you a head start at socializing and you just feel right at home.
Thank you. And Owen?
Yeah, for first year it's part of the university experience to just build that sense of community and getting, like fitting into everything with university. It's vital, if anything. But yeah.
It's awesome to hear from the horse's mouth that it actually really has been a fantastic experience. Thank you very much, guys. We'll let you go. Your work for today has been done, and we're going to bring in Lisa, because Lisa has a very important role. She works as a life coordinator. Lisa, come on down, as I used to say in the late 90s on TV. How are you?
I'm good, thank you very much.
And welcome to Open Day Live.
Thank you.
How's your morning been so far?
Okay, yeah, very nice.
And now we're going to put you to the test, Lisa. So what's your role, first of all?
So I work as a residence life coordinator for student living. So we look after the events for all the students who live in our halls of residence across Derby.
I bet it's lovely to hear students talking genuinely about how pleased they are with their experience.
Definitely, yeah, that's what makes it. That's, yeah, very rewarding, yeah.
So they mentioned that all the halls in Derby are self-catered.
Yes.
And how do halls differ from one to the other, would you say?
So they're all different. So they offer just different facilities. Some are based sort of right in the city centre. Some are within kind of the sort of student village, if you like, so a bit closer to the campus. So it just depends. They're all a different standard and different, like I say, different facilities.
So this is all about prospective students watching, potentially coming to Derby. Are there any things people should think about when applying for halls?
I should think probably just if you wanted a specific hall, say for example if you wanted ensuite rather than shared facilities, it would be better to apply earlier rather than later, so the sooner the better.
Okay, yes.
And also things like parking, if you had a car and planned to bring your car, only some of the halls have parking, so it would be better to apply earlier again. So things like that, yeah.
And from a cost implication, how much could we be talking about at the very top end and bottom end?
So it varies. The prices change, obviously they change each year. It can run from about £120 a week up to say £150 a week. So it just depends on the type of accommodation. Obviously some have been newly built over the last couple of years. And some are a bit of an older style accommodation with shared facilities, which is obviously at the lower end of the price bracket. So.
But touching on that, the halls I looked around, I was blown away. I mean, they had consoles, pool tables, but also activities arranged as well.
Yes, so my role is to organise activities for the students who live in halls of residence. So we put a programme of events on that starts from that first week that they move in, it goes right through until they leave us, and it's all sorts of things. So, for example, we have day trips. We've been to Blackpool, to London.
Nice.
We've done Alton Towers. We've done ghost walks around Derby. We do quizzes, bingo, cookery nights. We've even done goat yoga. So
goat yoga?
Yes.
How did that go?
Really well.
How did it goat?
Yeah.
I said there are going to be some puns, Lisa. I said there are going to be some puns. We're going to move on because it was awful. In terms of the word or the letter RA, what exactly is an RA?
So that's a residence assistant. So they are students who work for us. So they work on site and they usually work between sort of the hours when the hall managers leave us after the working hour, the office working hours, until the security comes on at night. So there's always somebody on site 24 hours a day. If anything were to happen or they need support, they'd be there.
And would RAs be second years and above, or can they be any year?
They can be first years. They usually are second years. They've usually lived with us before, but they don't have to be. But they're fully trained throughout the summer in preparation for the September incoming students. So they're trained on a wide range of things, yeah.
And the other piece of the jigsaw, so securities, RAs, but there's also a hall manager.
Yes, so they work typical office hours during the daytime, and they're there for all sorts of support during the day, sort of the logistics of the build, that sort of thing, but also for the pastoral care side of things,
yes.
Well-being. And we also have access to obviously the wellbeing team who are based at Keddleston Road, but we also have them, you know, down on site when needed, if needed.
You mentioned car parks could be a reason why you want to apply early.
Yes.
Is a place in the halls guaranteed for first years?
It's guaranteed. We say it's guaranteed until the 31st of July, but we have been able to go, you know, sort of later on and be able to offer those places for first years later than that. So it is worth still having a look sort of later on, even after the clearing dates.
And would you recommend people look online for details, or would you kind of say actually try and go to the halls and actually physically look at them?
At the moment, obviously, this year may be slightly different. So all of our tours are online. They're virtual tours online, so on the website. So everyone's got it's got a really good sort of 360-degree virtual tour of every hall, so they can see all the rooms and that kind of thing. So it's probably, at the moment, given the current climate, it's probably better to do that until we're able to open the halls for people to come and have a look at in person.
And just finally, we're trying to cram the Derby experience into 5 hours. It's a tough job, but is there anything that we've missed out that you think we should be talking about or should be mentioning in terms of halls and thinking of applying for them?
I just think that the first year in particular, for you to live in halls just gives you that experience that you probably won't get again. You're moving in with new people, you're experiencing different cultures, different people from all over the world, really. Getting to do activities and socialise with them is just going to set you off on the right foot, I think, for that first year.
Lisa, thank you very much. That insight was invaluable. I definitely loved my time in halls of residence. Well, you've heard it from the horse's mouth. As I said, Derby is a special place to live, to work and to study.
Living with the University of Derby is amazing.
I'm close to town, I'm close to my lectures, I have great support in halls.
It's such a nice flat, it's so spacious.
It's such a positive experience because you do meet a lot of lifelong friends.
In this standard room you get a single bed, and next to it you get a lovely notice board, which I've mostly just used for pictures.
I have an absolutely unnatural obsession with dinosaurs.
So coming through here, the first thing you see is your bed. So it's a 3/4 size bed and it has all under bed storage as well. I've got my weekly planner, which I've only just started to do today.
And the wardrobe itself is huge. It can fit all my clothes and it's got some nice drawers at the bottom.
We've got the sink here, which is pretty handy for in the mornings.
It's really useful for brushing your teeth and washing your face in.
Most importantly to me, I've got my computer and my gaming setup.
You've got your desk chair which can swivel, and then I've got my printer on here.
The halls itself offers really good internet, so it's ideal for gaming, and there's no sort of hidden costs or fees or anything for the internet. It's just flat out brilliant to begin with.
One of the great things about living in halls is I do not have to worry about paying for electric bills, heating bills or water bills because it's all included and I can relax.
We have Jack's room, and there's Jack playing on his game. Say hi, Jack. And then we have a nice large bathroom. It's absolutely enormous, as you can tell.
We've got the shower, racks for everyone to their shampoo and conditioner.
Here we've got the communal kitchen, the microwave, toaster, oven, massive fridge, and that's all you could really want in a kitchen. There's so much space in here.
So as you can see, there's loads and loads of cupboard space, which works out perfectly.
You're so close to all the shops and the shopping centres.
It's a nice little town to have a walk around. Plenty of old buildings, plenty of good, quaint little shops to have a look in as well. One thing I like to do when I'm shopping is make sure I've got a good idea of what it is I want to have that week, so that way I don't overspend and it helps me really stick to my budget.
I've just been to Tesco Express to do a really quick food shop, so I'm going to show you what I bought. So I got some toilet roll, some bread, sweet potatoes, some chicken, some avocados, strawberries, some fabric conditioner and some hummus as well. And that is my light food shop for the weekend.
I'm just on the way to uni because I have a volcanology lecture.
Each hall has a set of RAs. RAs are students who basically live in halls and also work in halls as well.
At the moment, I'm off to work. We're holding a cookery class in the common room because I'm a social rep, and we hold events for everyone in halls.
No! Just about to go off snowboarding now with everyone from the Snow Sports Society, and I can't wait. Did you have fun? A lot of fun.
So for me, Tuesday nights are esports nights when we compete, so halls is an ideal place because we've got high-speed internet.
I've just realised that there's a petting zoo outside, so let's go take a look.
Living with the University of Derby is great. You're close to town, you're close where your lectures are, you've got shopping just around the corner, and you make great friends here.
It's so easy to socialise with everyone. It's such a central location. It's just so much fun.
I definitely would recommend it to anyone. It's a good experience for teaching you a bit of independence.
My experience living here has been amazing, and it's down to the staff and just the ease of living here. It's been amazing.
University halls. It's such a unique, special time, but not all students decide to live in halls when they come to university, and that's okay. There are many benefits to living at home, but do you get the same student experience? Well, let's find out from Emma, who does exactly that. And Emma, so this is where you live, and whereabouts is this in Derby?
This is my house.
So in all seriousness, so you live at home.
Yes,
what
I do,
made
yeah.
you decide to go down that route?
Basically, a lot to do with finances, so you've got the chance to save up a lot more money. It makes your home life and university life a bit more easy to manage because you're not in one place for a long period of time and then have to move. And so for my circumstances, it was better for me.
So it was right for
to
you?
manage, yeah.
And how much do you think you might have saved doing that as a ballpark figure, do you reckon? Something, so it's a significant...
So it's a significant amount. So I got the same maintenance loan as people that lived in halls, so the money that I would have spent on rent, I
saved that, yeah, perfect. So it really has worked for you. And what?
I can't say I saved all of it, but
you've been having
that was the idea.
And in terms of that, do you feel like you've missed out on the social side of things by choosing to live at home?
Not at all, no. The social events at the University of Derby are very varied, so it's not all nights out. There's things in the day, there's like non-drinking events, so you can drive there and drive back, or like there's so much transport. So I live in Nottingham, so there's a bus that runs like 24 hours. There's the train if you live anywhere else, or a lot of the times what I did, especially on nights out, just bought one of my mates a bottle of wine and stopped at their house.
Always thinking.
Yeah, or say if it's like a big night out and you've got uni the next day, not that you go out before a lecture.
Of course not.
No. Just club together, get somewhere really cheap with people that live from home and just stay somewhere overnight. That's what we did. So just make friends with people that are in halls, basically.
And for anyone who's not from the area, you mentioned you live in Nottingham. How far is that from Derby Uni?
Without traffic, it can take like half an hour, 45 minutes. With traffic, it can be a bit longer. So if you are planning to live at home and commute, just take into consideration how long it's going to take in the morning in traffic, because it can be a big difference. But.
And what do you do between lectures, or has your course meant that you're just jam-packed throughout the day?
It varied really. Sometimes we had lectures just in the morning, so you could go home after, or some in the morning and then some more in the afternoon. But you can get together with your friends in between. Or you can study in the library, or there's the gym. Like there's plenty to do. You can go into town with your friends. So you're not isolated just because you're at home. You would do exactly the same as what people in halls do. Like people that live in halls don't just go. Some might do, but they won't just go home, sit in their halls, and then come back. You're not stranded because you haven't got a halls to go to. So yeah, it's great. And if anything, you make the most of your time when you are there, because you don't not always live there. It's not your home. That makes sense.
And what course are you on, by the way?
Well, I've just graduated from doing occupational therapy degree.
Perfect. Did you get the degree you wanted?
Yes.
What did you get?
What grade?
Grade-wise.
first.
Oh, look at this. It really does work being at home.
It does work.
And so what's the plan now?
I've got a job, started that on Monday, and...
So let's just be clear, in times of COVID, when everything's uncertain, you've smashed the degree and you've got a job starting on Monday.
Yeah, and no, I started last Monday.
Oh wow, how's it gone?
Fab. Yeah, really good, thank you. And the Monday before that, I started a European master's degree. So.
Oh, blimey. Does it get anything else? Did you win the lottery while you were at it?
Unfortunately.
And in terms of the job, how crucial was your degree to getting that job, by the way?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to do it without the degree at all. So yeah, it was the job. So I'm an occupational therapist.
Yeah.
So that's what I did the degree for. And same with the masters. Like when we started teaching that, I was so grateful for the stuff that we learned at Derby, because I would have no clue what I was doing otherwise. So yeah, everything that I'm doing now after university is to do with like everything that I learned at Derby and did at Derby. So.
And just looking back, how much do you put that down to the course versus your actual choice to do it at Derby?
I would say half and half, really, especially, and that's like a massive representation of how you don't miss out because you're at home. Like when I first applied to go to university, I thought and had the idea that I would just drive there, do the lecture and go home because I was living at home, but I was totally wrong. I fully got involved with the university, so it's definitely, if there's one thing I can say is you definitely don't, you don't miss out.
Perfect, so don't write it off because it might be right for you.
No, yeah, and I always say to everybody, like, if you live at home, like you're not at university, if you go to an event or go out somewhere, it's not always on your doorstep. So, like, you do travel.
Yes.
So it's just, yeah, it's just what you get used to. So I loved it.
And I tell you what, you want to talk about adverts for not going to halls, a first, and you've gone straight into a job, smashing life out in the park. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
That is how you do it, by the way. Now, don't forget to visit one of our halls of residence, which obviously Emma wasn't a part of. All you need to do is book on one of our campus tours and take a look for yourself. Now, though, I mentioned a man who, among other things, is a star on a show which sounds a little bit like Boggle Gox. For contractual reasons, we can't say it, but we're going to allude to it by handing to the man himself. Bassett, how are you, sir? Fantastic. Some great conversations with some students, some great stuff there, Radzi. Similar to Emma's story, actually, I didn't stay in halls of residence, and I didn't do as well as the first, but she did absolutely fantastic, which is brilliant. And speaking of halls of residence, the people whose halls of residence I used to go to look nothing like what they look like now. They look absolutely amazing. So that's fantastic. And the fact that you've got communal area with his Xboxes, playing pool, really, really cool stuff, which is brill. So Radzi's done an amazing job of giving you a whistle-stop tour. I know he's only got five hours to get loads of stuff done, but we covered so many things. The Union of Students, I was amazed at everything that goes on with the Union of Students. I think the assumption is that it's all about drinks and going out and everything. It really isn't. They really, really look after you. So make sure you use them and use their support. Even though they do tend to sit on milk urns when they're doing interviews, which I've found kind of weird, but still pretty cool. We saw the nurses and the nursing facility, which was absolutely incredible. Paula Holt, I better not make that same mistake as well. So passionate, and so are our staff. And I think that's a testament to how well you'll be looked after at the university. When the staff are that passionate about it, you know you're in safe hands. For me, this is so cool though, because Derby is the city I've grown up in. I went to the University of Derby, and it's great just to see how far it's come along, and the city itself, and how many amazing things are going on. So hopefully you're getting a nice feel off it, and it's really positive, and hopefully you're enjoying it. Thank you very much, Bass. It's now just another reminder, and I'm going to give you so many reminders throughout the day, that our subject chats are open, for which there is still time to join the 11:30 chats, which include, I'm going to list them: diagnostic radiography, criminology and policing, journalism, built environments, theatre and music. But first though, let's talk about our psychology programme, which is taught by experts at the forefront of the profession. And if you're here to learn more about that, then do take a look at our interview with graduate Daniel and senior psychology lecturer, Carrie. Now though, if you're anything like me and you love your sports, then don't move a muscle, because Derby's football journalism degree is one of the very few in the country. Some of my mates have actually gone on this, by the way, and it is off the charts. And if you'd like to be part of the action as a football journalist, this course might just be the course for you.
My name is Pete Lansley. I'm Senior Lecturer in Football Journalism at the University of Derby. Football journalism is one of the programmes we have within the journalism department. We have a journalism degree, we have a specialist sports degree, as well as the football journalism degree. On the football journalism course, we have a great partnership with Derby County. It's really exciting because the students get such benefit out of it. They report on the under-18s, the under-23s, as well as the women's football teams. They get so much experience. On match days, invariably, when it's not locked down, we have students coming in on the championship games. They take part in the managers' press conferences afterwards. It's a huge benefit to us.
I study football journalism, and one of my aspirations before I came onto the course was to be a football commentator. But I think what the course has now made me realise is that I've opened my eyes to other options, such as being a writer or a content producer. I didn't really realise how many different options there were in the football journalism industry. I was so set on being a commentator or a TV presenter, but now I've really fallen in love with writing, like match reports, interviews with managers, writing up what they've said for websites, newspapers. So there's just so much to do on my course, and I really enjoy it. So I'm here today at Pride Park, the home of Derby County Football Club, and we've been here before doing some match reports, not only with the academy team but also with the professional football team here, and that's just such an unreal experience to report from a championship team like Derby County with the fan base and being involved. And one of the nice things about their press box is you're really in the thick of the action. You got the fans to your right, to your left, below you. You can hear them chanting, and it's just a great environment to report from.
One of the great things about the course is how involved in the real world of football journalism the students can become. For example, they have their own website, the Derby Uni Footy Journos, which has got quite a nice following now, and they've been out to the Women's World Cup, they went to the European Championships 3 years ago. Geographically, we also have the advantage of being 10 miles away from St George's Park, the national football team's football centre. It's a great advantage when we can go down there. We report on under-18s games, for example. Sometimes the women are training there and we can get access occasionally. So that's a huge benefit. Then also on the journalism course generally, we have the Story Hub website, which is where the students can put their own work, they can get it to professional standard, and they can also get grades from it. Obviously, employability is really important to us. Of the first cohort who graduated, I think 14 had got full-time employment by the time they came to their graduation ceremony. And only this week, as we're speaking now, one girl, Holly Percival, got a job at The Athletic as a junior news editor, one of the most prestigious roles you could get, quite honestly. So it's a really exciting time in those terms as well.
I think one of my best success was getting into my first professional press box as an accredited journalist. That was at West Bromwich Albion versus Swansea City last December. I was the first year, and after 3 months of learning, I was already in a professional press box. What that led to was consistently, week in, week out, going to press boxes, which also allowed me the opportunity to speak to professionals and just get to know the industry much better. So I think one of the best things about having my lecturers on the course is that they're so easy to engage with. I think one of the best things is that they come into the course with great knowledge, not just the academics, but the outside in the real world. They know what's to come when I'm looking for a job in a year and a half when I finish my course, well, 2 years now. But they've got the connections, and I think what they do a great job of is introducing you to professionals in the industry. And I think that's just so important, to start making relationships with people who are already in a job, because that's something that I'll be definitely looking forward to in the near future.
My name is Nikita Henshaw, and I am studying football journalism at the University of Derby. I come from South Africa, so I made a big move to come here and study this course, this specific course. It was quite challenging, but very exciting, a big move in my life, and well worth it. I just always, you know, I had this passion for football, and it was one that was undying, you know, where you just didn't want to sit at home and just watch it. You just wanted to get involved. My career aspirations, originally I wanted to become either a presenter or behind the camera, producing, editing, in front of the camera, anything to do with audio and visuals. But you just learn new skills, and you learn about writing and social media, and that's, you know, it's just broadened the horizons for me. So the lecturers really help you in the sense where they have so much experience in the industry, so they're constantly putting you in touch with all these different contacts, and you're always just getting your foot out there. You're getting known, you're speaking to people. They constantly put you in touch with people that can help you, and they always just like trying to inspire you, trying to like find your voice.
You learn about how newspapers run, how to target a certain audience of when you're writing. So if I'm writing for a newspaper, it'll be different audience than say I'm writing online. And also in that module you learn a lot about branding, how to brand yourself online. You know, whatever you say online is here to stay. So there's a big focus point on making sure that what you write online now it will be okay in 10 years. And then we also take match reporting in your first year. In class, you get rid of your mistakes in class before you then go out and take them into the real world. So you kind of get them all out of your system, because you're going to make mistakes. You're a first year, you know, it's fine to make mistakes, but just as long as you learn from them. And then another one I really enjoyed was audio and video journalism. Basically just learning how to use cameras, learning how to speak properly in front of a camera or microphones, make sure your voice is projected in a certain way that is suitable for the audience to hear, and it just gives you that confidence. Like, I've never really done much on front of cameras. Like, I used to be quite nervous before I came onto the course, but definitely from audio and video journalism I feel so much more confident doing camera work, doing microphone work. And then the other one was photojournalism, which was more specific to on the mobile. Obviously everyone's got a phone these days, and you never know when you're going to take a video with your phone or that like defining image that can get shared and get multiple retweets and likes and bring followers to your page.
Doing this course at the University of Derby and here in the UK is great for opportunities. Coming from abroad, I didn't have much exposure to the Premier League and the Championship, and one of the benefits of studying football journalism in this country is there's such a passion for this game here, and you know, I thought I loved it there. I thought I knew like everything about it, but I come here and I meet other students, and they know the history, and they inspire me as well to do better, and the love for the game just keeps growing, and the love for producing and journalism and editing and just all that just grows with it, and you just want to be more involved. What I would say to anyone considering joining this course is just do it, don't overthink it. If you feel like your skills aren't that great, this is the perfect opportunity for you to develop them, and you'll just keep getting better with experience and practice, and there's so many people to guide you, and it is the perfect opportunity for you to develop your skills and grow as a journalist.
I think one of the best things about being at University of Derby is not only the friendships you make, but like the way you learn is just incredible. Like, I feel so comfortable in a learning environment, and being in the classroom, like, you know, you're surrounded by people who want to be the best of students that they can be. You're always challenging each other to be better, and that just takes the level up. Just one of the things about being at University of Derby is it's definitely made me more confident, not only in myself, but like my ability-wise. People that are looking to come onto the course, just make sure you have an open mind. I just wanted to be a football commentator. I never knew that I could write, or I never knew that I would enjoy writing so much. So definitely keep an open mind. Keep talking to people, because relationships are so key in this industry and on this course. You want as many friends as possible, because you never know when they can help you out. You just keep your relationships fresh, make sure to keep active on your social media, keep building your own brand, making sure that you're looking as professional as possible from an early age. You know, it's okay to make yourself look like a student because you are a student, but at the end of the day you might want to start making yourself look more professional online, and then people start taking you more seriously, and then that's just one more step into the industry. And just take every opportunity. If someone asks you to do something and you've never done it before, that's fine, you can do it. You're in your first year at uni. If you make a mistake, you make a mistake, but at least you can learn from it in the future, and you can just progress overall as a person, not just an academic.
Derby County Football Club is really important to the local community. We have a huge fan base in Derby of Derby County supporters, which we're very lucky to have, but it touches more than just the hardcore fan. We have fans far and wide, and then just people in the local community that the football club supports in some way, whether it's bringing a smile on a Saturday or the community trust who offer a range of different programmes, from cancer programmes through to higher education coaching courses. The football club really is the heart and centre of our community, and I'm really proud of that. The university started a relationship with the football club many years ago to utilise the football club as an advertising vehicle to get new students. What we've seen across the last 7 years is that we now have a sports management degree that we operate in tandem with the university, and that's really important for the football club because it means we can generate our newest members of staff into the team. They're hungry, they're eager, they've got new skill sets that perhaps some people at the football club don't already have. It gives the students such a good foot into the industry. I have one member of staff that is fresh from the University of Derby, working full-time within my team, and then other members that are currently studying at the University of Derby working within my matchday team too. University of Derby students working at the football club on a match day should approach their day like the players. They should utilise everything they've learnt in training, they should perform their role to perfection, and they should give 100% for the badge. There's a really beneficial partnership between Derby County Women's Football Club and the football journalism course at the University of Derby. The students gain real life experience on the ground whilst raising the profile of the football club.
We've been running the Football Journalism Scholarship Programme alongside Derby County Women for 4 years now. It's really exciting because we've just got to the point where we've got 3 women on the course this year. They'll be playing for the URAMs, they'll be playing for the university, and they'll be on the Football Journalism course. What our bid is to broaden the proportion of women in football journalism, and hopefully we're playing a pioneering role in that.
If you're a woman and you're interested in playing women's football as well as getting your degree, a journalism degree, the university offers this amazing opportunity of a scholarship. All your fees get paid for, so that is amazing. That's how we are bringing more women into the field and just expanding, growing women in football.
Obviously during the pandemic it's a very difficult time for football journalists, as it is for everyone. But what we're trying to do on the course is use our contacts to bring people in virtually. So for example here at Derby County, Curtis Davis and Hannah Ward, 2 of the club's captains, came in and talked to the students, had a Q&A. That was brilliant. We've had some really great guests over the time, from Samantha Griffiths, the Derby County women's manager, to Gareth Southgate, the England manager, Jackie Oatley, the TV presenter. You know, it's been really good the way the industry has backed us.
What a genuinely unique opportunity to work with a team, a football team, an elite team, and actually be part of that for your degree. That means you could potentially work in professional football for the rest of your life. Wow. Now though, back to our psychology programme, which I touched on earlier. And if you're here to learn more about that, then here's a look at the interview with graduate Daniel and senior psychology lecturer Carrie.
My name is Daniel Gaffiero, and I studied the Bachelor of Science in Psychology here at the University of Derby.
Hello, I'm Carrie Childs. I'm Senior Lecturer in Psychology, so I teach on the BSc Psychology.
I had a really fantastic experience at the University of Derby. There's a great psychology community. For instance, there are various societies that you can join, such as the Psychology Society, but also the University of Derby. And Derby generally has a great social life that you can really engage with as an undergraduate student.
So here at Derby we invest heavily in our facilities to make sure that they're representative of what will be used in the workplace.
The university has a fantastic reputation, particularly the BSc psychology programme. And the main reasons I wanted to study the psychology course included the career prospects. So for instance, there are a lot of postgraduate programmes that stem from the BSc course. The fact that you get to use innovative facilities in teaching. So during my undergraduate experience, I was able to use gold standard eye tracking technology, which was absolutely fantastic. Also progression. So not only did I study the undergraduate in psychology, I went on to study the MSc in health psychology, and that undergraduate knowledge, the skills that I learned really helped me to succeed also on the master's programme. Of course, one of the main things as to why I also chose to study at the University of Derby was the fact that the course is accredited by the British Psychological Society, which is really important. And I also attended an open day, and it was just absolutely fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed my time. I was considering a few universities at the time, but then the University of Derby just really stood out to me, and I have loved it ever since. So during my time at the university as an undergraduate, I made use of a number of facilities as part of my course, and I found that these really helped to enhance my experience. So I got access to state-of-the-art eye tracking equipment, which allowed me to track eye movement behaviours and also gain an understanding in both how to design a project that incorporates that technology and also how to analyse the data with regards to that technology. I also got access to lab spaces, which was great for conducting face-to-face research. And during my time, I've also had experience using, for instance, equipment such as the cold presser.
This is our cold presser, so this allows us to induce pain in an ethical way, so by putting your hand into cold water. So it would allow us to explore things that we wouldn't otherwise be able to look at in the real world. You might get the opportunity to use this in your dissertations. So for example, recent student work has looked at people listening to music when they're experiencing pain. So does listening to particular types of music or people's favourite music influence their perceptions? There's also been research which has looked at pain and swearing, and it has been found that if people are swearing while they're experiencing pain, then that reduces our experience of that.
And you also get taught in a number of different technologies and facilities that the University of Derby makes use of. So for instance, as part of undergraduate modules, you also get the opportunity to experience what it's like to use EEG. And also you get to use a number of different software which is available at the University of Derby, including SPSS, but also more specialist software such as Qualtrics, Inquisit, and so on.
For example, within the School of Psychology, we use the phonometer. So this is used to record stress response. So it looks at things like heart rate, blood pressure, and this is used in research in areas such as phobias, so seeing if people are stressed out by certain stimuli, and also detecting deception as well, so figuring out whether people are lying. So the Tobii eye tracking system, this is used to monitor precisely where an individual's looking. So if we're interested in people where are directing their attention. So this is important in a range of areas in psychology. So criminal psychology, for example. So witness testimony, we might mock up a crime scene and look at exactly which details people look at. Consumer psychology, so if we're interested in people's shopping habits and where they might be looking at in the supermarket aisle, for example, and also learning processes too. So if we want to look at where people direct their attention when they're engaging with material.
So I really do feel that the facilities here at the University of Derby have been fundamental to my course and also fundamental to the research that I've undertaken as an undergraduate student. So for instance, when I've done my dissertation, all of the equipment that I used and the facilities that I used really helped me to produce a solid dissertation and really thoroughly investigate that research question.
So these are just a few examples of some of the kinds of equipment that you will use when you're studying on our programmes. So these will allow you to put theory into practice and also allow you to gain an understanding of cutting-edge research.
The psychology team had a really positive impact on my experience as a student. The team are accommodating, encouraging, they adapt to the individual needs of the student. Of course, they're all practitioners in their relative fields, and they're all very knowledgeable and experienced. I really enjoyed all of the lectures, the seminars and workshops, and you can really sense the amount of time and dedication and the passion that they have when delivering their own relative lectures, seminars and workshops and so on. One thing that I think really stands out about psychology here at the University of Derby is the fact that the staff are very hands-on and they always do the best that they possibly can for the students. And for me, that was really inspiring. And really helped me to foster my confidence, but also, my self-awareness and so on. And that really pushed me forward as a student and helped me to really feel part of the University of Derby. I feel the University of Derby has helped massively in my career so far, both at undergraduate and postgraduate level. Particularly at undergraduate level, I met with the Career and Employability Service, and they helped me to really think about my future and my sort of postgraduate career, and also the options that I'd have available to me. So I was really interested in studying health psychology, and they helped me really think about the skills, the qualities, and also the pathways in which I could access that stage 1 training. Fortunately, the University of Derby offers a number of postgraduate courses, so the Careers and Employability Service really helped me to gain that stage 1 training in health psychology here at the university. They also helped me to update my CV, which was really important, especially when you're moving from undergraduate to postgraduate level. But also the university has a fantastic team, psychology team, with great reputations, both nationally and internationally. During my undergraduate studies for my dissertation project, I got to work with Dr. Tom Hunt, who is one of the experts in mathematics anxiety, and that was really invaluable experience for me. But also during that and during my studies, I also got access to state-of-the-art equipment, including eye tracking technology. I got the opportunity to apply for scholarships, such as the Undergraduate Research Scholarship Scheme, which is a 6-week program in the form of a mini PhD, which provides you with funding to carry out your own research, and you also get the opportunity to present your research at the University of Derby's Learning and Teaching Conference, which was absolutely fantastic and something really great to put on the CV. But also you build other contacts with other institutions. The University of Derby psychology team works collaboratively with other institutions, and so you meet people just through that, but also you meet people studying on your course. So I do feel that the University of Derby has helped me massively in my career so far and will continue in the future. Being a student member of the British Psychological Society benefited me in a number of ways. Firstly, it's important to note that student membership is open to everybody studying on a BPS accredited course. So if you do choose to study here at the University of Derby and the undergraduate Bachelor of Science in Psychology, you will get that student membership. And the fantastic thing about that membership is that it includes access to networking opportunities, the BPS student online community. You also get discounts on books, events, e-learning, academic journals, but you also get the chance to transfer to graduate membership free of charge once you've completed your degree. And for me, accessing that opportunity, I was also able to join the student committee as a deputy chair, and that was really valuable to me, particularly as I was able to interact with other members from different institutions and work together to prepare the undergraduate publication, the student publication for the BPS. The one thing that I would say to any students thinking about coming to the University of Derby can be summed up nicely in one word, and that is come. It's a fantastic university, and I can guarantee that you won't regret it. With the team that we have, with the equipment and the expertise it makes for a both exceptional experience, but also a value for money experience.
Single syllable, single word, really simple, just come. The variety and diversity of the courses on offer at Derby is incredible. But another reminder that your subject chats are still open, by the way. And as I kind of touched on then, already we've seen so much, but actually we've barely touched the surface. Stay tuned to hear what's coming up. I've seen that film at least 10 times and I'm never going to get bored of it. That perfectly sums up the Derby Uni experience. Now, I've also had the opportunity to take a look around the world-class facilities that are available to the sport and exercise students at Derby, where I took on 2 wheels to answer the big question, if Bradley Wiggins had anything to worry about. Tom, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've come kitted out in Derby attire. What have you got for me?
Okay, so this afternoon we're going to do a 3D motion capture. So using our Vicon motion capture system to analyse your pedalling technique. So you're going to do some cycling over there on the Watt bike, and we're going to analyse the way in which your limbs move and hopefully find out that you've got a decent cycling technique.
Well, fingers crossed on the next Chris Hoy. Now, I've noticed those things behind me here, which looks like something I've seen on TV before.
Yeah, so these are just retroreflective markers. So they take the infrared image from the cameras that you can see around the top of us. They'll reflect that back to the camera and we will use that on the screen to kind of map your body in 3 dimensions. So we can measure angles, how fast your legs are moving.
Oh, wow. So this is almost like video capture, but instead of using a video camera, you're using sensors that you can actually measure.
Exactly. So it's exactly the same as kind of animation films would be. So things like Harry Potter have used very similar technology. We just apply that in a very different way to kind of a bit more specifically to analyse the detail in the way you move rather than to recreate characters.
So let's take a football game on a PS4.
Exactly the same.
That's how you recreate Cristiano Ronaldo.
Exactly. So it'd be the same markers. They would just utilise the software in a little bit differently, whereas we would use it for the specific finer details to calculate angles and be able to tell you kind of this is what's good, this is kind of what we could improve to make you better at cycling or reduce the risk of injury.
And to be clear, I didn't have anything like this at school.
No,
this isn't normal, is it?
This isn't normal. This is kind of, you'd typically only find this in sports labs or in universities, really.
So this is something really special that Derby University has?
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't tell you how many there are in the country, but there's not many Vicon motion capture systems used in this way in the country now.
Well, I'm going to put these on and see myself on screen.
Let's get started. Okay. So all I'm going to do is try and recreate your skeleton.
Yes.
So we're only going to focus on the lower body, cycling's lower body. So I'm going to put them feet, legs, and up to your hips.
Tom, I think I'm pretty much censored up. What's next?
Okay, so let's go over to the bike now. Then we can do a static calibration and get you onto the bike and analyse your technique.
Let's do it.
So we've fitted that marker set to your body, and that should now look like a set of legs moving around the screen as opposed to all those dots. So we know now that that marker set is you. The next step is to put you on the bike and get some pedalling done. Right, Radzi, what we're going to do then is analyse your pedalling technique, but I want this to not be a warm-up, so we're going to get you to crank it up a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so let's... Okay, Kyle, off we go. Okay, and relax there for me, brilliant.
I actually can't wait to see this.
Okay, so should we have another go? We'll do another trial.
Okay.
So...
This is tiring, by the way.
Okay, so hold it steady there for me, that's good. Okay, I'm relaxed there, that's loads. Brilliant. And that's all we really need.
Perfect.
We can put some results up on the screen for you. So what we'll do now is we've got those kind of raw footage, we'll just model that very quickly and then we can work out some angles.
So Tom, I understand the data's in, and have I made the next Olympic Games?
Well, not quite, Radzi, not far off. So we're looking at your left knee angle here.
Yes.
And what we'd expect it to be is somewhere at the bottom of the pedal stroke, so if I put the screen in the right place, we'd expect that to be somewhere between 25 and 40 degrees of knee flexion. You're actually there at 39.2 degrees, so you've just squeaked into the ideal pedaling technique.
So Chris Hoy, he needs to watch out because there could be another man after his legs.
Perhaps.
And in terms of my right knee, how are we looking there?
Your right knee is also within the 25 to 40, so if we put it down to the bottom of the pedal stroke there, we can see that that's at 35.8 degrees.
So well inside?
Well inside,
Oh,
so the little bit of work to do on the left side, the right leg not quite so good.
Do you know what I do have to ask is, obviously you've been very kind in showing us just some of the facilities here, but how impressive is this for any people that come to study here?
Yeah, this is an amazing facility for us. So it's kind of multi-purpose. We use it primarily for teaching. So things like strength and conditioning, biomechanics, performance analysis, all get taught in here. So less lectures, more kind of practical teaching space. We have something called the Human Performance Unit, which is our external facing business. So we get kind of elite level amateur athletes and we do sports science services to help them improve, whether that's cycling, running, golf. And then finally, as a student coming to the university, it's also used for Team Derby performance sport.
Oh,
so some of the
wow.
athletes actually get to train in this space and use it to kind of improve their performance while they're with us at the uni.
So not only do the students get to learn from it for their own expertise, but other students who can benefit from them get exactly the same thing.
Exactly, so our students would work as the strength and conditioning coaches, for example, with the students who are playing the high performance sport, and it's kind of a really nice cyclical process where they all kind of help each other out along the way while they're here.
Tom, thank you so much for your time. I massively enjoyed that, but as for me, I think I need to go and have a shower.
Brilliant, thanks Francie.
The big thing I learnt there, the sports facilities at Derby are off the charts, but also Chris Hoy really doesn't have anything to worry about with me. But with us now is Dr. Andy Houghton, Head of Discipline for Sport and Exercise Science, and Carl, who graduated from Sport and Exercise Science and is now studying for his master's degree. Gents, welcome to Open Day Live.
Hi, Radzi.
Now, how are we? How's the mornings been so far?
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. Yeah.
And Dr. Andy, I'll come to yourself first, sir. Yeah. Sport at Derby. Yeah. What's it all about?
Well, it was good to see you getting involved there, and we've got a fantastic range of kind of programs that we offer, focusing on a wide range of aspects within sport. So looking at rehabilitation, looking at sport management, as people saw before. We focus on education, performance sport, and we have a wide range of courses that we develop with a real applied industry focus. So working with a variety of partners across the region to support that. And our programs, where appropriate, are accredited by governing bodies. So the Society of Sports Therapists, for example, for our Sport Therapy and Rehabilitation program, and the British Association of Sport and Exercise Science for our Sport and Exercise Science program. And I guess if you're a keen athlete as well, then there's great opportunities to get involved in sport when you're at the university.
Right.
So you can get involved in the British Universities and College sport competition. And there's also social and competitive opportunities whilst you're there as well. So yeah, really appealing if you're a keen athlete.
I'm old enough to remember when that was called Booster rather than Bucks, but less about that. And
me too.
Carl, you've kind of come through the system that Andy's talking about there.
Yep.
When did you first start at Derby?
So I think it was 2016 was when I started my undergrad. I was lucky, I got a sports scholarship with the uni, so I was cycling for a team that was sponsored by the University of Derby. And yeah, took up the opportunity. I knew I wanted to work in sport, but didn't know what exactly, so I chose sports science. So you could get the broad range of biomechanics, nutrition, physiology, psychology, and work my way through.
And going back to your A-levels, what did you study?
So I studied biology, PE and maths. They were my 3 A-levels.
And if you want me asking, what did you get?
I've got 3 Bs. So
And that was enough to get you into Derby?
yeah, I think it was
but then you've thrived on the course, and I'll probably ask you why in just a second. What is it you look for in students when they come in terms of people who can go on to working in that as a career?
Yeah. I think the key thing is, there's potentially 15,000 students coming out with a sport degree in the UK nowadays, and it's not just about getting the academic knowledge, it's about developing yourself as a person and developing those key attributes and gaining experience as you're going through your degree as well. And I think that's really what employers are looking for. And if you're going to be able to secure a good job at the end of it and some kind of, I guess, a long career as well, then developing yourself as a person is a really key aspect. And we've got a great team of academics that really work with individuals to figure out their strengths and help identify your areas for development, and that's really important to us and a real kind of key focus for us supporting students.
You mentioned governing bodies. Is there opportunities for students to go away and possibly get work experience whilst managing their degree?
Yeah, 100%. So we offer out a variety of different internships with a number of partners across the region. So some really great examples of success where students have gained internships with a variety of different maybe football clubs or wellbeing organisations or county council as they're going through their degree, and then progressed on to some really great positions. So for example, Luke Jenkinson is now Head of Sports Science and Academy Medical at Derby County Football Club.
Wow.
Sophie Beans progressed on to become a Clinical Engagement Coordinator with Bupa. And if you want to pursue an academic route, then Joe Welch has progressed on to study at the University of British Columbia in Canada.
Wow.
And he's now a successful academic in America as well. So there's some really cool opportunities, but you've got to put the effort in while you're at university and make sure you're getting a broad range of experiences as you're going through.
And it's good to know that effort can lead to bearing fruit for sure. And Carl, it's happened with yourself. So you left with what degree did you get? Again, I'm going to assess your personal CV.
Yeah, I got a 2-1 for sports science. First in my dissertation though, which is pretty good. And then from there, I got in touch with my old cycling team that I used to ride for and got some experience with them as team support staff. So yeah, I've been travelling over Europe with them, doing behind the scenes stuff that you don't see. And yeah, it's been really good.
And what is that behind the scenes stuff?
Filling bottles, a lot of driving, and just generally supporting. So the team put me on a sports massage course, so things like that. Safeguarding course as well, because it was a junior team, so under 18. So it's just ticking off those qualifications. Yeah, just getting the hands-on experience, and often there's not much time that you have to do things when you're in that environment, so it's getting that feel for it, whereas you don't really get that or get taught that. So it's a case of just getting stuck in, getting bikes out of the van or getting equipment out. It's a lot of stuff that you don't expect to do or expect to see. It's not, but it's all the good, all the same.
And when you say things like massage, we're not talking about Indian head massage, presumably you're talking about deep tissue and preparing the body for performing at a high level. How much has your degree helped in things like that and sort of the anatomy and understanding how things work?
Yeah, anatomy put me in a great place for doing that qualification that we did first year. It was certainly a shock when you're like trying to remember it all, but it got through, and no, I got the qualification. It was all good, and it's been, especially when you're doing like 4-day stage races, and it's quite tiring to do on a number of riders. So if you've got that qualification, it's an extra pair of hands where. So, for example, the team was 6 riders and you had a 4-day stage race in Spain, wherever, and they wanted to recover each night. So if you've got that behind you, you can get stuck in and help them out. Yeah, do all the...
And you've got a big race yourself coming up?
Yeah, it's sort of come about. I thought, with lockdown and having more time, and I sort of always had this what if with my own racing, so I thought, I'll give an hour record attempt to go. So obviously we've got Derby Arena at Derby, so we thought we'd go there and use student placements to create like an interdisciplinary project on it.
Wow.
So yeah, hopefully it'll just be a combination of like life studying and training, and yeah, bring it all together.
So what's the record?
The world record, I'm not going to get anywhere near. I think that's like 55 kilometres now, but I think for me it'd just be just to get the most out of myself, see where I can compare myself. Because obviously,
so someone has cycled 55 kilometres on a bike in an hour?
Yeah.
What? And that's a velodrome?
Yep.
Whew.
Carl's aiming for an hour.
Oh!
Yeah,
50
50k,
kilometres on
yeah,
an
in
hour.
the hour,
50?
yeah. I'd like to think that's...
You playing at Coy here?
Yeah, I guess it's... Andy will start with psychology, he'll be saying, oh, look at, like, got some... He's trying to avoid or whatnot, but I think 50's realistic, but not... It's crazy challenging, but I think with what I've previously done, I think given 6 months, hopefully it will be more...
He's not told many people he's aiming for 50, but now I've told everyone.
World now.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the word psychology. Sports psychology is key. Is that a part of the course and what you kind of study as well, or what you teach rather?
Yeah, definitely, and that's my area of expertise actually. So sports psychology forms a key part of sport and exercise science, and I guess we work with people to try and enhance their confidence primarily, and give them the confidence to go out and do things that they wouldn't normally do, and put themselves in those situations. And I think you mentioned, as we were chatting before, about that time that you spend actually getting yourself to your career. I think that's really important, and Carl's doing some fantastic... He works in the HPU, he does his cycling tours, and he's come back into my module last year after arriving home, I think commuting from Belgium and getting back at about 3 a.m. in the morning. But it's been really great to see his journey, and he did a presentation for me last year, and I think we were chatting upstairs, probably the best mark he's got, and that's based on the fact that he's developed his personal attributes, and he's to a different place where he can speak confidently in front of people, and he knows his stuff, and he's backing it up now, and I think that's great to see.
That is, and just to kind of shed a bit of light on what you're talking about there, is that, so it took me 3 years to get my opportunity in TV, 3 years of working for free, 3 years of being a mascot called Spike the Lion, a mascot called Busby the Bird, earning no money at all to eventually get an opportunity, which may or may not happen, because I think people often focus on destinations rather than journeys. But with that in mind, the journey, what's the journey people have to go on to reach a destination in the field that you teach?
I think it is a lot about that. It's about being able to put yourself out there. I think gaining experience and making good impressions is key. Developing those personal attributes, as we've talked about, making sure you learn from the experts that we have to come and teach. All of our academics are engaged in industry or research, so they're able to kind of not only provide the academic standpoint, but their experience of how to work with athletes and how to kind of collect effective data. We also get in guest speakers from industry that come and talk about their journey, and rather than actually talking about what they're doing now, we often get them to talk about the journey so that students can see what it's like in terms of the trajectory, and that it's not just walking into a dream job, it's about planning and effectively progressing towards that.
And just touching on the course, what proportion of theory versus practical do you kind of adopt?
I guess it varies very much dependent on the course. So sport management degree has quite a lot of theory in it, but there's a practical element where you'd work down at Derby County Football Club, for example.
Wow.
Whereas Carl's programme that he did in sport and exercise science has kind of 3 main strands of psychology, physiology and biomechanics. There's a lot of practical within the physiology and biomechanics, and then you've got option modules of nutrition, rehab, physical activity, strength and conditioning. So all of those have practical elements to it. So yeah, very much depends on the course that you choose, but some really great opportunities to be able to get involved.
And in terms of prospective students who are going to be possibly applying for one of your courses, are there any particular things you're looking for in an ideal candidate?
Yeah, I think it's just demonstrating that you're more than just the academic. You're looking to kind of go beyond that and get involved in practice, and wherever possible, kind of gaining experience, whether it's industry-based qualifications, whether it's kind of work experience that you're undertaking, then I think that's going to put you in really good stead to be ready for university and be able to advance your independence and progress towards that career.
And Carl, did you have any of those things when you applied to university?
I had a gap year after my A-levels to pursue my cycling, and that was when I was on the team that was sponsored by the University of Derby, so I had more of the athlete side of understanding before I went on to do my undergrad degree. And
did any of your colleagues actually on your course not have as strong a sports background as yourself?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a whole broad range, and I think it's good as well to have that experience outside of sport. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but it was generally a good diverse range, and more sports the better. So I think we've had some students were like climbers, which is like quite interesting, and
Yeah,
you're going to
there's a
learn a
climbing
lot.
wall like Derby.
Yeah, cool. And it's quite interesting to learn from different sports. I think if you're on one sport, you could become a bit isolated. So with the HPU testing, like for me, learning about running, like my running technique is poor. So
all cyclists are.
Yeah, I've just totally not got it. But it was good to learn, and obviously it's different approaches, and it's something that you can learn all round sports science. So it's good to have that diversity there.
And Andy, you mentioned the HPU, the Human Performance Unit.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so it's a fantastic facility, students get the opportunity, as Tom said, to kind of have a go in the facility. They learn in the facility, so it's used for academic teaching as well, but they also get an opportunity, such as Carl, to be able to work on some of the professional packages that we offer out in sport and exercise science. So Carl does a lot of our physiology testing and has really kind of progressed through a mentee-mentor level into that. We work with a variety of different organisations and we use them as well to develop our elite packages. So, for example, we work with Running with Jake to develop our running package. We work with Jacob Tipper of Hoob Wattbike to develop our cycling package. We've hosted the regional camps for British cycling at the university as well. We supported Lee Timmis's world record attempt across Europe, which was successful a couple of years ago. So there's some really fantastic opportunities to get involved in, and it's a really exciting kind of area that we've developed over the last few years, and I hope to keep progressing it and seeing what we can do with it.
Could I ask you to show off a second here, because the facilities are fantastic.
Yeah.
Could you give us a flavour of what there is to offer to the layman?
Okay, it will be the layman as well. As a psychologist, it's a bit of a challenge. So yeah, we've got a dedicated strength and conditioning suite. So we were lucky enough to secure some fantastic equipment after the 2015 Rugby World Cup in the UK.
Oh, right.
So we used the equipment that had been used by a number of the teams in that competition. We've got a Vicon analysis system that Tom used to be able to put you through your paces.
Yes.
And again, fantastic kind of state-of-the-art technology for students to kind of familiarise themselves with and become experts in as they progress through their degree. We offer a student-led sport therapy clinic for our sport therapy and rehabilitation course. That's open to a variety of staff and students to access, so we can help keep everybody well and mobile on campus as well, should they have any challenges. So yeah, there's a real wide range of opportunities, and it's really great to see the students kind of progress through those.
I'm going to ask you both for advice in just a second, but Andy, just final question directly to yourself is, so when I watch TV, I analyse TV. I'm watching why have they cut between that shot. Are you able to watch, for example, post-performance interviews or pre-performance, and are you analysing their psychology about how they say what they say when they say it?
Yeah, I guess probably we're delving into psychiatry there. I do. I'm really interested in the way that athletes talk and the way that kind of maybe managers and coaches talk, because I think there's always a method behind what they're doing. A manager might say something to the media, it's probably to get a reaction from their team. A player might say something, but they're obviously very conscious about the impression that they're going to make to the rest of the players and their manager. So I think, there's always something behind it, and psychology is always playing a part. So it is interesting to view it from that perspective, and that's another thing that we try to do when you come to university. It's not just all about the theory and the models behind things, it's about looking at real life and seeing where we can actually identify it, because realistically everything that we learn we need to apply to be able to have impact, and therefore that's the really exciting bit when you get to that applied aspect.
What is actually amazing is you're both talking with smiles on your faces. You're not just sort of just going through the motions. You really are clearly passionate about what you do and what you've studied. So with that in mind, anyone at home who's thinking, right, I'd like to apply, I don't know if the course is for me, what do I need to even think about when I'm applying? Do you have any pearls of wisdom, any advice that you'd say? Carl, you've been through the process, and Andy, you're very much at the top overseeing. So Carl, if I come to you first.
If you're not too sure, I'd always say keep broad.
Okay.
Generally as well, when practitioners want to be looking at an interdisciplinary approach, so you want to have that understanding of, if you're a physiologist, you want to understand the biomechanics or psychology to have a better purpose for yourself. So I'd always say, if you're not too sure of the specifics of what you want, because I know we do a sports therapy course on its own, whereas if you're not too sure if that's what you want, I'd say choose the sports science as a broader option. And I think Steve Ingham head of the EIS, he did a letter to the 15,000 blog, and he talks about placements in that and how people need to get the experience. And I think Derby Uni is doing the best in terms of creating applied practitioners out there. So,
thank you for that, Carl. Great advice.
Yeah, I think I'd reiterate a lot of what Carl said, and I think, you know, realistically, if you're passionate about sport, if you're kind of interested in terms of, like we've just said about, you know, what goes on behind the scenes and what contributes towards high-end performance, but not only that, like well-being, you know, getting people involved in sport, participation at grassroots level, there's really a wide range of opportunities for you to get involved in, and I think just come prepared to kind of put yourself out there, come prepared to be uncomfortable and kind of try new things, and once you've done that, you'll really enjoy things and you'll be keen for the next opportunity.
Guys, thank you so much for your insight. It's been a pleasure, and Carl, good luck for your challenge. It's in April, is it?
Yeah, that's the provisional date at the moment.
Okay, we'll keep our fingers crossed for that. And Andy, I have to say, there aren't many doctors who have Oakley glasses. That means you're officially cool in my book. Well, these gents have tantalised our taste buds, but let's see a little bit more of the spectacular sports facilities.
Okay, that's it, coming to you in 6, 5, 4.
Wow, we've seen so many fantastic different aspects of the university within the last hour. Just listening to those guys talking about the sports facility is completely knackered me out, if I'm perfectly honest. But you got a really good grasp of everything that's going on in terms of the university with that. And Radzi, it was great to see him using the sports facilities. And I think that Bradley Cooper and the GB team need to watch out, definitely. But speaking of facilities, I think there's a lot of things going on in terms of the university, and the facilities are kind of like the icing on the cake. We saw the nursing facilities with the mannequins. I think there was a Hannah Wright there, and they're just so lifelike, and it's the amount of effort that's been put into that to give their students a real life experience. The journalist team as well. So they get to look at all of the camera facilities and recording facilities. Absolutely brilliant. And for me, because I do a lot of work in education, I think that the important thing is it's learn by doing. It's all great to do the academic side of it, but I think the university puts so much into making sure that their students get to experience so many different aspects. They learn by doing through the facilities, whether it's an internship, work experience, whatever it is, there's an opportunity for the students to really explore the space. Not only that, I think it's really good, and we heard from a psychology student who was a little unsure on which path to go down, and he went to the careers service within the university and got some advice on what to do in terms of moving forward after getting his degree. So from the start to the end, it sounds like you're really looked after throughout the university, and I think that's so important when you're choosing a university. Hopefully you're enjoying it so far and you're getting a good grasp of everything that they're doing. After watching the sports facility stuff, I'm going to go and have a lie down now and actually just sit and watch some more TV. I've got some biscuits here as well. But yeah, keep enjoying it. I really want to take a leaf rather out of Bassett's book, because he is the most relaxed broadcaster I've ever seen in my life. Genuinely love it. Now, having had a quick look online, it's awesome that so many of you are watching, not only from the UK, but also from around the globe. So it's a special welcome from us to you.
Hi, मेरा नाम शान।
Ndewono, aham bu Lawrence Ndupu.
Salam, मेरा नाम मोहम्मद अली है।
Bună, numele meu este Cristina. Ni hao, 我是李乐。
Servus, mein Name ist Matthias.
Bună, numele meu este Ioana.
Hi, my name is Karen.
Cześć, mam na imię Natalia.
came here, I didn't know anyone, no friends, didn't know what to expect.
Like the first day I was here, I sat down in the classroom and I was like, what did I get myself into? I don't understand nothing this man has said. The accents, they all sound like Harry Potter.
I was worrying about being by myself.
I was just worried about living. I mean, you know, just like the cost of living.
And how people will welcome me, how they will react.
But here in Derby, people are so friendly. They made us feel settled in very, very fast.
After 3 years of living here, I feel like Derby is kind of like my second home. It feels like they are just from my country or I'm from here.
It's a very, very friendly and very personal atmosphere. It's like a big family.
I would recommend the University of Derby because it's so easy to connect with people and it's so easy to get the support, to get the opportunities, and all you have to do is just want.
When you live in your home, you live in your parents, you really can learn how to face the world, and you really to learn how to becoming more independent, becoming more strong.
There's a team of professionals here who will welcome you. They will make you feel like you're in second home. So don't worry, just pack your bags and make a decision and you will enjoy it.
People from all four corners of the globe, a true celebration of humanity. Now, our subject chats, by the way, are open. Now, these include this time sport and exercise science, art and design, events, hospitality and tourism, nursing and midwifery, and environmental sciences. Time now, though, to focus on a different type of expression, because if you love arts and fashion, this next section is for you, because the University of Derby School of Arts is a place where your creativity can undoubtedly thrive. So let's head over to Emma, who is at Chandos Pole Street, the home of fashion and textiles, and she is with the head of the School of Arts, David McGravy.
Hi, I'm here at Chandos Pole Street, the home of our fashion and textile students. With me I have David McGravy, Head of School of Arts and Deputy Dean for the College of Arts, Humanities and Education. Thanks for joining us today, David.
Hi Emma, thank you.
No problem. So can you tell me and all the viewers at home, firstly, why should they choose Derby?
I think it's a difficult decision to choose any institution, let alone a course. And I think it's really about doing your homework and kind of looking and investigating the kind of the courses out there. I think for us, we're part of a multi-subject university, but we're a specialist art school. So you have the best of both worlds. You have the specialist provision, but within the context of a large university with all the benefits that brings. I think actually our courses are our key asset in terms of the range of courses we offer, along with our staff, but I think our courses are the primary reason. We offer everything from fine art, graphic design, product design to illustration, animation, film. We have photography courses, we have media courses, we have theatre and dance courses, we have therapeutic arts. So we have a very broad range of courses that support the creative industries, and that's the sector that sits above these creative courses, and that's the industry where our students will go into when they complete their studies with us. And that is an industry that's very much based on collaboration. It's about working with others, and that's one of the things that we mirror quite a lot and we mimic as a school when they're working in the courses on the projects. And that's really much about preparing them for the world of work when they leave. So collaboration is a really key part of what we do in the school, and that's a really good attitude that students need to embrace when they study with us.
Absolutely. So for you, what is it that makes Derby such a destination for arts?
I think it would be two things. I think it's kind of the ethos of what we do and how we do it, and I think equally it's the staff team are really important. If I talk about the ethos, I think it's really important to think about that there is a key transition from high school, from secondary school to higher education. We work in different ways, our expectations are different. And we spend a lot of time kind of working and transitioning the students from their previous study into the higher education experience. I think in our first year we place a big emphasis on experimentation and risk-taking, and we encourage our students to try new things and try new technologies and work through different ways of working. So there's a big push on kind of taking risks in your work. And we do that in a simple way, so we take away the fear of failure. So in the first year, we don't assess our students through percentage grades, we only mark you on pass-fail. So if you've engaged, if you've worked hard, if you've tried new things, you've experimented, and even things have gone wrong once, twice or 3 times, that's rich, that's really positive, and we encourage that. So that fear of failure is removed. I think in the second year, we call that very much our professional year. It's the year where it starts to make sense, it's where the subjects start to kind of make sense to you as an individual. And I think it's where our students start to identify their own practice, where their strengths are and how that connects to the industry. And I think as they progress from the second year into the third year is very much about the kind of graduation year. It's about the portfolio. It's about that transition from higher education into the world of work. And a lot of what we do during the courses through the first year, the second year and the third year is working kind of with industry, it's engaging industry, it's bringing in live projects, it's building on that experimentation and risk-taking they've taken the first year, but kind of harnessing that in a more controlled way as they move through, because it's important that we push the boundaries, but it's important that we work to the project brief that's set by the client. So kind of collaboration, working with industry are really key elements of what we do within the school.
Great. I know that when I was a student, the teaching staff are a really important part of my experience. Could you talk a bit about some of your teaching teams?
Yeah, I think they are absolutely key people, and I think very strong relationships are formed between the students and the staff, and indeed they go on to be incredibly long-standing relationships, and we're still in contact with many of our students who left 20 years ago or 30 years ago. I think the teaching team are drawn from industry, and that's really important. They bring that industrial expertise and that industrial knowledge, but also they bring those networks. That network I spoke about earlier is really important within the creative industries. And some of the staff team have had and led very high profile careers. So for example, we're in Chandos Pole Street, which is the home of fashion textiles. Colin Thompson, who's the head of fashion, worked for Dolce & Gabbana in Italy. We've had other colleagues, Steph Rushton, who runs our photography course at the moment. She was worked with David Bailey for a very long time. So there's really high profile staff in those areas. We've got lots of staff who've worked in some of the leading companies within the UK. So Phil Bassey, who runs media production, had a 20-plus career with BBC. And then we've got award-winning colleagues who have won BAFTAs within the film production area. And we've also got people like Dahi Mahan, who's an award-winning scriptwriter and producer. So there is a full range of staff expertise which our students can connect to and work with whilst they're a student with us.
Fantastic. So obviously today we're here in Chandos Pole Street, but within the School of Arts you have a range of state-of-the-art facilities. Could you touch on some of those and tell us a bit more about them?
Yeah, there's almost too many to mention.
Yeah.
I think the best thing to think about is for every specialist course we have specialist resources.
Yeah.
So from everything from our kind of photography labs, we still offer traditional wet photography as well as digital photography. So we have full darkroom, colour and black and white processing. We have large format printing. We have very high quality studio rooms which kind of mirror the world of work outside, so for things like product design and interior design they kind of look like a real life design consultancy. Our fine art studios are kind of about space and making. We have 3D workshops through kind of metalwork and other facilities. We've got specialist library facilities down at Britannia Mill, but we're very close to the main campus at Kettleston Road, so we're about a 10-minute walk or a very short bus journey, so you can access the library there, but you can also access the student union facilities. So there's a wide variety of facilities that exist within the school, and it's important for us as a school, and it's important for me as head of school, that we do invest in our facilities, and that's an annual job in terms of update and renewal on an annual basis to ensure that they maintain the quality and the consistency, so that students use up-to-date equipment, they use up-to-date software, so when they go out into the world of work they're using the standard, the industry standard.
Yeah, I'm sure that's really good to hear for our viewers. Could you give us some examples of the kind of great things that our graduates have gone on to do in recent years?
Yes, I think there are almost too many to mention, but I think the most recent ones, we've had student Omar, who won a Kodak competition and then secured a job at Netflix, which is really good. We have Magdalena, who won the Royal Society of Arts competition, which is probably the premier design competition in the world, and she was shortlisted for that and she won that, and that's great. And then we have Alex Freeman at the other end of the scale, I suppose, but he's secured his first role with Imperial Bathrooms. So there's a wide variety of success, and that's just a small sample.
Yeah, some really great examples there. And I know that in the final year, students do an amazing end of year degree show. Could you tell us a bit about how that works?
It's a very complex organisation. It kind of embraces all the students in the creative way across the school. It's really a showcase of work. It's where people show off their work. It's where students talk and they can demonstrate their kind of expertise to the world of work, to employees, to family and friends. And it's an exhibition, it's a celebration, and it can be a bit of a party as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. I bet it's great to have so much work on show and so much inspiration. I know I went to see the degree show, and yeah, so good to see all the work, and for them a real celebration that it's the end of their career. I guess you're looking forward to having some students back on site. I'm sure students are really excited next week to come back into lectures. Are you looking forward to having lots of students back on site?
Yeah, I think they are the lifeblood of the school. They are the energy. You know, that they are. I think the summer months are always such a quiet period, so it's really nice to have kind of the students on the site using the facilities, engaging with the staff, developing their ideas, putting on mini little exhibitions in the building, pinning their work up. It's really good to see those creative ideas and thoughts coming through. And yes, so we're really looking forward to having them back kind of involved. We've had them back this week, but next week is really when teaching starts.
Absolutely, very exciting. So from students who are just starting through to our graduates, we have a really good snippet here of Lucy Taylor's collection from the recent fashion show. Welcome back. Now I'm delighted to introduce Kay Bollerson, who's the programme leader of our fashion and textiles programmes. So thanks for joining us, Kay. Thank you. So I know that you and your colleagues have some incredible industry and teaching experience. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, thanks for visiting us at Chandos Upholstery, Emma, where we deliver all our fashion and textiles and fashion marketing programmes. Our staff are amazing. We have fantastic academics and technicians with a wealth of experience. So we have people that have dealt with children's wear, men's wear, styling, merchandising, knitwear, print, all sorts of different industries. My own journey, I actually did my first degree in Liverpool. I then went to London to Central St Martin's, where I studied fashion knitwear, and I then went to work in Italy. I worked for fashion houses such as Missoni and other colourists and yarn producers over in Italy before coming back to the UK to start my career in academia.
Sounds amazing. So what does that mean for students who come to study fashion and textiles here at Derby? How does all of that experience benefit them?
Okay, so it means we can pass on all of our knowledge to them. We've got industry links, we can do amazing placements. We have a really great programme of industry speakers. We've had people from Vivienne Westwood down to, you know, people that are working on the high street. So there's a whole sort of, you know, area of people that come in and talk to our students. And it's really great that we can pass on the knowledge to them. And I've got Lottie with me here today, and Lottie has just finished her Diploma of Professional Practice, which is a year out in industry. And I think she's going to tell us a little bit about her experience.
Yeah, great. Great to have you here, Lottie. Can you tell us a bit about your placement year and also the insight that it gave you into what it's like to work in the industry?
So I worked at Temperley, which was amazing to get, like, I was shocked when I got it. But yeah, it was so great. They taught me so much from the beginning, stuff I hadn't ever done before. And yeah, it just opened my eyes to what, you know, you can achieve just from, yeah, just everything about it was brilliant.
And I guess it's really developed on the skills that you learn on the course.
Yeah, it really has helped. It's given me confidence, and I've learnt things that I know will help me in my third year. I'm quite looking forward to starting.
Yeah, that sounds like such a great opportunity. And did you get support from the university when you were doing your application?
A lot. I was really surprised actually at how much support they give you. I got given support right from applying. We had practice interviews, which were really helpful, and they built upon your confidence. Yeah, and then when I actually was on placement, the tutors come to see you and make sure everything's okay. Yeah.
That's really reassuring. I'm sure we've got some viewers who are maybe thinking about doing a placement year, so I think it's great to hear that there's plenty of support available. Now I hear that you've brought some portfolio designs to show us of the kind of things you've done on your placement. Could you tell us a bit about those?
So this was just a project that I did at Temperley. They gave us 6 projects on the placement I was doing, and it was really interesting. It was all about diversifying the brand. So I looked into Temperley, and then I looked into ways that they could develop the product and did some designs from it. So this was Temperley versus this is Temperley and Sweaty Betty. Yeah. So looking at ways that they could go into sportswear.
Wow, that's great. Some amazing designs there. Thank you so much for showing those to us, and good luck for the third year. We also have Rhoda, who's a current student. Thanks for joining us. So I know that you've just headed into your third and final year of your course. Could you tell us a bit about what it's been like studying fashion at Derby?
Yeah, so it's really good. We have a range of resources. You can do knit, you can do print, like they're very hands-on about trying different things and experimenting, so you find out your like creative style, and they're really open to your ideas and really push you to do like whatever is like true to yourself from the day you start, which is so good. And the staff is super supportive, and the technical staff are really helpful. Honestly, without Hazel, who's like the technician, she literally helps us, like gives her all, and it shows in like all the staff, like if you go to them, they really support you.
Yeah, and that's so important, isn't it?
Of course.
So Kate, can you tell us a bit about the career opportunities that are available for fashion and textiles graduates?
Yeah, those career opportunities are many. We've had students go on to do all sorts of things, so you don't just have to come here to be a designer. We've had students going on to be colourists or stylists or even entrepreneurs within the industry, and now more than ever it's probably easier to do that. Yeah, fashion design, menswear, women's wear, children's wear, and actually in September 21 we are launching a new programme called Fashion, Communication and Styling, which will be on offer to start in September 21, and we're kind of rebranding our courses as well. So we're going to still have the 3 main awards, so fashion, textiles and fashion marketing, but we're going to repackage them slightly differently, so it will give students an opportunity to work more collaboratively. So for example, if you are a fashion student and want to make your own bespoke fabric, you'll be able to do that. And likewise, if you're a textile student and you want to make at the end of it, even whether that's fashion or whether it's interiors, there's the opportunity to do that. So that's a really important move, change in our curriculum.
Fabulous. And it sounds like there's so many opportunities careers-wise once you progress through the course, which is great. And finally, before we finish, could you tell me a little bit about the equipment and facilities that you have here at Chandos Pole Street?
Wow, yeah, well that is massive. I mean, we're only in one, well, not so small room today, so we start right from the beginning with our students. So as students come in, we work on more domestic machinery, and as you progress through the course, you'll be able to use some of our amazing robots that we've got in here at the moment. So as you progress into year 2 and year 3, all our equipment is industry standard. So any of the clothes that we're wearing today would have been made on some of the types of equipment that we've got here. And we let the students loose on it. It's not exclusive just for the lovely Hazel. Yep. We let students on those machines as well. So we have amazing facilities, and upstairs we've got really beautiful fashion studios with amazing pattern cutting tables and again industry standard equipment.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been so good to explore Chandos Pole Street and have a chat to Kay, the students, and to David. If you do have any questions about studying fashion and textiles at Derby, you can join our live chat where Fiona from our teaching team is on hand. That will be running until 1:30 today, so do head over there to have a chat with her. The one thing that I do want to do before we finish is I'd like to introduce our technician, Charlie Yates. So Charlie, can you tell us a bit about what your role as a technician is at the university?
So, day-to-day role is helping and supporting students to use all our fantastic equipment, and that might be just the general use of, demonstrating all the different techniques that are possible, helping them to build up a portfolio of samples, and in some cases towards the end of their studies, final products for the degree show.
Great, so do you work with them from the first year all the way through?
I do, yes, all 3-year students, and like Kay mentioned earlier, the first years start off on the more basic equipment, and then we do work their way up through the levels of equipment, right up until in the 2nd and 3rd years they get to use more industry standard equipment that we have.
Fantastic. So do you have a particular skill or piece of equipment that you really enjoy using at the university?
Well, my degree was, I did specialise in knit, but I love all the larger industry equipment in this room the most. I love working on all the equipment in here with the students, just seeing their eyes light up. It's just a lovely feeling, just showing them and building their confidence and getting them to use it all.
Fantastic. So do you think that you might be able to give us a bit of a demonstration of the equipment that we've got here today?
I can start up one of our jacquard looms for you, and like I say, we are the only university in the country luckily enough to have 2 of these.
Wow.
Which really means the students can just get on them as much as possible because we've got a couple of them. Brilliant. So I'll start that up.
Great. Hopefully you're really passionate about coming and finding out more. As I said, if you do have any questions about
Fantastic insights from the School of Art there, and there were so many takeaways for me. First of all, how many different aspects there are within the school itself. So it's got the textiles aspects to it, the graphics design, and it's that difference between the actual physical and the digital world as well, the photography elements of it as well. Some really, really interesting insights. I think for me, what I found really encouraging was this idea of collaboration, so collaborating with experts around the area, around the community, to help to really put the artwork into perspective.
And what I thought was really interesting, though, was getting over this fear of failure in the first year, which I think is massive, to be honest, especially for something so creative. You've got to put yourself out there, try and explore things and experiment, and if it goes wrong, what's the worst that can happen? And then you can see through what we just saw how that kind of grows and that confidence grows, because we saw the amazing fashion show and the creations from that. I was just baffled at how well they were walking in a straight line and keeping a straight face. That was very, very impressive. And just to top it all off as well, I think there was some reference to the fact that once you're part of the university, you're part of it for life. So they've got a lot of people coming back to the school, collaborating with the university in some kind of way through the alumni program. So a fantastic insight, some really colourful outfits there by some of the lecturers as well. And it was good to see that loom working at the end. We were a little bit nervous here at the studio, worrying that loom wouldn't work. If it didn't work, then we would have thought someone was stitched up. So I think that's Radzy's joke, so I'm not going to lay claim to that one. In fact, over to you, Radzy. Thank you.
I thought that stitched up gag deserved a better response from you at home. I couldn't quite feel the laughter as possibly it deserved. There will be more puns coming your way very, very soon. I'll have to say already we're 3 hours deep into our Open Day Live, over the halfway mark, but much more to come. We're going to keep that invaluable insight going, courtesy of a guided tour. One Friargate Square, the home of the law and social sciences courses. We're going to head there now with the head of policing, Tony Blockley.
Hi, my name is Tony Blockley. I'm the Head of Policing here at the University of Derby, and welcome to our custody suite. I'm going to give you a tour of the custody suite and show you what it does here, but importantly link that into the students and why we have it. The principal reason is, of course, that the policing programme is a practical programme as much as it is a theoretical programme. And this custody suite allows our students to practice what they will be doing in real life. So I'll give you a tour. You can see here we've got our custody desks. So these are exactly as you would see in a police station. You know, they've been designed with that in mind. And the booking in process, so this is where people that have been arrested will come into the custody suite, and then we'll go through a series of processes in terms of checking who they are, searching them, making sure they're safe, they'll have their rights read to them, etc, etc. So what you can see now is the process of somebody being searched as they come into the custody suite. So why does this take place? And the reasons are numerous really. One is to ensure that they don't have, the person that's coming into custody doesn't have anything on them which can cause them harm or cause somebody else some harm, and also to find out if they've got any evidence hidden on them. And what you'll see is any property that the person has is handed over, it's booked into the custody suite for safekeeping, as I say, and also to prevent any harm to themselves, etc. They'll check to see if they've got any necklaces or neck chains on, belts. They'll be asked to take their laces out or take their shoes off, and once they're satisfied that everything has been found or checked, etc, etc, then the rest of the booking in process can take place. So as the person is being booked into custody, they'll have a series of questions are asked of that individual. You know, there'll also be a risk assessment undertaken around their safety and any medical issues they may have, and then at a point in time they will be asked to sign electronically the document that they understand and they've agreed to everything that's been said. Okay, so once the person has been booked into custody, you know, they've had their rights, they've signed for everything, then the officer will take them into a cell. And the whole point of that is that they're put in a cell awaiting to be interviewed, or for whatever other reason. So the next stage of the process is that the suspect will be brought from the cell by the officers into one of our interview rooms, and in the interview room the solicitor is already present. The officers leave the suspect with the solicitor where they have a private consultation before they go into interview. So as part of the system, and the beauty of this system is that each of the 3 interview rooms has a download link to one of the classrooms. So in essence, the students are interviewing their suspect in the interview room, but the rest of the class are watching what they're doing in the classroom. And that whole exercise of review and consideration and feedback from the students is a really important part of their training and learning. So you've seen the great facilities here at 1 Friargate Square. There's many more throughout the university. Take a look at this short video.
Hello and welcome to the University of Derby in the heart of the East Midlands. Today we've got an access all areas pass, so follow me. This is the atrium, and what an impressive space this is. Look at the scale of it. The perfect place to eat, to grab a coffee, to chill out, and in fact just over there is 4 floors of the library, 4 floors of books, resources and study space. And in fact here is a whistle-stop tour of everything you need to know about this awesome building. This is just one of the several modern lecture theatres here at the University of Derby, and just look at the size of the place. They're modern, they're airy, they normally sit around 250 people. Look at the size of that cinema-sized screen that the lecturers present from. If you're towards the back, they've got monitors for you as well, and I've got to be honest, this is so much better than anything I had when I was at university. The thing I loved more than anything else was access to sports facilities, and the University of Derby has facilities in abundance, because as well as those fantastic squash courts there, head this way, because if you become a student here, you will have access to this incredible sports hall. Just imagine yourself here. The 2 basketball nets come down to make a full-size basketball court, but as well as that you have everything from futsal, netball, volleyball, even badminton as well, and many of you can do multiple sports at the same time. But it doesn't end there, because if you're thinking, hey, what about the niche sports, then we've got you back as well, because feast your eyes on our very own climbing wall, where you can lead climb, you can boulder climb, and everything in between. But if sports isn't so much your thing and you're more a fitness person, then fear not. This is your gym, filled with cardio kit, whether you like to cycle, use the treadmill or the cross trainer. But if machines are more your thing, then we've got tons of these as well. Lower body, upper body, leg press, leg extension, lat pull down, glute ham raise, it's all here. To your right hand side is the fitness suite, but behind me here is the free weight section, my favorite. So whatever your fitness needs, this place has got you covered. And would you look at this? It is an all-weather, multi-purpose 4G pitch. Everything from football to rugby to American football, it's all used here. The local community come and use it, whether it's the Derby County Juniors, by the way, whether it's a sports analysis, everybody wants a piece of the action here. And why? Because it's a 4G pitch. If we look down here, now this looks like almost AstroTurf that you might traditionally find. In between it, you've got this sort of rubber crumb experience that looks a little bit like breadcrumbs, I suppose, but how it feels under your boot, it feels exactly like grass. This, by the way, is genuinely state of the art. And of course, it's all at the University of Derby Sports Centre. I have to say, I've been genuinely blown away by some of the facilities at the University of Derby and everything that they have for their students. And I'm going to say it now, I said it 3 hours ago, I'm going to say it in 2 hours' time. Don't forget, if you want to check out any of those facilities for yourself, book yourself a campus tour so you can see it in the flesh. Next, though, I am delighted to welcome to the studio Oriane, a business management graduate, now a senior talent acquisition partner at Experian. Oriane, welcome to Open Day Live.
Thanks for having me.
And you've got the same disease as me. People butcher your name. My full name is Munyaradzi Chinyanganya. Yours is Oriane.
Yes, Oriane Whiteman. You can just call me O for short.
No, okay. Oh, I like that. And I said Experian. What do you do at Experian?
So it's quite ironic. So my role is actually recruiting graduates, students and interns. So given I was a graduate myself 5 years ago, it's a bit of a 360 cycle.
Right, you really have come full circle. What made you join Derby in the first place?
Oh, really good question. I think for me it was actually down to the course that was on offer. So I picked business management because, like most, I wasn't entirely sure what I wanted to do, but I knew that the course would give me a breadth of different skills and experiences. I could kind of cherry pick what I wanted, and then once I knew my passion, I could then specialise down that avenue. So the course was a big selling point for me. And I think the second thing was not only did I get my degree, but I also got a level 5 diploma in leadership and management. So that's accredited by the CMI, the Chartered Management Institute. And it meant I essentially got a double whammy with my degree. So that's great for employability in the future.
You are the perfect person to talk about this because, like you say, you've come full circle. So you are now looking for, if you like, the stars, people who are excelling in their course, potentially at Derby.
Yep.
What specifically is it that you're looking for? So prospective students potentially going to apply at Derby and are thinking, I want to smash my degree out of the park. How can they do that?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think there's a lot of things you can do whilst you're at university to make yourself employable. So I know during my time at Derby, I was really close with the careers and employability team. So I went to their career fairs, I got CV advice, I ran a lot of workshops and kind of sat with them to make sure that I was getting the most from my time at university. So I think students need to be doing that to make themselves employable at the end. In terms of what I look for now as an employer recruiting those students, I would say it's that curiosity and that genuine passion and being intrigued and saying, hey, I don't know everything about this subject, but I'm really interested to know more, and that passion comes across in that drive.
When we say business management, for the layman, what exactly does that mean?
Essentially, the course covered all avenues of business, so things like logistics, finance, HR, marketing. It just really gives you a breadth of different topics, that foundation knowledge to go into the industry.
Are there things that you learn at uni perhaps that aren't necessarily on the course, whether it is about interacting with different people, but learning those skills that do transfer into, I guess especially now, COVID times when you're doing things remotely?
Absolutely. I think the university put on so many extra things that weren't necessarily black and white with my course, but they were on offer to the side that helped, I suppose, that employability. So things like going to speed networking events and becoming more comfortable, things like this become more natural as a graduate. And also things as simple as presenting and getting up and speaking in front of people, or project managing, you know, working in a team at university. The university do a lot for their students. They really offer so much, and I'm thankful for what I got from my course.
So if we go back to when you first joined Derby, were you as charismatic and confident as you are now?
I've always been slightly extrovert, you know, quite a bubbly character, but I definitely wouldn't have been able to sit here and do this today had it not been for the course and that journey that I've had.
Because that's really interesting, because off air, as we met and you came in here, you actually said, I've done webinars before, I'm actually okay at this type of thing. And that's really interesting that you've gone from somebody that feels very alien to it to somebody who's now very comfortable doing it. That's a real leap, and that kind of says that you're not just learning a course, but you can almost change your personality in some respects and become a different person.
Yeah, I think it's more you enhance your personality, you build that confidence to then execute things that you might not have done before because you weren't as brave. University is the perfect chance to fail, you know, learn, grow and try again.
So I did economics at uni and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do, but there were certain things that it would have kind of helped me. Presenting wasn't one, I've got to be honest with you. But if you're going to do business management, what kind of career options does it give you?
Anything and everything. So some of the people on my course have gone into all different career paths. I've got a friend that works in banking, I've got a friend that works in HR, I've got someone that works as a tax consultant. It can genuinely project your career into any different sector, and that's the joy of the business management course. You can go into almost any career path.
What really surprised me was I asked you where you're based and I was expecting you to say London, but that clearly isn't the case because you're based, I think you said Nottingham.
Yep.
And so is the kind of country you're always, it doesn't have to be London-centric opportunities?
Absolutely. I think opportunities are available up and down, you know, the whole of the UK, and I think graduates need to remain open to that because just like university, when you join, it's a new experience. So if you secure a job in a new city, it's exactly the same. You get to experience a new area, make new friends, and just really immerse yourself in that culture.
We were also talking about the fact that we're no longer recent graduates, but we'll pretend that we are and our memories are as vivid as ever. What do you remember most from your time at Derby?
Oh gosh, so many good memories. I remember the people. I remember constantly laughing and challenging myself. You know, things are challenging at university, but in a really good way. And I think it's those connections that I made that I will remember for life, and the skills that I learned from those connections, be it my lecturers, the employability team, or even my colleagues. It was just a great 3 years for me.
So a lot of the people we brought in here are examples, basically success stories like yourself. What is it about you that's made you a success story versus perhaps somebody who it didn't quite work out for after uni?
Oh, God, wow. What a question. I would say why I'm proud of myself and my own successes would be because I became fearless. I let go of that baggage of should I do this? Shouldn't I do this? Is this okay? And as soon as I got rid of that kind of mindset and I went, what have I got to lose? Let's try it. What can I learn from this experience? I think that's when my career really took off, when I made bold choices, threw myself into it and made myself proud.
Right, thank you for that. And being a female, do you feel that's made more of a challenge in business management? Because classically, if you're going to say, I'm going to speak to somebody from engineering, I would expect it to be a guy. If it's going to be perhaps nursing, I might expect it to be a female. With business management, where does it sit there? And has it sort of had its own challenges being female?
It's a really good question. And I think actually now we're stepping into an era where women in business is actually more celebrated than it ever has been before. And for me, I have kind of ignored that stigma and seen it as, no, I'm a professional in my industry and my sex is irrelevant to that. Whether I'm male or female, it makes no difference. It's how good am I at my job and what am I bringing to that business or that role. I think there are challenges that you have to tailor your communication style to certain people, but that's life. You know, how you talk to a 4-year-old toddler versus one of your lecturers is very different. So you just learn to flex. But personally, I haven't faced any challenges. I see it as I'm loud and proud and I'm here to make other women be inspired to take a step in the field.
Well, thank you very much. And case in point, for anyone who is looking for inspiration to possibly study business management, what is it about Derby that perhaps differentiates it from other universities? Obviously, you haven't gone to other universities and studied, but what was it that you loved so much about the course at Derby?
So, as I mentioned, the course covered a breadth of subjects and it did allow you to kind of pick that avenue that you were most passionate about and diversify your skills into that one niche when you're ready and you know what you're interested in. But I think what really stood out for me at Derby University was the diversity. The range of people on my course were, you know, just incredible, and I actually secured my second graduate role because of somebody that I knew on my course. So wow. That network you build at university is critical, and that's what I really enjoyed most at Derby, the people.
I feel like I can ask you this question. What's your dream occupationally?
Oh.
So if I had to speak to you in 20 years' time, for you to say, yourself in 20 years' time, Oriane has smashed it out the park, what does that look like?
I would say, you know, for a company like Experian, winning more awards. I've already won a few at my previous company, so I'm quite proud of that. But I would say it's creating an award-winning graduate programme that inspires the next generation, that really brings out the best in them and brings that next generation of talent to Experian to help the business flourish. That would be a success to me.
Well, Oriane, thank you very much for your time. Final question. Do you remember your time in halls of residence?
Yes, I was in Princess Alice Court. I loved it. I used to catch the bus to university because I was lazy and I didn't like walking. And it was amazing because, again, the community, being in halls resident, it just really builds that friendship. And yeah, I'll never forget it. Never forget halls.
Oriane, your insight has been first class. But if you've never been inside a halls of residence before, here's first-hand flavour of what it's actually like.
Living with the University of Derby is amazing.
I'm close to town, I'm close to my lectures, I have great support in halls.
It's such a nice flat, it's so spacious.
It's such a positive experience because you do meet a lot of lifelong friends.
In this standard room you get a single bed, and next to it you get a lovely notice board, which I've mostly just used for pictures.
I have an absolutely unnatural obsession with dinosaurs.
So coming through here, the first thing you see is your bed. So it's a 3/4 size bed and it has all under bed storage as well. I've got my weekly planner, which I've only just started to do today.
And the wardrobe itself is huge. It can fit all my clothes and it's got some nice drawers at the bottom.
We've got the sink here, which is pretty handy for in the mornings.
It's really useful for brushing your teeth and washing your face in.
Most importantly to me, I've got my computer and my gaming setup.
You've got your desk chair which can swivel, and then I've got my printer on here.
Halls itself offers really good internet, so it's ideal for gaming, and there's no sort of hidden costs or fees or anything for the internet. It's just flat out brilliant to begin with.
One of the great things about living in halls is I do not have to worry about paying for electric bills, heating bills or water bills because it's all included and I can relax.
We have Jack's room, and there's Jack playing on his game. Say hi, Jack. And then we have a nice large bathroom. It's absolutely enormous, as you can tell.
We've got the shower, racks for everyone to their shampoo and conditioner.
Here we've got the communal kitchen, the microwave, toaster, oven, massive fridge, and that's all you could really want in a kitchen. There's so much space in here.
So as you can see, there's loads and loads of cupboard space, which works out perfectly.
You're so close to all the shops and the shopping centres.
It's a nice little town to have a walk around. Plenty of old buildings, plenty of good, quaint little shops to have a look in as well. One thing I like to do when I'm shopping is make sure I've got a good idea of what it is I want to have that week, so that way I don't overspend and it helps me really stick to my budget.
I've just been to Tesco Express to do a really quick food shop, so I'm going to show you what I've bought. So I've got some toilet roll, some bread, sweet potatoes, some chicken, some avocados, strawberries, some fabric conditioner and some hummus as well. And that is my light food shop for the weekend.
I'm just on the way to uni because I have a volcanology lecture.
Each hall has a set of RAs. RAs are students who basically live in halls and also work in halls as well.
At the moment, I'm off to work. We're holding a cookery class in the common room because I'm a social rep, and we hold events for everyone in halls.
Can I nick the box?
No! Just about to go off snowboarding now with everyone from the Snow Sports Society, and I can't wait. Did you have fun? A lot of fun.
So for me, Tuesday nights are esports nights when we compete, so halls is an ideal place because we've got high-speed internet.
I've just realised that there's a petting zoo outside, so let's go take a look.
Living with the University of Derby is great. You're close to town, you're close where your lectures are, you've got shopping just around the corner and you make great friends here.
It's so easy to socialise with everyone. It's such a central location. It's just so much fun.
I definitely would recommend it to anyone. It's a good experience for teaching you a bit of independence.
My experience living here has been amazing, and it's down to the staff and just the ease of living here. It's been amazing.
One of the big words for this entire 5 hours is definitely insight, and that's exactly what that was. Now, another reminder, feast your eyes on these words here because our subject chats are very much open for you to join. And this time we have teacher training, psychology, English, history, creative writing, publishing, global affairs and politics, accounting, economics and finance, international business, mechanical and motorsport engineering. There are so many possibilities for you to choose from, reflected in what we've seen and heard today about the university and Derby and what they have to offer you. But your next step will be the all-important university application, and that can be daunting for some students. So here's Gurjit, who heads up the university's admissions team, to give you some insider advice.
Gurjit Najjar. I'm the Assistant Registrar at the University of Derby and responsible for the admissions service at the university. You can apply through UCAS for undergraduate courses, which is a national service. Go to ucas.com and you'll be able to find the steps that you need to go through to apply online. You have a deadline of 15th of January. The system is open now for applications. A personal statement is what it says on the tin. It's an opportunity for you to tell us about yourself above and beyond your qualifications. It's a statement to be made about you, and you're expressing yourself on the application on the bits that we won't necessarily get from simply your qualifications or your school history. So it is a very important component of the application where you are able to sort of tell us more about you and why you're chosen that course or the university and the line of subject that you want to go into. We look for lots of things. We are looking for good writing skill as well, as much as the content of the personal statement. So we want to understand why you want to do the course, what is it that interests you about it, your own experiences and skills. You need to get yourself across and what's inspired you to do the course right now. But it's also about writing skill, like I said, so structure, grammar, spelling, punctuation, all of those components are important as part of the written part of the statement. Your introduction needs to be authentic, and if you start authentic, it will flow through to the rest of the statement. Start with why you're chosen that subject. Tell us genuinely why you want to apply. Work experience isn't the be-all and end-all. It's a good thing to have if you've got it, especially related to the university course that you're applying for, but that's not always the case. If you haven't got it, especially under the pandemic where it's not easy to get that experience, think about other things that you're doing that is relevant to what you're applying for. So you could be reading up information that isn't necessarily work experience, but you are developing your interest in that subject area, or you're picking up skills that aren't relevant to the subject area, but relevant to university life. And those things are important to put through. It could be that you're doing creative work outside. There's lots of social media work going on and things like that. People do things on YouTube and TikTok and things like that. And it's important to just get all of that across, but where it's relevant. Do not put irrelevant information in, because you'll build up that personal statement quite quickly, and you don't want to waffle. It is a substantial part of the application form, as well as qualifications, etc. So the first thing will be qualifications. You've got to meet the academic entry criteria or have the potential to. The personal statement tells us about your interest in the subject area and why, and again, your potential to succeed on the course and at the university. So it has equal importance to qualifications, but a good personal statement without qualifications is imbalanced, and only qualifications without a poor personal statement is imbalanced. So it's about striking a balance. A good personal statement is well structured, it's well thought out, and it's authentic, and it delivers on us understanding you as a person in terms of your skills, your experiences, and its relevancy to what you've applied for. A bad one is the opposite of all of that. You need to take lots of notes about your skills and experiences. It's sometimes very difficult to talk about yourself in a statement, but you're going to have to do that for university applications, job applications and apprenticeships, no matter what route you're taking. That's a requirement. Think about what you want to do and why you want to do it. If you do that thinking now, that will flow through to every part of the admissions process. Don't be gimmicky, flashy, don't overdo it. Just like I said, be authentic, and you know what your authentic means, and it's important to stay true to that. Also, don't copy your friends, don't worry about what they're writing, and don't copy anyone else's statement. The research you should do is about the course and the subject area, and even the academics. That's the X factor you're trying to now put into your statement. If you can look up your academics and some of the research work they've done, it's all available on Google Scholar, all their work pieces, etc. Those are extra X factors, wow factors that you're putting in, because you really have gone and looked deep about the subject and the course and why you want to do that at the university. Yes, so most interview invitations will give you some sort of idea of the structure of the interview, what you might be asked to do, like a group exercise, etc. So this is about expressing your skills in line with the exercise that's required. You know the course that you're applying for, so a typical question will be why you've applied for the course, even though you've covered it in your statement. There might be some other additional extension questions based on what you've written on your personal statement. So again, be authentic in the personal statement. You'll be able to follow that through at interview. If you're struggling with your personal statement and struggling to start it or even finish it, or you're not sure about it, get in touch with your school or college. Your careers advisors and even teachers will be able to assist you and advise you on that. Parents, older brothers and sisters, or even other people that you know in your network will be able to help you out.
So much invaluable advice there. But now in the studio we have two students who can give their hints and tips about applying themselves. Louise and Emma, thank you for joining us. Emma, you're back for more Double Bubble. You smashed the first one out of the park. What have you been up to since we last spoke to you?
Eating snacks.
Nice, good choice. And Louise, first of all, let's give you a round of applause. You've been here since the morning, just waiting like a coiled cobra, ready to go.
Thank you.
But we're going to put you under pressure here. So Emma, let's just remind ourselves of the degree that you got.
Occupational therapy.
What degree grade did you get?
First.
And your career, I imagine it's way in the distance with COVID. You've struggled with career-based opportunities. When did you start your work?
Monday.
So Louise, it's over to you. What degree grade did you get?
Oh, I haven't graduated yet.
Oh, so do we know the result?
No.
Ooh.
I've still got a year left.
Oh, I thought you were applying for a PhD.
Yeah, I am, but for next year.
But that means you've got to be, come on, you've got to be up there to apply for a PhD.
Well, I'm aiming for at least a 2-1.
At least a 2-1.
I want a first, but
Good.
aiming for
See, she's clipping at your heels, Emma. And what's your course?
Forensic science with psychology.
What's the plan there?
My interest is in dead things.
Wow.
So my research is going to be in...
you like my jokes, by the way.
Sort of thing.
Yeah. So you're in two very interesting places then. So Emma, you have applied to get to university, you've got your degree, and then you've got a job off the back of your application expertise. And Louise, you applied, gone to university, going into your final year with an eye to PhD, so to further academia. So two really good people to chat to. So Emma, I'll come to you first. When you applied to university, what do you think it was that made your statement stand out?
Like experience, any volunteering. I think the main thing is to be passionate and be true. Like I applied for a few courses before occupational therapy and I just wasn't getting in. And I noticed the difference between applying for those and applying for occupational therapy. When I was writing my occupational therapy application, I was just being totally honest. Because I genuinely wanted to do it. I genuinely had done things related to it. And whereas before I was applying for courses, I wasn't really that interested and I was just thinking, what do they want to hear? So I think that's a great indicator of if you go into the right course, because you just have to be you. And if it's the right course for you, then that's it. Like, just be passionate, get lots of experience, thinking about transferable skills. So even like I used everything. That you don't have to have been an occupational therapist or, for example, or occupational therapist assistant to have the right experience. But your personal life can give you transferable skills. So communication, being caring, like you just be natural, like in you.
Thank you.
That seemed to work.
Yeah, well, it really did work. And what about yourself, Louise?
I started, when I did my A-levels, I did maths and biology and further maths. So forensics is basically maths and biology put together and then a lot more practical. So I basically spoke about how I really liked maths, I really liked biology. Realised since I've come to uni, maths is not my thing anymore. But
Okay. It's an important realisation though.
Yeah, it's been quite a good realisation. But yeah, I wrote about those sorts of things and why I liked it and what I'd done. So I'd like mentored people in younger years doing their maths GCSEs and like helped out doing loads of different things. So I just wrote about everything that I'd done in a way that wasn't too like cocky, in a way. Like confident but not too cocky.
that's what Gurjit was kind of alluding to. I think as Brits possibly we find it hard to sell ourselves, as it were,
Yeah.
but ultimately that's kind of what's needed to stand out. So it is a fine balance. And you mentioned also about maths, realising it wasn't for you. That was the same as me. I did economics, realised actually economics probably isn't for me. I loved it at A-level, didn't enjoy it so much at uni, but that was really important in sort of directing me to the next phase of my life, because I don't want to spend 40 years doing something that I don't necessarily have a passion for. But for you, Emma, occupational therapy, clearly you loved it and clearly it's worked.
Yeah, totally.
And what is it about occupational therapy that you love so much?
Well, occupational therapy is all about helping people do things that they wouldn't usually be able to do because of physical injuries, mental health, health difficulties, learning difficulties. So and I truly believe that everybody should be able to do exactly what they want to do. They should be able to do the things everyone else does and do the things that they love, and occupational therapy is about enabling that and just looking at the whole person, knowing their story, if somebody's got a certain behaviour, why they're acting in that way, and just you can really get to know people and really get into people. I'm very nosy so you can just find out so much about people and just help them be who they want to be, and that's just fabulous. I have to stop myself because I get a bit excited about it. But yeah, just helping people be who they want to be and breaking those barriers. Just because you've got things that are making it difficult doesn't mean you can't achieve, and you can do anything if you have an occupational therapist.
I think it's phenomenal that you've got that passion.
Oh yeah.
You've just spoken for a minute about something that you're now working in. This isn't a hobby, this is what you get paid to do.
Yeah, that is crazy.
And with yourself, Louise, so what is it about forensic science? You mentioned that you like dead things. What is it about forensic science?
I just like the idea of being able to help the police and catch people that have done crimes, and especially with the dead things, it's catching people who have committed a murder or run away and done something bad. I want to help the families of those that have died, and kind of bring them some sort of closure, as much as I can, because I like helping people, but I want to be more a practical, sciencey way behind it.
What's quite interesting is underpinning both of your endeavours is, I guess, an element of altruism, because you're trying to help other people, which is kind of contradictory to how you need to be when you apply for something, because you're sort of saying, look at me, so I can help people. So it's a difficult circle to square that. For anyone watching this who possibly has that difficulty, because you're kind of nodding then, how do you go about doing that? Do you kind of pretend you're somebody else and you're writing about somebody else, or do you just put it all out there, or do you play it cool? What?
You've got to put it all out there, I think.
Okay.
Because
you're actually applying for a PhD, so you are a part of the application process right now.
Yes, I think it's best to put it all out there, because they will they'll. Whether it's just all academic you put on there, or you pretend that you're not as caring as you are, they want to see the passion coming from you, and that's whether you show that with the academic side or the caring side, they'll want to see that. So it's best to put it all out there, show them who you are, what you're about, and then get them to read it and see who you are.
And what about yourself, Emma?
Exactly the same. I think just putting it. It isn't nice for any of us, and like you said, Brits are quite reserved and we don't shout about things. But it's either that or somebody that does shout gets a place over you, and that isn't fair. Because everybody's got strengths, so you've just got to put your pride to one side and just go for it. And Louise said, don't be cocky. To show your skills and your passion, that isn't being cocky. You just be, as I said earlier, just be true and just give the best version of you, and that's okay. It's okay to say your achievements. I think we sometimes think it's not okay to share your achievements, but it is.
It's quite interesting because you're also both, I'd say, relatively introverted. You're not sort of gregarious and, but you're the loudest person in the room. And I suppose working on occupational therapy, you mentioned some of the types of challenges of the people that would be there. I imagine you have to tread extremely carefully and be really strong in your communication in a very different way, because otherwise you're just not going to get what you need out of them.
Yeah, definitely. And people are obviously going through traumatic experiences at the time, or they have done. So you've got to bring that out of people as well, so they can, they know it's okay to shout about the things that they're doing, because they're doing amazing things. So yeah, definitely you do have to tread carefully, but at the same time, I think you've just got to weigh it up depending on who you're with and what you're speaking about.
And with occutherapy, because I think, is it occutherapy I've heard people refer to it as?
No, that's Occi-Health.
Occi-Health.
Not the same.
Don't get the two. Do not make that schoolboy error, because you don't
Don't ever say that in front of an occupational
You won't get into Derby. You've got no chance. So with regards to yourself, how key is, so I mentioned the communication, how key is that in the words that you're using on your application form? Do you try and convey almost that I tread carefully, or do you think I'm going to show my passion on this?
So show your passion, definitely, but tread carefully in the way you don't come across judgmental, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So try not to categorise people. I can't really think of an example. So
no, I'm totally with you.
I'm trying to say a sentence that's not going to offend people. So don't say, for example, I really want to help people with disabilities
right, okay.
play football, because that's sort of an assumption that all people with disabilities can't play football.
Thank
that makes
you.
sense?
That's really useful. Yeah.
So just be very open-minded, not non-judgmental. Not that you're gonna, because everybody's so individual, not that you're gonna grab everybody with, because everybody's disability is unique to them. Somebody who is a above knee amputee is not going to want the same things and not wanting, so be more broad rather than specific patients, specific problems, because everybody's different. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say is just be open, non-judgmental, be passionate about people, but not be direct, because not everybody's the same.
Well, I think to your point as
holistic.
well is, if you were to categorise, possibly it suggests you don't fully understand what you're talking about, and so that would expose itself. So it would show true understanding. But a few brass tacks questions. How long did you spend on your personal statements?
I spent about 5 months doing mine.
That is a long time.
Yeah, my sixth form started saying, right, you've got to apply, we want you all to apply to uni, so you need to write a personal statement. So they started that in the end of year 12. So we had all of the summer to write it up, and then when we got back, we could send it to whoever we wanted to get them to peer review it, and then once we were happy with it, we would then send off our UCAS application. So about 5 months.
So I reckon I did mine in about 5 hours, which speaks volumes as to why maybe you're going to get a first and I didn't get a first. But Emma, what about yourself?
Well, I did that many because I tried to get into university that many times.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Yeah, it took me 9 attempts.
So within the same year or multiple years?
9 years.
Congratulations.
I know.
A, getting to uni and B, smashing it.
So the previous times I can't really remember, to be honest, because that goes back 9 years. But the last time I did it, I don't think I spent that long on it at all, because I just was, like I said earlier, was truly honest, did it. There wasn't anything I could add to it because I was fully open to put everything on the page.
Is there a sense that because you finally got across the line, you finally got access to everything Derby has to offer, you just grabbed all the opportunities by the horn?
Totally. And I didn't really do anything different. I did a bit of an extra qualification to get into university, but I'm certain it's because I went for a course that was truly me. Because I wasn't getting anywhere, and then I wasn't even getting into universities, yet when I did the one that was for me, I got into every single one that I applied for. So I definitely don't be, I know this is going a bit off track, but
no,
just don't be disheartened if you keep writing these personal statements, because when you write the one for you, it's easy, because you just have to be true, and it worked for me. So, but how long I spent on that one, I think it wasn't more than a day.
No, thank you for
Probably
that.
5 minutes.
Because earlier on we were talking about in the Western world, we focus on destinations and not the journeys it takes to get there. And 9 years it took you, and you didn't give up. I mean, that speaks volumes about your tenacity.
Yeah, and now, like, I wouldn't change my experience. I'm glad it took me that long, because I wouldn't change my experience that I've had now, like, for the world. And I was one of those people that, when people say, oh, you can do anything you put your mind to, or I was sat there thinking, well, you can't really, can you? But you can.
Good
Clearly
for you.
you can, yeah. So
I'm so pleased you told us about that. And then finally, it's about checking your personal statement. Did you have anyone to check? I presume if it was 5 months, teachers and people were checking.
Yes, I had my tutor, my head of year, I had my biology teachers, my maths teachers, I had my peers check it. I had pretty much everyone check it, because everyone's got different opinions and they'll all be like think differently. So I had as many people check it as I could, because I wanted to make sure it was spot on before I sent it off. Yeah.
And Emma?
no, because I was embarrassed if someone to read it. I didn't.
And just finally then, length of personal statement. Do you use all the word count, or do you go, so you did, Emma, that's a definite nod, and Louise?
I think I went up to it, maybe a little bit under, but around the word count, yeah.
So much pearls of wisdom in there. I wish we could almost put that into a transcription and then just pull them out into a top 10, because that was really useful. Thank you, Louise. Thank you very much, Emma. Some fab advice, but there's also lots of support on the University of Derby's web pages, by the way, even a personal statement builder to make sure you check that out. And it might not take you 9 years, but if you do, you might just smash it out of the park. Right now, it's back to Pete, who's going to give a quick tour of the library based at Kedleston Road.
Hello, thank you very much, Radzi. We are here at the library at Kedleston Road. This is the main library. This is the hub. Check this out. 4 floors of books, of journals, essentially everything that you're going to need for your course here at the University of Derby. We're going to do a tour, okay? Now, there are lots of different zones here. We've got 3 main zones for whatever the style of study is that you need to do at that moment. Okay, have a look at that. Have a look at that, Ash. Silent study zones, that means you're not allowed to talk. Quiet study zone, hushed tones please. And discussion zones, we're in one of those now thankfully, so it's fine. There aren't any students here either. Do you know what? Raising your voice in a library is a little bit weird. It's not just me here, we've got Ash the camera guy, we've got Callum on the boom mic, we've got a whole bunch of cable people back there, all looking after everything. The tech guys are freaking out because this could go wrong really, really easily. Lots of books with it being a library, obviously.
In the studio, we need
Sure, psychology, and lots of other. Our way down here, because I know that there's somebody waiting for us, okay? And that person is busy at work at the moment, and I'm going to interrupt. Hello, Marge.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Fantastic. Yeah, very good, thank you. So you graduated this year. What course did you do?
Yep, so I studied my Masters in Environmental Assessment and Control.
Did you enjoy it?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Fantastic.
It was very eye-opening.
Absolutely. I guess you've used the library quite a lot during your time here at Derby. How did it support you?
Yeah, so obviously we've got all the books in here, but there was also the e-books online, so on the online catalogue. There was also journals that I could find to help me with my research. And if anyone was up against the paywall, I could ask at the library, see if they can access it for me so I can further my research.
Fabulous. And if you're working away, so you studied part-time, so you were doing loads of other stuff. I guess, you know, quite often you'd be at home and you'd want to access these resources. How easy was that to do?
Super simple. So as I mentioned before, they have the online catalogue, so I could find if they had the e-books available, so then I could just access those, digitally carry on with my work. I can access papers again, and also I can reserve books, so once I reserve those, they go into a special place called the Vault.
The Vault. Do you know what? I've heard about the Vault. Originally, we were going to go into the Vault. And then, for some reason, the team found out about my past and they went, Pete, you're not going into the Vault. I'm going to find... Any idea what's in the Vault? I hear there's gold bullion. Is there gold bullion?
Gold of our time.
Okay, gold of our time. Come on, guys. Right, I'm going to face forward at this point because otherwise I'll fall down the stairs. Are you all right, cable guys? Everybody okay? Great. So, we're moving into a green zone now. This is a discussion zone. I'm glad this place is closed. It feels weird raising your voice in the library. It really does. Right here, you have a look over there, Ash the camera guy. That's a meeting room. So you can book a meeting room and you can have a meeting in there. There are several of those dotted around the place. There are also create pods as well. I'm just looking at one over there. You can go in there, you can create stuff. It's a fantastic, fantastic place to be creative. There's a microphone in there, and it's a good place to work. Printers and a sanitation station. God, that's good stuff. I wash my entire body in this. Okay, Jonathan.
Hi Pete, welcome to the library.
Hello, sir. Fantastic. Do you know what? It's a great library. I'm just saying how great the sanitation stuff smells.
Yeah, I've
fantastic.
just been using it myself.
Okay, good job. Right, okay. So, what do you do here?
So, I'm an academic librarian, and we help students to learn the essential skills and get the most out of using libraries.
Okay, fantastic. And what do the libraries offer the students at the university?
We offer access to all the essential books, journals and other resources students need for their course. We have a range of study zones, as you've probably seen as you've gone around.
Yeah.
Silent zones, group study zones, individual study pods like these. And we have really experienced and dedicated staff who can help students to learn the essential academic skills they need.
Okay. And are the libraries open outside of teaching hours?
Yes, yeah, we've got 5 libraries and they're all open long hours into the week. Most libraries are open into the evening and at weekends as well.
Fantastic. And obviously you've got a history. What's your history? What made you go, you know what, I want to be an academic librarian? What made you do that?
Supporting students, helping them to learn, helping them to get the most from their studies and to explore these. It's a fascinating part about being at university, I think, to use a library and learn through it.
Do you know, that's one of the big things that I've noted just talking to the academics today, is how they are here just to help the students and really passionate about helping students and supporting them as well. So that's absolutely brilliant.
It's a great university community.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, this year has been really odd. I mean, as we walk around, obviously there are arrows everywhere. You've got a little one-way system in place. I just went the wrong way down the one-way system, which was really
easily done.
Really, if you find me, we've got a problem because I don't have my cash on me. There are distancing markers as well, which is fantastic. You've got the sanitation stations. What else has changed around here?
So we've introduced a booking system to ensure that everybody can get access to study spaces and come in when they need to. So students book in advance and they can book longer slots to study, shorter slots to come borrow items. We're asking everyone to wear face masks when they're studying in the library, and like I say, we've introduced strict social distancing measures around the library and the campus.
As soon as you said that, Jonathan, I just took a step back.
Yes,
although there's definitely 2 meters there. You don't have a tape measure with you, do you? Do you know, you're the man who's going to be able to help me. I've heard about this, right? I've heard that originally we were going to go downstairs, and I've heard that there's a vault here.
Yes,
what's the deal with the vault? First of all, please don't tell me it's one with a number pad, with a keypad. That would be so disappointing. Don't tell me that.
No, so we have 2 types. We do have a digital type.
Oh,
so
no.
Yeah.
I've got one of those in my pantry. It's not special.
But we have stacks. They're full of rich resources. Students and researchers love going through those and finding unusual items, to say the least. Older journals, older books. But yes, you turn the large wheel to open some of them.
Big wheel like on a big ship. Fantastic. So you've got vaults with big wheels like this. What have you got in the I mean, you say that there are There are books, there are old and valuable books.
Yeah.
Is there any gold bullion?
Unfortunately not, else I'd have found that first, I can guarantee.
Unfortunately not. They said gold bullion. I was told there was gold bullion. Unbelievable. I can't believe there's not gold bullion.
There's nothing as rich a resource as books.
There's nothing as rich. Okay. Do you know, there's a sign over there saying Phil. So what I would do is I would ask you a question right now, and it's got to be, out of all of the books in this place, and there are a lot, I picked one up about psychology. It's not necessarily my thing, but what is the best book here?
So I help a lot of culinary arts and hospitality students, and one of my favourite books that we have in one of our libraries is a recipe book from about 100 years ago.
Wow.
Really fascinating, yeah.
Yeah, 100-year-old recipe book. Yeah. But no gold bullion.
No gold bullion, unfortunately.
Very disappointed by that, guys. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much. I'm so pleased we got to see the entirety of the library. For a second there we thought, oh, what's going to happen? But then the technology bugs managed to get in the game, and as a result we have Bassett here who's hot-footed it over whilst Pete was in the library from Derby here. You haven't even, not a bead of sweat on your face, sir.
A little bit, yeah. I've just had a quick water, so I'm good to go. I'm good to go.
From an undisclosed location, we won't say where that is, but I'm slightly concerned because I see a crumpled piece of paper in your hand.
It's pretty crumply, isn't it, as well? Yeah. Well, I've been so impressed with everything that you've been doing today, Raddy. Honestly, you make it look so easy.
The check's in the post.
Yeah. You've made it look so easy, and I thought, you know what, I want to try my hand at this. So I thought I've got some questions ready for you, and what I'd like afterwards is, once you've answered them,
yes,
if you could sort of critique me, be as harsh as you need to be, okay? Because it's the only way I can grow, okay?
Okay, can I do a deal? Afterwards, how about I get to interview you a little bit afterwards?
Yeah, that's fair, very fair.
And you critique me. So proper assessment.
Okay, yeah, definitely, which is in the university theme as well, isn't it? So I was trying to think of a nice name for this.
Okay.
I've got questions for Radzi.
Was there a marketing department that was involved?
It's quite hard work, yeah. I was in the middle of drawing a logo. It's not great, I'll be honest with you. Right, okay, so question number 1. You've recorded a number of VTs off the university. Which ones were your most favourite to record?
Oh, I would say, well, we did a lot. So I came to Derby about a month ago, I'd say, and there's an amazing team here behind the scenes who had everything planned and arranged, and we did a lot in a day. Probably my favourite was maybe being in the sports facility because of how it was shot. It looked wicked. I happen to like things cinematically, but also I love sport. And the facilities here are absolutely awesome, and it's very rare anywhere in the country for you to be able to go. Here is an incredible sports hall where you can play basketball, badminton, futsal, indoor football, walk 10 metres and see 2 state-of-the-art squash courts, to turn around to see a climbing wall where you can lead climb, boulder and everything in between, to then walk 10 steps downstairs and be in a world-class gym, all in one. So that was probably my favourite.
Amazing. And did you really explore the space as well? Were you like a kid in a candy store? Did you try pretty much everything, or?
Just as I got to the bench rest, they went, Radzi, you've got work to do. You're joking. Okay, fine. And we moved on. And then I put some gear on and then started to cycle really fast, what I thought was really fast. And it turns out it was really slow. And it turns out Chris Hoy was, in fact, really fast.
How close were you to Chris Hoy, though? Were you like getting it? Yeah,
it was fine margins, you know, it was by the flare of a nostril.
I thought it would be. I was watching that scene as well, and I just started getting tired and thought, no, I'm done with this. Right. So, question number 2.
Yes.
Right, it gets a bit more personal now.
Right.
It really doesn't. Right, what aspects of the university have impressed you the most? So we've talked about the sports facilities.
Yes.
Was there any other aspects that you've noticed or seen through what you've seen through interviews today, or anything like that you thought, wow, this is impressive?
Yeah, it's actually the people. So it's the students. I remember meeting, so when I met the VC, I was sat with a number of students, and I thought, when I was their age, which was a few years ago now, I did not have my stuff together anywhere near to what these guys have. And it was people from all over the world. They all had their own stories, but there was a unity there was a pride of Derby. And I thought, wow, it was just a really, really wonderful hour that we spent together. And then every student that I've met, whether it's people we've interviewed, whether it's alums, there's something special about this place. And then the people that have put this together have worked tirelessly to think, well, you know what, we've got a few options here. One is we don't do an open day because of the current situation, or we bring the open day to everyone at home. So if you are thinking about applying to Derby, we're going to give you the closest thing possible to you actually being here, and have turned 5 hours of a Derby experience into what is, I think, a really, really fantastic project. And everyone's come together, and this isn't even their real job. Their job isn't to make a digital open day, but they're doing it. So it's the people of Derby University.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head, and hopefully when you interview me, I'll kind of steal a lot of the stuff you've said there. You've stolen a lot of my stuff, if I'm perfectly honest. I hate you a little bit now. Okay, so obviously you've been to university many years ago. Many years ago, or many years ago?
Many.
I know there's 5 years difference between us. I'm 5 years older, so when you say many years, that breaks my heart a little bit, if I'm honest. So what are your fondest memories from university? Please keep it clean.
I wish there were other stories to tell, but there really weren't. I suppose for me, it was actually where I kind of realised that I wanted to do presenting. And we were speaking to Louise, who was talking about the fact that she liked maths at A-level, didn't necessarily like it at university. That's a really important revelation. Whether it was Emma talking about the fact it took 9 years, it took me 3 years to get my break in TV. People don't see that bit. They don't see me walking around dressed as a big red lion at athletics events being a mascot. They don't see me as a big red bird called Busby the bird. So imagine me as a yellow sphere with red leggings and big bird-like feet. And that was what I was doing for free.
Oh, wow.
Hoping somebody might see me. Looking back, they weren't going to see me in a very literal way. I thought, if I can do this and someone sees me, I could get an opportunity. And TV, like life, I guess, is about right place, right time. I didn't know the place, I didn't know the time, but I put myself as many places as many times as I could. And it took me 3 years of living in a hostel with mice running through the kitchen. It took me 3 years of doing work experience, internships, but it kind of started at uni, where the big thing I took away was I did economics, and I kind of liked economics, but I thought I don't want to spend the rest of my life doing something I don't love. And actually, that's something where you speak to your friends and your colleagues and you think, you know what? Who am I and what am I all about? And at school, I didn't have that. I was trying to fit in. Whereas at uni, I think you have a chance to be you. And whether it's you on Boggle Gox, a show which sounds like.
Yeah, the other one. Can't say it, no.
That's you being authentic. But I think it takes that transition in your life to kind of go from the show version of you to actually, this is who I am and I'm comfortable with that.
Fantastic. Really, really wise words. Fantastic. Okay, and in a similar vein as well, on a similar topic, how long have you actually worked in media now then? So when you look at where you really started from, and then that journey, how long have you actually been in the industry now, would you say?
So I got my break in TV. My first full-time job was on August 5th, 2013, and I'm never going to forget it. It was at 1 p.m. to be precise. And it was, I mean, I cried. And that for me is why I'm really passionate about speaking to young people about what is it that you want to do, because we talk a lot about you can do anything that you want to do, but actually, I think that is true. You may succeed, but you also may fail. And actually, a lot of successes, in my opinion, and in my case, have come through failure. So are you willing to pick yourself up to kind of take a new path and to explore that? So 7 years, basically, full-time. Before that was 3 years, like I said, working for free. But to me, the 3 years now sounds like nothing. But then, it was really tough.
Amazing.
All of my friends, they had jobs. They had grad jobs. They were actually progressing in life. And I was just not doing anything, trying to chase this unicorn.
I think that's amazing, and you referenced their fear of failure, and one of the art lecturers mentioned it as well. And I think university is fantastic in the sense that they're giving you that chance to fail. They almost want you to fail at certain aspects, because that's the only way you're going to deal with it, you're going to learn from it, and actually almost embrace failure, because that's a chance to explore what you've done and how you can improve it. So that's, if there's one message I want to take away from that, it's really to explore that failure. Don't shy away from it, because not only do you learn something from it, but when you make your break, like you said, you were in tears, you were just so happy at that moment. It just makes it worthwhile, which is absolutely fantastic. So number 5, looking at the university facilities and support, if you could do it all again.
Oh, I'd love to.
If you could do it all again in what we've got nowadays, because I don't know what university was like for you, but this is next level these days. It really, really is.
Yeah, but it really is.
It really
I
is.
feel like I'm, you know, in my day, but it actually is. It's night and day. And,
Definitely.
you know, whether it is the halls of residence, whether it is the way now lectures with the internet emerge together, the access to resources. I mean, look at that. Look at that building, for crying out loud. That is absolutely awesome. And if I could do it all again, I'd probably, having spoken to Dr. Andy, I'd probably do sports science.
Yeah.
I love sports science. And again, his eyes are lighting up when he talks about his subject. And he talks about his subject a lot. And so, sports science.
Amazing, amazing. Right, one final question. Obviously, with COVID and all the craziness, you probably haven't had a chance to explore Derby. Have you had any chance to see what Derby's about as a city?
You know, yes, very much so. And I really, really like, in fact, I wouldn't normally say this, but so I've just bought a house, my very first house, and I looked at Derby. Derby was one of the places I very nearly bought, and I decided not to because I wanted to be close to my mum.
Right.
So my mum's Wolverhampton, and I thought I'd like to be just a little bit close, well, mainly for her, so she can drive and it's not so much. But yes, I love Derby, and I love the East Midlands specifically, and it's the fact that kind of a few people have alluded to it. It's a small city, but it's big enough not to feel small.
Love that.
And it's small enough to feel intimate and have a community. And so, yeah, and actually my mum's best mate, who's my sister's godmother, used to live here. And so, yeah, I really, really like Derby.
Fantastic, brilliant. And that's all my questions. So that's the end of questions for Radzi. What do you think?
If I were to review you, I'd give you a solid 8.5 out of 10.
Oh, not bad.
Yes.
I'll take that, definitely. When do I get my certificate?
It's in the post, along with your check for the compliment
Brilliant.
earlier. But one question to you. What's next for you, dude? Because you, as well as being a star of Boggle Gox,
that's the one.
You also do other stuff. Do you think you want to do what you keep doing what you're doing? Or do you think the world of TV's for you?
I think that Boggle Gox suits my life perfectly, to be honest, and the fact that I get to experience these kind of things and talk to you is amazing. But ultimately, and you said follow your passion, and my passion is education, so I've worked in it for so many years now in some way, shape or form, and I'm just really excited exploring all the opportunities in terms of that. But stuff like this is absolutely the icing on the cake, and it's been an absolute pleasure having a chat with you.
And I have to say, I'm not just saying this, in the one downside of TV is I'd say sometimes people on camera aren't necessarily who they are in real life. You are exactly the same on and off camera. So it's been an absolute pleasure, sir. But the compliments stop there because you need to run all the way back to from whence you came to an undisclosed location back in your living room because you've got some more work to do.
I have.
We'll see this man shortly. Bassett is an undeniable legend, but back to you, back to the University of Derby and back to courses, because if you have a passion for science, technology, engineering and maths, then you need to check out the University of Derby's STEM Centre, which is exactly what we're going to do now. Hopefully, fingers crossed, technology allows. So let's head straight over to Celia and Emma. Ladies, where are you?
Hi Radzi, I am here at the STEM Centre at Markeaton Street. This facility is especially designed to enhance practical teaching in mechanical, motorsports, manufacturing and civil engineering, alongside with facilities for electrical and electronics engineering and computer networking. And I'm joined by Ben Sams, who is a senior lecturer in electronics and mathematics at the College of Science and Engineering. Hi Ben.
Hello.
Do you know, it looks like we are at a music venue. So can you tell me more about this facility? What is it used for and who gets to use it?
Yeah, so this is auditorium free, and this is part of our sound, light and live event technology degree. And yeah, we've got lights, we've got mixing desks, we've got speakers, all part of our engineering focused degree on how to create the best event, the best live event. That's what it's all geared for. And that's, yeah, that's really great fun because we get to study the science and the engineering behind it, but we also study how to get it to work and how to have a good time.
Yes, and this room is beautiful. It's huge, and like, what can students do in this room? What can they create around here?
Yeah, so today we've just got a little mini studio set up. Get some equipment out, make it look pretty. But in other times we've transformed this. This is just a big box room, and students can convert the whole thing. So all the way up to the top, we've got motors that aren't hung there. We get them up, and we have to go all the way up on a scissor lift to hang them back up there. And then we've turned this space into so many different things. So we've had the Starship Enterprise in here.
No.
And that was great fun. So you walk in through the doors, you then have to step up, and the whole thing rumbled when you press the engines. It was excellent fun. We've had Doctor Who's TARDIS. So you walk in, and you had the center console, and everything was flashing around you. And then we've also had a Jurassic Park kind of theme park experience in here. We've even had a car and a giant waterfall in here in the past.
Oh my goodness.
All part of understanding not just how to create these amazing experiences, but actually how to design them, program them, and also install them in a safe environment.
And you know, the installing and the practical aspect, is that important for students to experience that?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we still do lectures, we still teach them the theory behind it all, but everything that we do is underpinned by getting our hands on things and actually playing with it. And I'm really glad that even now we can still do that. We can get our students involved in this kind of thing.
And do you know what I love about teachers is that if a teacher's been in this facility or has worked in a university before, it just gives you an extra element. And you've had that experience, haven't you, studying a course similar to this?
Yes. So I actually studied the Sound and Light degree too long ago. I can't even remember how many years ago. But yeah, I studied the degree. I went out in the industry for a little bit, and I came back here. And yeah, I just love what this degree offers in terms of its hard science and engineering, but also understanding how this works so we can get the best experience.
And you and your students, who we have some behind us here, you guys have helped take part in the Open Day Live. So can you just tell us a bit about that?
So any link back to the university like this has been done by my students. So we've got teams, I think there's 5 or 6 different teams around the university. This is the first time students have been in for ages, and straight away they're doing a live TV broadcast. That's what we pride ourselves on, getting students involved. And even just then, so not just this broadcast, but yesterday and for the whole of this week, we've had freshers where we've had 6 sound systems and lighting and open cinema projectors all involved in big marquees at the university.
That's amazing. And we have one of the students here. So we have Daniel. So hi, Daniel.
Hi.
So tell me, what course are you doing here at the uni?
So I'm studying Sound, Light and Live Event Technology degree. I'm in my 2nd year, and yeah.
Tell me how you're finding it.
It's brilliant fun. One of the best things I love about it is the first year we got to use this space. We had 6-hour-long mega practicals, which is what we like to call them, and we were able to set up a whole set, so including a stage, lighting, managed to rig an entire truss and hang speakers, and then we get to use it and we get to learn how it all comes together to create a proper sound system stage set.
And do you think that, having this practical makes you get a better job? Does it help you in your job applications and things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to actually come and use the equipment that the university own, and we can use it whenever we like, definitely gives you a leg up when you come to get a job after university.
I love that. Do you have a dream job just after you've done this degree?
So I'd love to go touring around the world with a band. So say Coldplay, if they did another world tour when you're allowed to go and tour, I'd love to do tech for them, yeah.
Have you always wanted to do lighting and sound?
Yeah, so I started back in secondary school. I got involved and managed to end up sort of taking over and doing everything for all the shows that we did, and then found Derby and was like, yes, this is exactly where I want to go.
And how do you feel working, behind the scenes? You're now in front of the camera. How do you feel being part of this experience?
It's great. I love being behind the camera as much as I love being on camera, so I'm quite lucky in that
And
case.
what would you like to say to students or somebody at home sitting there thinking, I'm thinking about doing this course, I don't know, what's some things you could like to say?
Oh, I mean, it's definitely worth, either having a look or going straight ahead and applying. We have so much equipment that you can just come and use whenever you want to use it, that it's a no-brainer, really.
I was saying earlier that it's like Lego bricks, because you take loads of different things, you just put them together and you can come up with amazing things. What about you, Ben? What's one thing that you would like to say to a student who's watching now thinking, I'm thinking about doing this course, but I don't know?
We talk to many employers across the country, and one thing they always say is that they like graduates that can do it all. So not just sound, not just lights, not just the production side, but have experience in everything. And also they say to us that Derby University graduates have that higher level technical knowledge because we are an engineering degree at heart. So they can really understand how it all works. So if something breaks, we've had experiences in the past of graduates going out and they can just go and get a soldering iron and fix stuff on site, change chips even in components, and then all of a sudden it works again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to both of you for speaking to me today. We are now going to take a look at the Flume facility with Emma.
back. Now we're here in the Fluids Lab with Matt from the technical team for civil engineering and construction. So, hi Matt, can you tell us a little bit about the flume, what equipment like this is used for, and also who uses it?
Yeah, so this is our 10-metre flume at the university. The flumes at the university are used by the built environment and the natural environment. So the natural environment use this one in particular for its wave generator, looking at how sediment erosion in beaches affects coastal erosion, and the built environment use it predominantly for culverts. We use it for dam spillways like the one that we've got here in a second, and we use it for sluice gates. So what we do is we push some water through it, then put an obstacle in place. This machine here tells us how the fluid will react once we put an obstacle in place, and we can take some various measurements on that. Should we start it up and then I'll explain it as we do it?
Great, yeah, just to let you know, viewers, this may get a little bit noisy.
So it just takes a few seconds to turn on. So water's going to come from that end. At the moment, we're going to be pushing it through at about 12 litres per second. What that's going to do is come up and hit the dam. It will then take a little while to fill up. So what this one is replicating as such, this would be a body of water, something similar to a reservoir. What we then need to do with the reservoir is discharge it to something that's going to be useful. So, say Severn Trent Water have one just outside of Derby, and they provide water to Derby itself and Nottingham. What they then do is discharge however much water they need to come out of it to meet the demands of Derby and Nottingham itself. Our students, what they will be doing is looking at the height of the water up here and the height of the water going over the dam itself. And what we can then do is work out how much water is going to come out of it. One of the big problems with dam is just at the end here, what we call this is subcritical flow, and going over the dam itself is supercritical flow. The supercritical flow is high energy. So once it goes over the dam itself, it causes a lot of bed erosion. So what we do here is put a little ski jump over it, and that helps us dissipate the energy to get it more to the subcritical flow and stop damaging the river slightly further down the dam itself.
So I guess this mirrors what students would experience when they go into the world of work. And
yeah, very much so. So once we designed this sort of stuff, it's very important to do our theoretical calculations. But what this helps us do is model it in the real life as well. So once we work in industry, what we are doing is theoretical calculations, something called finite element analysis on computers, and then what we can do is test it in a model like what this is, just scaled down.
Fantastic. That's so great to see. Thanks, Matt. Up next, we're going to head to the motorsport workshop after this short video.
As an individual, you might think you can't make a difference, but you can. It all begins with an idea. Take chances. Make mistakes. The important thing is to never stop questioning.
Science, technology, engineering and mathematics subjects, they're like opening the world up. Most people see sort of the tip of the iceberg when actually there's so much more to it.
We're all affected by things in STEM. I mean, nowadays things are more and more connected. It's so fast-paced.
You've got so many different things you can get involved in.
so many different areas that you can go into.
In this area will be recognised and will be supported.
I just see so much opportunities in the future for it to grow even further. So the more people we can get into STEM, the more discoveries can be made, the more we can build on each other's ideas and just advance the future, you know.
Do not think of yourself as less than anybody else. If you love any of the STEM subjects, just go for it.
Don't be afraid and don't just listen to what others have told you or the expectations that others have for you.
There shouldn't be anything holding you back from what you feel passionate about. You just got to throw yourself into it because that's the only way you're going to get what you want.
If you have that drive and determination and that passion, then you can do it.
Welcome to the Motorsport Workshop. I am here with Sabuj, who is the Head of Discipline of Engineering, and Bridie, who is a current student studying here. And behind us is Alex on the race car simulator to give us a little flavour of the facilities here in this space. Now, hi both.
Hi.
And I must say, these cars are impressive, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you know, Sabuj, I'm going to ask you first.
Sure.
Tell me about this facility and what it's used for.
Sure. So this is part of our main workshop facilities for our engineering students. So what you can see here, there are lots of race cars. There is race simulator, engines, engine dyno. There are various types of measurement and optimization systems as well. So these are really for our students to use for their teaching and for any extracurriculum activities like race events. You probably heard about Formula Student.
Yeah.
So that's we do get our students to use these facilities to prepare them for those events. Yeah.
And do you think that having a workshop like this and being able to work on cars like this is very important for the students to gain the experience?
Definitely. I think I would say, if you know about engineering, it's all about applied science. So what is important here is for students to know how to apply the theories that they learn and see the real difference, so they appreciate that it's not always same in the reality. So and they also get a feeling about how the real world and how the real problems will look like. So we can simulate the environment here, which is really important for our engineering students.
Have you had a turn in these cars? Have you had a chance to get in and ride them?
I did get into them, but not myself driving them. But yeah, simulators are there. I did enjoy simulators previously, so very exciting.
I love that. And yes. I'm going to go to you, Bridie, and ask you, tell me about the course that you're studying.
So I'm studying motorsport engineering, and basically in my first year I did a lot of practical stuff in here. So learning how to set up the cars for a race weekend, or say taking apart a gearbox and putting it back together, measuring it and enhancing it for the race weekend.
Have you ever had a go at these cars and riding them around?
No, I've been in them, and we didn't get the chance last year to do it, but definitely if the opportunity arises.
What inspired you to do this course?
Well, I've always loved things like Formula One, and ever since I was a child I watched all the brilliant machines racing around the tracks. I just wanted to be a part of it. Mm-hmm. So I applied for this course and I've loved it ever since.
I love that. And do you think in the future you're ever going to give it a go? Have you had a go at the simulator before?
Not yet, but I'm part of the Formula Student team, so hopefully this year we'll get to go and do different setups for the car and conditions, so we get to make a brilliant Formula Student car.
I love that. And for a student watching now thinking, maybe I should do this course, I don't know, what advice would you give to them?
I'd say that this is an amazing course to start off with to get you where you want to be, because I'm applying for a second year placement, third year, in between placements this year, and I've found that all the practical experience I've gained from the workshop has really helped broaden my CV. That they want practical experience, they want experience with all of the different software they use for aerodynamics and for designing different components.
That's amazing. And so Bush, same question to you, as somebody watching right now, what would you say to them?
I would say with us, we offer programs that are professionally accredited, so they offer real world experience in terms of solving problems. They're very, very applied, so you are not just doing the theory in the classes, you see the applications of them. So that makes us quite unique in terms of the engineering programs that we offer here. So do come and see what we are doing. Enjoy your studies. Do come and join us.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you for joining us here today.
Right, I've pretty much caught my breath now after running back from the studio. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded, if I'm honest. But having an amazing day, seeing everything that's going on inside the university. Honestly, I don't know if I've flicked the channel at some point. When I was looking at the custody suite, I thought I was watching Crime Watch. And then I was looking at the Formula One section. It's like Willy Wonka's factory here, and I hope you're getting a real good flavour of everything that's going on. And I think the key area around that, and the reason why it feels so real, is because the university have tried so hard to emulate real industry as much as they can do. The Formula One section, where you can simulate and see what it's like to test the actual vehicles, absolutely fantastic. Listening to the bit about the sound and video engineering as well, I'm obviously through the stuff that I do through Boggle Gox, I've got to get that right. Through that, I've met lots of sound technicians and lighting technicians, and one of the things that they say is that they need that skill set in all of those different things, and it looks like the university really cover that. They also have a specific focus on the importance of networking as well, and when I've spoken to a lot of light engineers and sound engineers, their network is key to them getting jobs in the future, so the university look like they're already covering that aspect. So again, just the more I look into it, the deeper we look into everything that we've seen. There's some absolutely fantastic things that are going on. I hope you're enjoying it. I bet some bits are surreal because I look at it and think, is that a university that I'm looking at? But it's been absolutely fantastic. Hope you guys are enjoying it.
Once again, Bassett still without a bead of sweat on his head. I tell you what, he's got the cardiovascular engine of Mo Farah. Now though, there is still time to join the last lot of subject chats, which include this time law, international relations, diplomacy and sociology, film, media and photography, electronics, computing and maths, therapeutic arts, health, social and community studies. It's safe to say there is a wealth of support available at the university for you, even before you actually start your studies, as well as during your time at Derby. And that's because the university wants you to be successful, but as importantly for you to enjoy your time whilst you're here. And with that in mind, let's head back to Blends and Pete to hear more.
Thank you very much, Radzi. We are here at Blends at a coffee shop. Unfortunately, there's no coffee being served, so bad timing. And I'm on the tallest stool in the world, which really highlights my little short stumpy legs. What's going on here? Do you know, I am with some fantastic people. These are the student wellbeing team. I've got Linda and I've got Rob with me. Now, they provide support to all students for many different reasons, whatever the reason happens to be. It may be practical help with money. It may be help with well-being, or maybe you have a disability that you require help with. Whatever it is, these are the guys who can sort you out. Let's find out exactly what they do here.
Hi, welcome to the University of Derby. So coming to uni is a very big step, but here at Derby you're definitely not alone. You will make friends really quickly, and there are also lots of student support services on hand to help you with any issues that you may have. So come with me and I'll introduce you. This is our Student Wellbeing Centre. Everyone here at Derby wants you to be successful and have a great time. So that's why if there is anything that may impact on your well-being, your experience, or your academic performance, this team is here to help. Let's go and meet them.
We know that to succeed at university is not just reliant on academic ability, but also on your well-being. So when you're studying here, if you're facing any personal issues or you want to speak to someone about support, come and see us here and we can arrange an appointment for you to speak to someone.
We can help with a whole range of support, from budgeting to anxiety management, managing your health and generally juggling your life. So please, when you need to, come and see us.
Our International Student Centre team are dedicated to providing support for international students from the EU and worldwide.
So here at the International Student Centre, we help with all aspects of studying here at Derby. You can ask us about anything and we will help you find the answers.
Here we are at our next stop, the Multi-Faith Centre. Let's go and take a look inside.
At Chaplaincy, we are here to provide you pastoral, spiritual or emotional support, or to help and support you if you want to explore faith or religion if you have interest, or simply chat with you anything you want, or to put you in touch with other sports lines within the university.
We also have an equality, diversity, inclusion and wellbeing team.
It's really important that you feel like you belong. And so our equality and diversity team make sure that regardless of what background you come from, that you're absolutely represented right across the university. But our personal academic tutors, of which you'll have one, will make sure that you've got somebody to talk to about your progress, and that you can also talk to about how things are going and what things you're excited about for the future.
This is Miranda, and she's going to be telling us about the Centre for Student Life.
At the Centre for Student Life, you can access loads of support. At the Career Hub, you can get career ready, take advantage of our fab libraries and learn how to access journals and loads more. Your student and graduate experience team put on loads of offers for you to get involved in. We have the International Travel Awards where you can get the chance to travel abroad, develop new skills and make new friends. Use the centre to seize every opportunity that comes your way.
Great, well thanks for that, Miranda. Well, that's everyone. You've now met all the different support service teams that are here to make your uni experience the absolute best that it can be. Hope to see you around again soon.
Do you know, first of all, we are here with Linda. We've just watched that video together. There's a monitor up there, and you said, there are all the people who I've not seen for months who I work with.
That's very true.
Absolutely. So, Linda, you're a mental health practitioner.
That's right.
Here at the Wellbeing Service.
Yeah.
Tell us about the work that you do at the Wellbeing Service.
So we're a very broad team. I'm part of the mental health and wellbeing team, so we work with students basically about ways in which they can manage their health and wellbeing while they're at university. We also have an inclusivity team, and there's experienced practitioners there, including nurse practitioners, who will support students around things like physical, long-standing health issues, possibly around sensory impairments, so sort of deaf or visual impairments, as well as people who have specific learning differences such as dyslexia. So that's very broadly, and we do also have a psychological wellbeing service, and they are there, they support all students around the psychological wellbeing. Sometimes students tend to see them in their induction weeks because they do psychoeducation, as we call it, but they also do one-to-one therapy for students that might need it when they come to university.
Okay, and if you fit into one of the camps who may require your support, what advice would you give to a student who is applying to the University of Derby at this point?
What's really key is on your UCAS form to engage with that and declare a disability. For professional courses, all that happens is that you go through Occy Health like you would if you were applying for a job for nursing or something. Because sometimes people worry about declaring it on application, and we can assure them they don't need to worry about that. Because all it means from our perspective is that we'll get in touch with you in advance of you starting. Do lots of work with you if that's what you want, to make sure that your support is all set up for university.
Excellent. Now, let's say you're in a scenario where you are getting ongoing support at home and you move to Derby to come to the university. Does that support follow you? Does it come with you?
What, again, really important, certainly if you're coming from a different part of the country, is to perhaps have a chat with your NHS provider. So whether you, around occupational health or mental health provision, something like that. And if you want us to, as a service, we will liaise with your existing providers to ensure a really smooth transition of support.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's really helpful. Excellent. So obviously some students get extra time for exams and they will have had that during their A-levels or whichever point in education they may have been at the time. How does that transfer to university?
Again, that's something that we can easily do. We do need medical evidence. I think we're going to talk about DSA shortly as well. But basically, we will discuss with you what we call reasonable adjustments around your studies. So similar to at college, it might be extra time in exams if that's what your course has, or extra library loan. But again, this is all done within a sort of confidential setting. You know, we'll have those one-to-one discussions with you on an individual basis to ensure that your plan is right for you.
Excellent. Now, you mentioned DSA then. Tell me about that. It's a phrase I've heard, but tell me about it.
So Disabled Students Allowances is funding through student finance. It's for UK students, so it would be through Student Finance England, Wales or Scotland, depending on where you're from. It's funding for resources to enable students that have a disability to fully access their programmes. It does take quite a while to set up, so we always really strongly recommend you can have conversations with us, but that you get that ball rolling before you come to university.
Sure.
They might part fund a computer or different software or ergonomic equipment. It all depends on what your needs are. But they also, which is often really important to some students, provide some one-to-one support for when you actually get to university around your mental health or autism or your specific learning difference.
Excellent. Now, a student who's coming to the University of Derby, do they need to speak directly to their lecturers about their disabilities, or is there some process in place?
It's totally up to you. Any conversation you have with us within student wellbeing is confidential, so again, you don't need to worry too much about some things that you might tell us that you're a little bit apprehensive about. The reasonable adjustments that we talked about, they're produced in a plan, and that goes to the lecturer, but all it has about you is your name, your ID, your diagnosis, and the rest of it are the adjustments. So it really is totally up to you how much or how little you want to share with your lecturers.
Excellent, excellent. So obviously the times have been weird during the COVID months. How have you supported the students through those times?
We've all been working remotely. My cat has met several people. Or they've certainly heard her purring in the background. So we've been still all having our wellbeing appointments, offering counselling if that's been appropriate. And we have all been working remotely, so it's all been by phone or video. But you know, we've been providing that support and obviously continue to do so, but working in a different way.
Absolutely, yes, that's what it's about. So, scenario for you, there's a student who's thinking of coming to Derby, thinking of applying to Derby, having watched this Open Day Live, for example, and are they able to speak to a member of your team and see what support they can get before applying?
Yeah, we're more than happy to do that, and that's what Open Days are normally about, aren't they? Obviously, people just come in and they're thinking about Derby. So yes, please do get in contact with us, because then we can talk about what support there is, how you go about getting it, and again, we're more than happy, which we enjoy doing that anyway. It's great. It's a great thing to do when people are applying.
Yeah, do you know, I'm blown away by the amount of support the students get here at Derby, and it's because of people like you, so thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Lovely. Right, let's cross over to, I've been told you are the Martin Lewis of Derby.
Okay.
You've got longer legs than me, so you're not much more comfortable. Rob, hi, how are you? What do you do here?
I work in the Student Money Advice and Rights team, and we provide information, advice and guidance to students about all elements of finance and student funding whilst they're here, and pre-entry as well, so events such as the Open Day today.
Lovely, okay. Obviously finance is a massive consideration when you're moving to a university. It's one of the big ones. It's one that we hear about a lot in the news. What funding is available to students and how do they apply for that funding?
Okay, your main package of student funding is your tuition fee loan and your maintenance loan. So tuition fee loan is the loan that pays your tuition fee. That's the loan for £9,250, non-means tested, and that's paid direct to the university by the student loans company. So that's one of the elements that students never physically get to see, or spend.
Sure.
The maintenance loan is the living cost loan. So that's the loan that is paid to students to pay for accommodation, food, clothes, anything all the way to books, pens and paper. So everything else comes under the banner of the maintenance loan. There's other support available, so grants for dependents. So if students have children or adults who are financially dependent on them, they will also be assessed for grants for dependents. The application process is a single application through student finance, so they assess you for all elements of your student funding, so you don't have to look for the funding and where to apply. It's a single application, single point of application, and everything that you're eligible for is assessed at that one point.
Excellent, that's fabulous. So what bursaries are available, and how do you find out if you're eligible for those bursaries?
Most universities have bursaries. They'll have some form of financial support that they will offer to their students to help them whilst they're at university. Sure. At Derby, we've got 3 bursaries available. We have a university bursary, which is based purely on household income. We have an academic achievement scholarship, and we have a Buxton Elite College bursary, which is a local bursary for students coming to us from the local college. All of our bursaries are assessed automatically. There's no application process. We assess them based on information that we get either from student finance about household income or from the admissions team about the academic grades of the student when they arrive. Okay. So they're all automatic. You've got to bear in mind, if you're looking at throughout the sector, bursaries are different. They all target different areas and they have different eligibility criteria. Sometimes you have to apply for a bursary, sometimes they're automatic, but certainly here at Derby they are all automatically assessed.
That is fabulous news. Right, scenario for you. Yeah. So I'm thinking of going to the University of Derby. I've seen this. I've gone, yes, I've fallen in love with the place. I've seen the supportive staff. I've seen the awesome facilities. Can I afford it?
Okay. The thing to remember, and the important thing, is that to go to university, you don't necessarily have to have the funds or the money up front. Tuition fees are always something that people really think about, because it's £9,250 per year, but you can take out the tuition fee loan. So your fees are paid up front at the point of enrolment. Again, the maintenance loan, although it is assessed based on your household income, it is assessed to try and make sure that you get the appropriate level of support that you need to live on. So you should get the appropriate funds to be able to pay for your accommodation, and all of your other general living costs. So you don't necessarily have to have the funds up front to come to university, so not having the money shouldn't be a barrier to higher education.
Sure, and that's really important.
Yeah.
So with all of these financial considerations in mind, is it going to affect, coming to university, will it affect your ability to get a loan in the future, or maybe your ability to buy a house?
Yeah. I mean, obviously at the end of your studies, if you're taking out tuition fee loans and maintenance loans on an annual basis for 3 or 4 years, there is going to be a certain amount of money owing at the end of that process.
Sure.
The government don't see it as debt. Banks don't see it as debt. Credit companies, mortgage companies, it's not seen as debt. Yeah. It's an amount of money that's owed to the government that is paid back to the government based on what you earn in the future. Okay. So it's not seen, although it may be, there may be a big number at the end of it, it's not seen as a debt. Some students, won't pay anything back. Some will pay it all back. Most will pay some of their loan back based on repayment.
As far as the debt goes, it's a good kind of debt. It's, absolutely.
Let's
not worry.
If you've got to have debt, have this debt.
Absolutely. Right. Give me one final bit of advice for anybody thinking of applying to Derby.
Okay. The whole point with funding is applying early. If you're starting in September, so for example September 2021, the funding, the application process will open in February.
Yeah.
So you've got a good 6-7 months before you start to be able to apply. You don't need to know exactly what you're doing or where you're going to apply. Funding is the same nationally. So the key is apply on your best guess.
Yeah.
It will ask you for a university and a course. So if you're not quite sure, just pick one, because the tuition fee loan is the same, the funding is the same. So apply early.
Brilliant.
Is always the best advice.
Great advice, Rob. Linda, thank you very much. Support team here at the University of Derby. Good work. Radzi, back to you in the studio.
Right, So this is me nearly drawn to a close now. This is the last time I'm going to be seen on here. So all I wanted to really say was a massive thank you to the University of Derby to let me sit here and observe every amazing thing that they do. And it's been really refreshing for me just to see all the different things that they have to offer for all of their students. So in terms of my link to the university, I am a Derby Uni alumni, so I was here many years ago. I don't like to think how many years ago, but it's fantastic to see how far it's grown. But also, I can speak firsthand how much they've supported me since I've left the university. And I mentioned this before. You kind of, once you're part of the university, you're here for life because they will look after you, they'll support you in things that you do a little later on into the future. And my key takeaways from today are really all of the fabulous resources, facilities, and how the learning is done through actually doing, and how the university works hard to give you that real life experience. So you're getting the best of both worlds. You're getting a really well-respected qualification, but also the experience of how the real world works, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And the final takeaway, and you can't fake that, the level of authenticity and passion from the staff when they talk about their students, when they talk about their subject, you can just see it. So I know for a fact from first-hand experience from what I've seen today, you're in absolutely safe hands. So once again, thank you so much for having me. I hope you guys have enjoyed it, and good luck with whatever you do next. Thank you.
So beautifully and succinctly put by Bassett there. I reflect all the sentiments that he just espoused there. But over the last 4.5 hours, we've seen so much. We've looked closely into so many departments, met many key people, and there's been so much passion on display, to quote Bassett, that it's easy for it to almost blur into one. So with that in mind, here's a quick recap of the many things that Derby has to offer. Hello and welcome to the University of Derby in the heart of the East Midlands. Today we've got an access all areas pass, so follow me. This is the atrium, and what an impressive space this is. Look at the scale of it. The perfect place to eat, to grab a coffee, to chill out, and in fact just over there is 4 floors of the library, 4 floors of books, resources and study space. And in fact here is a whistle-stop tour of everything you need to know about this awesome building. This is just one of the several modern lecture theatres here at the University of Derby, and just look at the size of the place. They're modern, they're airy, they normally sit around 250 people. Look at the size of that cinema-sized screen that the lecturers present from. If you're towards the back, they've got monitors for you as well, and I've got to be honest, this is so much better than anything I had when I was at university. The thing I loved more than anything else was access to sports facilities, and the University of Derby has facilities in abundance, because as well as those fantastic squash courts there, head this way, because if you become a student here, you will have access to this incredible sports hall. Just imagine yourself here. The 2 basketball nets come down to make a full-size basketball court, but as well as that you have everything from futsal, netball, volleyball, even badminton as well, and many of you can do multiple sports at the same time. But it doesn't end there, because if you're thinking, hey, what about the niche sports, then we've got your back as well, because feast your eyes on our very own climbing wall, where you can lead climb, you can boulder climb, and everything in between. But if sports isn't so much your thing and you're more a fitness person, then fear not. This is your gym, filled with cardio kit, whether you like to cycle, use the treadmill or the cross trainer. But if machines are more your thing, then we've got tons of these as well. Lower body, upper body, leg press, leg extension, lat pull down, glute ham raise, it's all here. To your right hand side is the fitness suite, but behind me here is the free weight section, my favorite. So whatever your fitness needs, this place has got you covered. And would you look at this? It is an all-weather, multi-purpose 4G pitch. Everything from football to rugby to American football, it's all used here. The local community come and use it, whether it's the Derby County Juniors, by the way, whether it's a sports analysis, everybody wants a piece of the action here. And why? Because it's a 4G pitch. If we look down here, now this looks like almost AstroTurf that you might traditionally find. In between it, you've got this sort of rubber crumb experience that looks a little bit like breadcrumbs, I suppose, but how it feels under your boot, it feels exactly like grass. This, by the way, is genuinely state of the art. And of course, it's all at the University of Derby Sports Centre. That Whistle Stop tour was so much fun, and it only scratches the surface. But that's the University of Derby. But what about the city of Derby itself? Well, the great thing about the place is that it's in the heart of England, has convenient transport links, the Peak District is just on the doorstep, and what's more, there's a whole lot more. What a place, what a city, what a university. The films you've seen, by the way, have been edited so well. What a job. I hope you've had a fantastic day. I personally have learned a colossal amount meeting all the staff, the students, and finding out about the myriad of courses, options, facilities, and ultimately opportunities that this incredible university has to offer. But sadly, that is just about all we've got time for. Just one final reminder to book onto a campus tour. I assure you, you won't regret it. Now, before we do finish, a huge thank you to my co-hosts Pete, Seeley and Emma for being incredible. Also, a massive shout out to everyone in the making of Open Day Live. So many names, so many departments, but to each and every single one of you, thank you. And finally, to you, an enormous good luck with your applications wherever they may be to. But be rest assured, the University of Derby would love to welcome you into its family. So in the meantime, stay safe, stay healthy, and thank you very much for watching.